Aobashi put on a grimace and said, "Somehow, I feel that the woman is more terrifying than the God Hunter's leader. Though I knew I stood no chance against the God Hunter's leader, I could fight him to my death. Before that woman, however, I couldn't even put up a fight. It felt as though if she asked me to, I would kill myself without the slightest hesitation. How terrifying." She said that she's Andrina's mother, so I think Andrina will be fine. "It's just that we would have trouble explaining this to Brian," remarked Erebus. "He's already a dead man." "What is there to explain?" muttered Eugene, softly. "Shut up." Erebus glowered at Eugene. Even Aobashi and Blightsoar looked at him with unkind, cold eyes. It was as though the three would gang up to give him a beating if he said another word they didn't like. The atmosphere suddenly turned cold and stale. Some divine guards even placed one hand on their divine weapons. "Well, I shall get moving. Goodbye." Eugene, knowing that his presence was not welcomed, hastily left from the party. He would raise his head to look at the sky and wonder, who is that woman in white? How is she so terrifying? Soon after Eugene left, Blightsoar said to the two high gods, "Such queer things I have seen in this journey. Lady, gentlemen, it's also time for me to return to my Mirage City." Blightsoar had seen too many things that exceeded his knowledge or expectation. He was racking his brain hard on how to explain everything to the city lord of Mirage City. "See you again. Also, if you're at the City of Shadows, I will treat you to a drink," said Erebus smilingly. He had a good impression of Blightsoar. "Sure." Blightsoar replied laughingly before his look quickly turned dim. He said, "If you do see Brian, please send him my regards. Also, if any of you come to visit Mirage City, you shall receive the most cordial hospitality from me." Blightsoar then shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and left with his divine guards. "Should we return to the valley? Brian might still be there," Erebus asked for Aobashi's opinion after Blightsoar left. "If Brian lives, he will not stay in the valley." Aobashi shot a glare at Erebus and said, "Are you implying that Brian wouldn't make it?" Erebus cowered his head in fear and lamented, "That energy is very unusual. I could do nothing when it was inside my body and wrecking everything. Brian's chances of survival are minute." Although Erebus would be furious if anyone said that Honshuo would die, deep in his heart, he did not think that Honshuo could survive. "Brian had ample confidence when he chased us away. I think he will be fine." Aobashi then said angrily, "Although you have known him longer than I do, I have more confidence in him than you do. He will be all right. He mustn't die before I get my revenge on him for chasing me away with his impolite words." "All right then, we will not turn back." Erebus summoned one of his divine guards and instructed, "You go back and survey the valley. If you discover any god hunter, report back immediately." Erebus was winking as he said those words. That divine guard was Erebus' confidant and easily figured out the actual instruction. He nodded and replied, "Yes, my lord, I know what I shall do. Find Brian's body and bring it back?" "No problem. Go on," Erebus said as he gestured. He then turned to Aobashi and said, "Shall we go home now?" "Let's go." Aobashi knew Erebus' intention but did not expose him. She merely sighed in her mind. Even if Erebus did nothing, she herself would instruct a group of divine guards to survey the valley. If something were to happen to Honshuo, the least they could do was to bring his body back to the city. "Welcome back, my lords," the divine guard who guarded the gate of Sky Orchid Fort saluted respectfully before he put on a grimace and said, "Lord Brian have been waiting for your lordship's return for more than a dozen days. Had your lordships not returned soon, I believe he would go out to look for your lordships." What? Erebus cried out in surprise. He hastily asked, "What did you say?" "Say again." "I said welcome back, my lords." The divine guard was jolted. He had never seen Erebus behave in such a manner. He felt very uneasy and asked himself, "Did I say something wrong?" "No, Not this one, the next sentence. Erebus again shouted. There were a few traces of happiness showing on his face. Lord Brian have been waiting for your lordships for more than a dozen days, repeated the Divine Guard. He felt nervous. Yes, these are the words I want to hear. Ha ha. Erebus laughed cheerfully. He did not look like the usual solemn-looking chief of Third Corps. He turned to Aobashi and said in a big smile, See, I told ye, that youngster is a lucky one. What harm could happen to him? Aobashi's mood rapidly improved after hearing that Hanchuo was doing fine. She glared at Erebus and asked, I wonder who was it that asked his men to collect Brian's body? Humph, you thought that I didn't know. Hee hee, Erebus grinned. He then patted the Divine Guard's shoulder and said smilingly, Well done, well done. The Divine Guard was astounded. He stood foolishly, not knowing what the matter was. He thought, could it be that Lord Erebus have noticed my hard work all this time? Ha ha. I'm going to get promoted. Hanchuo had been anxiously waiting in Sky Orchid Fort for more than 10 days. Just as he was considering leaving the fort to look for them, he received news that Aobashi has returned. Hanchuo was elated. He immediately flew out from his room and headed towards the main entryway, shocking some gods along his path. After scanning the party once through, Hanchuo noticed that Andrina was missing. His heart instantly sank and his face turned dark. Erebus and Aobashi, who were wearing cheerful looks, met the gloomy Hanchuo in their path. They were shocked to see Hanchuo's dark face. Erebus rushed to him and asked concernedly, Brian, what's the matter? Is it about your injuries? Hanchuo did not answer Erebus but questioned Aobashi in a deep and rather fierce voice, Where is Andrina? Why is it that the two of you have returned without her? Don't you remember what you had promised me when I handed you Andrina? Aobashi stared blankly for a moment before she came to her senses. She replied in her lovable voice, Don't worry, I'm sure Andrina is all right. She was picked up by her mother. Chapter 746, Gods Above Gods. GDK 746, Gods Above Gods. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Aobashi and Erebus narrated their journey once though. HS remained in silent contemplation for a long while. Finally, HS let out a soft sigh. He said softly, Perhaps that would be better for her. Her mother should be able to take care of her best. I wonder who her mother is. To me, she feels even more formidable than the God Hunter's boss. In front of her, I couldn't even raise the thought of resisting, exclaimed Erebus. He still felt somewhat terrified when Andrina's mother was mentioned. We have completed the mission and there wouldn't be any God Hunter around Sky Orchid Fort for some time. I will return to the City of Shadows and report to the City Lord with you, said Aobashi. Erebus, do you know anything about the origins and strength of the God Hunter's boss? HS asked Erebus after thinking for a moment. Erebus forced a smile and replied, Absolutely no clue. But from my observations, what we met in the underground palace was merely a clone of the powerful being. Had Andrina not used some unknown method to shatter the clone, none of us would live to talk here. Save for me, thought HS. He was able to utilize blood disassembly in escaping. It rather unfortunate for us that Andrina was picked up by her mother. Otherwise, we could ask her about God Hunter's boss when she wakes up. She must know a thing or two about God Hunter's boss. Aobashi said disappointedly. HS shook his head and disagreed, even if her mother did not come to pick her up, I'm sure she wouldn't tell us much after she awakes. Hey? Why is that? Asked Erebus. He took a short pause before adding more questions, Brian, how did you get to know Andrina? I ran into her by chance. She was under the pursuit of God Hunters when I first met her, HS answered Erebus' second question before he explained, I have been asking her about the God Hunters since the day we met. But for all these while, she was tight-lipped and wouldn't reveal a thing. I doubt she would tell us anything even if she is still with us. I see. Aobashi nodded and said, all right then, let's not waste words on discussion among ourselves but head to the city and ask the city lord about this. Given his insight, his lordship might know a thing or two about the god hunter's boss. Sure, agreed Erebus. HS, naturally, had no objection. He stayed in Sky Orchid Fort for one day while Aobashi and Erebus prepared for their departure. As soon as they made all the necessary arrangements, they began the journey with HS. Half a month later, the three arrived at the City of Shadows. HS did not have time to return to his Celestial Pearl but went straight to the Saint residence with Erebus and Aobashi to meet with City Lord Wallace and Andre. They were summoned to an expansive room where Wallace would discuss official business. The stone pillars around the room were carved with miraculous patterns. Sound-isolating barriers formed around the room to prevent any prying ears from eavesdropping. Wallace, sitting on his broad chair, wore a solemn expression. Andre was standing beside him as HS and the others walked towards them. What actually happened? Wallace asked in a deep voice as soon as Aobashi and the others entered. The message you transmitted wasn't clear. What actually happened in the valley? Aobashi, an expert highly regarded by Wallace, put on a bitter smile on her beautiful face. She let out a sigh and said, it's complicated but it began like this. Aobashi slowly narrated their assault on the valley with Erebus interrupting once in a while to fill the details she missed. HS would stand on one side and said not a word as they spoke. When Aobashi mentioned that the God Hunter boss easily destroyed the enchanted scroll deployed by Erebus, then severely injuring Erebus with one beam of light from his green eyes, the eyes on Wallace and Andre's faces were wide open. It appeared that they were extremely horrified by what they heard. Soon, Aobashi and Erebus had completed giving their account. Wallace and Andre did not speak a word even long after the storytelling was over, as though they were contemplating about something significant. That's the entire story. Aobashi cleared her throat softly when she saw that Wallace and Andre seemed to have lost in thought. Wallace and Andre exchanged a solemn glance before Wallace turned to Erebus, bunched his brows, and asked, are you sure that the God Hunter destroyed the Scroll of Darkness without much effort? Yes, my lord. I feel as though I was too weak to fight back, replied Erebus before he sighed. He seemed disappointed by his powerlessness. Don't blame yourself, consoled Wallace, even if I was there, I too am no match against that God Hunter's boss. Aobashi, Erebus, and HS were all visibly astonished to hear those words from Wallace. This city lord of the City of Shadows possessed late-stage high god strength. Those words of his meant that the God Hunter's boss possessed strength above his. Doesn't this mean it's an overgod? But how could an overgod be the leader of the God Hunters? My lord, you mean, asked Aobashi. Wallace nodded and affirmed, yes, it's an overgod. What? HS couldn't help himself but cry out in surprise, how is that possible? There are just 12 overgods for the 12 fundamental forces. Overgods have no lack of divine energy, how could any of them be a god hunter? Wallace did not answer HS's question but turned to Andre and instructed, Brian is still rather new to Elysium, and doesn't know that much about the situation. Please clarify it to him. Andre nodded, put on a solemn expression, and explained, you are indeed correct, there are just 12 overgods for 12 fundamental forces. But the overgods you are referring to are those who possess the quintessences, the very source of elemental energy and edictal forces. Although this universe is infinitely vast, there is only one quintessence for each of the 12 fundamental forces. There were 12 quintessences, one for each fundamental force, naturally produced. HS thought that there were just 12 overgods in the universe, the 12 with the quintessences. Andre's voice turned deep as he continued, but, there are two types of overgods. The first is overgods who possess the quintessence. There will only ever be 12 of these overgods, and only one overgod for each of the 12 fundamental forces. They are the overgods whom we living in their divine dominions, serves. The second type of overgods are those who, through millions of years, advanced from late-stage high god to the realm of overgod. Although they do not possess the quintessence, their strength are incomparably mightier than us high gods. HS thought quickly in his mind after hearing Andrei's explanation. Immediately, he understood what Andrei meant. So you're saying that the god hunter's boss we met in the valley is an overgod without a quintessence? Correct. Andrei affirmed, I know the power of the enchanted scroll that Erebus received from my elder brother. No late-stage high god expert could destroy the scroll so effortlessly. Therefore, there is only one possibility that person is an overgod. Andrei took a short pause before the continued, just as you have said, the overgods with the quintessences will never need to absorb divine energy from an ordinary god. Their source of energy came from those who worship them in their divine dominions, and therefore will never be a god hunter. Therefore, the overgod you met in the valley must not own a quintessence. I really didn't expect that it would be an overgod, exclaimed Aobashi softly. I have heard a little about the classification of the two types of overgods, but I have never met an overgod. Meeting one in the valley was the last thing I expected. Those words of Andrei's had shocked HS. The only overgods he knew before this were the 12 overgods. It was the very first time HS learned that there was more than one type of overgods. After thinking for a moment, HS asked, if there are only 12 quintessences naturally produced in the universe, and they are possessed by the current 12 overgods, doesn't that mean that an overgod without a quintessence will never have a chance to advance in strength? Andrei seemed to be troubled by HS's question. He hesitated for a long while and took a cautious look at Wallace. It was after getting a nod from Wallace that Andrei softly explained, there is one way for the overgods to obtain the quintessence by force. Following the death of the overgod, its quintessence will return to heaven and earth. By then, any overgod cultivating in the energy who could find the quintessence and fuse with it, the overgod will be the new master of the divine dominion, the new overgod. So this means that as long as the overgod with the quintessence is alive, other overgods cultivating in the energy will not have the chance to obtain the quintessence, asked HS. Yes, exactly, Andrei nodded and continued, an overgod with the quintessence is much, much stronger than a regular overgod. The differences are much alike the gap between a mid-god and a high god. It is practically impossible for any regular overgods, even in big numbers, to kill an overgod with the quintessence. Has any overgod ever perished? HS continued to question. Andrei kept silent for a moment before he nodded and said, yes, but not caused by an ordinary overgod. All right, that's enough. There are some topics that we cannot talk too deeply about. This is a taboo. Wallace suddenly interrupted the conversation between HS and Andrei, his eyes looking at the ceiling, as though he was worried about something. Andrei immediately shut his mouth tight and uttered not another word. However, Andrei had said enough for HS. He had emphasized twice that the death of an overgod with the quintessence cannot be caused by any regular overgod. He also mentioned that there were overgods who fell. This meant just one possibility: they could be killed by other overgods with the quintessences, or a being of a level above them, the Creator. Our conversation today shall end here. I hope that none of you will speak a word of what we have discussed here. Some words, if spread to the public, could invite troubles, instructed Wallace solemnly. All right, now that I have learned the story thoroughly, I must take a trip to the head shrine of darkness. Andrei shall be in charge of all matter in the city during my absence. There were shrines of darkness in every city of the Darkness Dominion, but the head shrine wasn't in any of the cities. No one except for those who had the overgod's approval would know of its location. Evidently, Wallace was one of those who were qualified to know the head shrine's location and enter it. It was clear to everyone Wallace's intention and purpose of going to the Dark Shrine. Although an overgod could initiate contact with their pious believer, it wasn't that easy for a regular god to meet with the overgod they serve. Although everyone in the Darkness Dominion knew that the overgod of darkness exists, only a very few who could actually communicate with the overgod of darkness. Wallace was one of those special few who enjoyed this privilege. Wallace was indeed a straightforward man. Immediately after leaving Andrei with a few words, he left the saint residence alone, without the company of any divine guard. No one would know where he would go. After Wallace left, Andrei started to ask HS every detail about Andrina. His curiosity towards Andrina seemed to have grown 10 times in all of a sudden. As HS truly didn't know much about Andrina, under his inquiry, HS could only force a smile and explain, "Lord Andrei, I really don't know Andrina that well. There's no point in asking me all these questions. You have spent such a long time with her and yet you knew nothing." Andrei's heart was filled with questions. "I'd imagine you knew Andrina better. But then again, with such a mysterious mother, it's not that surprising that she wouldn't tell you much." HS stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "Lord Andrei, you do know the identity of Andrina's mother?" Andrei shook his head, but then he nodded his head strangely under HS's burning gazes. It was unlike how he would usually conduct himself. He hesitated for a moment before he forced a smile and said, "I don't know the identity of Andrina's mother to be certain, but from Erebus and Aobashi's descriptions, I could vaguely connect it to a person. If she is truly that person, then, Brian, luck is coming your way." After Andrei uttered those words, Erebus and Aobashi cast attentive gazes on Andrei. Although they did not speak, it cannot be more obvious that they were very interested in the subject. "I can be sure that the God Hunter is an overgod without a quintessence. And, if your senses, Erebus and Aobashi, are correct, then Andrina's mother could very well be an actual overgod with a quintessence," explained Andrei. "Which of the 12? HS, Aobashi and Erebus simultaneously shouted. There were just 12 overgods with quintessences, one for each fundamental force. There was just 12 of them in the entire universe. The scope was too small. This has nothing to do with the overgods of darkness, death and destruction. I believe their lordships will not take offense?" Andrei hesitated for a moment before he said in a very low voice, "I surmise, it should be the most mysterious one, the Goddess of Destiny." Chapter 747, Avasai Gods Laying Sword Formation. GDK 747, Avasai Gods Laying Sword Formation. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The Goddess of Destiny was the most mysterious of the 12 overgods. Her dominion of destiny had always taken no sides and permanently neutral. It was said that her words represented the wishes of the Creator. She does not usually intervene with affairs on the Elysium and would only show up to mediate peace when the fights between the overgods grew too far. The Goddess of Destiny was such a unique existence that the remaining 11 overgods would always listen to her advice. Knowing that even the gods who cultivated in the Edict of Destiny rarely had a chance to meet her, Andrei was surprised that Erebus and Aobashi were so fortunate to have the opportunity. After hearing Andrei's explanation, Aobashi and Erebus carefully recalled the scene they witnessed back then. Suddenly, as though they had realized something, their faces jolted and were obviously overwhelmed with shock. Hanchuo, who have been secretly observing their expressions, immediately realized that Andrei's words were likely true. The being who abruptly materialized before Aobashi and Erebus was very likely the most mysterious overgod on Elysium. If it is true that the Goddess of Destiny is Andrina's mother, then her status is shockingly noble. However, why would Andrina, the daughter of the Destiny overgod, show up in the Darkness Dominion? Also, why would Andrina hate the God Hunters so much? Hanchuo pondered, and yet he came no closer to a plausible explanation. Hanchuo was convinced of Andrei's guess about the identity of Andrina's mother. That would explain why Andrina owned a crystal so miraculous that it could shatter the clone of the God Hunter's boss. If her mother was the Goddess of Destiny, it would make sense that Andrina could come into possession of an overgod divine weapon. Only an overgod divine weapon bestowed by an overgod with the quintessence could unleash a power that terrifying. Brian, if I guessed it right, that Andrina is the daughter of the Goddess of Destiny, then Andrina will definitely be all right. Andrei consoled Hanchuo. Before the goddess left, she asked Aobashi to pass you her gratitude. Brian, you are such a lucky one. You actually left a good impression on the goddess of destiny. Aobashi and Erebus looked at Hanchuo with admiring and envious gazes. The 12 overgods, to most people, were existences far above reach, and especially so for the most mysterious overgod. Hanchuo, who had arrived on Elysium not too long ago, unexpected, won the favor of the destiny goddess and even built a friendship with her daughter, Andrina. What a lucky one! As long as Andrina is fine, I'm happy, said Hanchuo smilingly. He did not expect that Andrina would have such a noble identity. All that we have discussed in this room, shall stay inside this room. Do not speak of what we have discussed to anyone else, warned Andre after a moment of thinking. Hanchuo, Aobashi, and Erebus nodded at Andre. All right, discussion of any other matter shall be put off until my elder brother returns. You are all dismissed, said Andre smilingly. However, right before Hanchuo was out of his sight, he gently cried out, Brian. Hanchuo immediately stopped in his tracks. Aobashi and Erebus appeared as though they heard nothing and continued to leave quietly. Yes. Hanchuo turned around and looked at Andre with puzzled gazes. Is there anything else I can help you with, Lord Andre? Andre smiled cordially and said, Brian, my elder brother is very happy with your performance. If nothing unexpected happens, he will appoint you as the chief of 5th Corps sometime later. I'm telling you this so you can get prepared mentally. Hanchuo was elated. He said sincerely, thank you. You're welcome. Not only that you have made an enormous contribution to the City of Shadows, but you have also amply demonstrated your strength by bearing the energy which even Erebus could not overcome, praised Andre smilingly. Go back and make some preparations. You might want to start recruiting for some gods. After all, you can't run the entire 5th Corps alone, can you? Hanchuo nodded and said no more. He bowed at Andre and left the saint residence perfectly contented. Although Aobashi and Erebus did not consider their raid on the god hunters a success, to Hanchuo, however, the mission ended wonderfully. Not only that he had made breakthroughs in his cultivations of demonic arts and Edict of Destruction, he had obtained 17 huge venomous fangs. He also learned of the relationship between God Swamp Pharmacy and the God Hunters, not to forget having demonstrated his capability. Other than the fact that Andrina went home with her mother, the affair resulted in a big win for Hanchuo. After returning to Celestial Pearl, Hanchuo was briefed by Phoebe and Emily about the recent situation of his business. Thanks to the hard word of his 2 ladies, all branches of Celestial Pearl throughout the territories of the City of Shadows were opened for business. The branches were just as popular as the headquarters in the city. At the current time, Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had occupied a 70% share of the entire pharmacy market in the City of Shadows, overshadowing all other rivaling pharmacies. By now, with most operations in Celestial Pearl moving on autopilot, running on established, streamlined processes, even Phoebe and Emily were freed from constant work, allowing them to spend more time on their cultivations. Those mortals who came from Profound Continent had basically not taken a step out from their rooms. They spent all their time of improving their own strengths using the enormous resources Hanchuo provided them. Having been able to cultivate to the pinnacle on an environment as poor as Profound Continent, these people were able to make tremendous progress on Elysium, where resources were abundant and the elements several hundred times more intense. Within a short time, all of them managed to raise their strengths by several classes. Stratholm the Old Monster, Air Mike Cotton, and a few others, had advanced to early stage low god realm. Candide and Emma, whose strengths were relatively low among them, rose through multiple realms. They will soon reach base godhood. Before leaving for the 3rd Corps, Hanchuo had provided them not just the rebirth pill and pill of tranquility he had personally refined, but he also gave them some crystal coins for them to purchase the divine weapon and divine scrolls they needed. This assisted them tremendously. Even Phoebe and Emily, who had to spend time on running the Celestial Pearl, will soon reach the realm of base god. Hanchuo could not be happier with what he heard from Phoebe and Emily. Although Han Shuo knew that their strength will increase by leaps and bounds, he was nonetheless shocked to learn that they managed to break through one or more realms within a short few months. Brian, at this trend, all of us will enter the realm of Low God in just a few years, said Emily smilingly. Wonderful, exclaimed Han Shuo. Wallace intends to have me take over the 5th Corps. I was worried about where to employ trusted experts, but it seems that I have nothing to worry about. Once all of you from Profound Continent gain decent strengths, you can fill the key positions in my agency. I will have a much easier time with your help. People like Candide and Emily were once high-ranking members of the Dark Mantle back on Profound Continent. The tasks and duties of City of Shadows Divine Guard Corps were similar to those of the Lancelot Empire's Dark Mantle. Someone like Candide, with a little time to learn and adapt, could easily do the job well, and perhaps outperform the others. Mike Cotton, Stratholm the Old Monster, and the others, were all experienced characters. Once they advance to Logadhood, they will be great helpers for Han Shuo in various businesses. They will be the pillar of Han Shuo's future family clan. It was for their outstanding talents that Han Shuo would spare no effort in bringing them to this plane of gods from the distant Profound Continent, in addition to supplying with a generous amount of black crystal coins to raise their strengths. After returning to Elysium, as Han Shuo had to sort out various matters, on top of having been assiduously cultivating to raise his strength he deemed lacking, he had spent a less than desired amount of time with his women. Phoebe and Emily, after giving Han Shuo a brief account of the current situation in Celestial Pearl, wanted to rush back to cultivation. Having observed that Han Shuo's strength was ever increasing and fearing the distance between them grew ever larger, they put all their efforts on raising their strengths. "Aren't you staying a little longer? It's been a while since we last had." Han Shuo said with a lewd grin while holding Phoebe and Emily's hands. "Sorry, but you will have to wait until we have reached Logadhood before any of us will make love with you," replied Phoebe. "We ladies have made an agreement that we will not get intimate with you until we advance to the realm of Low God," said Emily giggly. "It's hard for us to bear too. But we must do so to close our gap in strength. Sigh, even a child on Elysium would have at least demigod or base god strength. We do not want to be looked down upon any longer. Gotta go, I have a premonition that I will break through to the realm of base god. There's no time to waste." Phoebe and Emily struggle free from Han Shuo's pulling and left, leaving just their melodious giggles. Not just Phoebe and Emily, but even Fanny and Helen, were staunch in honoring their pact. Fanny, fearing that she wouldn't be able to resist Han Shuo's seduction, wouldn't even open the door for him. "Dang, how long do I have to practice abstinence for?" Han Shuo smiled bitterly and sighed. For lack of a better option, Han Shuo decided to spend his time on cultivation instead. He decided to do something with the 17 fangs he obtained from the God Hunter's base. For 7 days straight, Han Shuo went on a shopping spree, visiting various divine weapon stores in the city to purchase material there were bizarre to most ordinary people. After that, he left the City of Shadows alone and located a secluded valley nearby to stay there temporarily. Han Shuo, not wanting anyone to discover him refining demonic weapons, carefully deployed concealment formations around the valley. He then took out the fangs, arranged them in front of him, and stared at them as he pondered what demonic weapon he should turn them into. These 17 fangs are very tough and their tips are very sharp. They can be refined into offensive weapons like flying swords. As the material itself is excellent, the process will be straightforward. You just need to do a little polishing on them before fusing your blood essences into the fangs. Before long, you will have a new, dominating demonic weapon. Cauldron spirit transmitted in Han Shuo's consciousness. Then I shall turn them into 17 flying swords. After a moment of thinking, Han Shuo came to a decision. I will give you the instructions to modify the flying swords which will allow demon generals to adhere to the sword. The 17 swords will then be able to form a sword formation. To add on the intense corrosive power of this material, this demonic weapon will be nastier and more destructive than all those you have previously made, said Cauldron Spirit. That'd be the best. Han Shuo was elated to hear those words. To him, the deadlier the weapon, the better. And obviously, the nastiness of the weapon was none of his concern. With the help of Cauldron Spirit, Han Shuo deployed a unique formation in the valley using the materials he had previously collected. He placed the 17 fangs around the formation and sat in the center. Subsequently, he released the demonic yuan in his body, connecting the fangs via the formation. Perhaps the demonic weapon he tried to produce will be a really powerful one. Han Shuo had to sit there for 6 months straight to complete the process. The 17 fangs were immersed in a strange, jet-black fluid that carried bits of dark red spots. With great difficulty in half a year's time, Han Shuo managed to infuse his blood essences he placed in the fluids into the 17 fangs. The process took so long mostly because Han Shuo was hindered by the formidable corrosive power of the fangs. Now that the fangs were filled with Han Shuo's blood essences, Han Shuo started adding all sorts of materials into the pools of dark water the fangs were immersed in. Thick fumes were quickly produced. They do not dissipate but lingered above the pools. A year passed as though the blink of an eye. Han Shuo began supplying the fangs with demonic yuan to alter their internal structures. He would also follow Cauldron Spirit's instructions on carving miniature demonic formations on every fangs. When the magnificent symbols had been carved on the fangs, a transformation took place. They became 17 piercing and chilling flying swords. The flying swords not only possessed intense corrosive power, but they also carried chilling aura. It could hinder the movement of the enemy just by being near the enemy. And once the flying sword pierced into the enemy's flesh, they would be simultaneously affected by its corrosive power and chilling aura. It would be a total nightmare for the enemy. After the fangs transformed to take the shape of flying swords, Han Shuo spent time on connecting with the 17 flying swords. He maneuvered them to fly and dance around him. Then, with Cauldron Spirits being his instructor, Han Shuo practiced the Avasai God's Laying Sword formation. The Avasai God's Laying Sword formation was a dreadful sword formation, enabled by the unique marks, symbols and miniature formations carved on the 17 flying swords. It was very difficult to operate the complex Avasai God's Laying Sword formation. Even Han Shuo, with his absurdly powerful consciousness, and the guidance of Cauldron Spirit, had to take 5 years to fully master the formation. But the effort was surely worth it, for the power of the sword formation was very formidable. Han Shuo needed just one thought and the 17 flying swords flew in the valley in bizarre trajectories. Right after, several mountains collapsed with loud rumbles. The hilly terrain was transformed into a flat plain filled with rocks. Now that you have mastered the Avasai God's Laying Sword formation, even without using my energy, you can kill early-stage high god experts. Cauldron Spirit transmitted the day Han Shuo mastered the sword formation. Han Shuo was elated. He sensed that the demonic yuan in his body turning ever purer and condensed as he practiced Avasai God's Laying Sword formation. 7 years passed as though a few blinks of an eye. The day he finally walked out of the valley, his Omen realm state was better than ever, and his confidence was higher than ever. Finally, after being away for 7 years, Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows. Although 7 years was a long time for mortals, for the gods on Elysium who could practically live to the heat death of the universe, it was merely a brief period. Therefore, when Han Shuo returned to the City of Shadows, he discovered that the city had not changed much. No one felt that Han Shuo had been away for too long. Everyone in the city was still very respectful towards Han Shuo. When he returned to the Celestial Pearl after 7 years, he was greeted with a great surprise. All those who came from Profound Continent had attained Logodhood. Among them, Mike Cotton, Stratholm the Old Monster, and a few others, most astonishingly, reached the realm of late-stage Logod. Outstanding talents combined with unlimited resources and tireless hard work had produced a miracle. He almost could not believe just how much progress his friends and girlfriends had made. Though the progress they made was shocking, Han Shuo was even more surprised by those Gilbert, Sanguis, and Balans made. Sanguis was getting close to mastering the Blood God mantra. Although there was no classification of realms in Blood God mantra, currently, Sanguis could easily defeat Ermike Cotton and Stratholm the Old Monster. He had become one of the most powerful experts in Celestial Pearl. The Blood God mantra that Sanguis practiced did not rely on the concentration of elements in the environment, and he had been making good progress on the profound continent. The Blood God mantra was most suited for a Sanguis-bodied, someone like Sanguis, to practice. Having received proper guidance from Han Chuo after arriving on Elysium, it was reasonable that he could make such rapid progress. Balans, who cultivated God-slaying devil path, could release and withdrew killing intent as he wished. He had in fact been arranged to work under Erebus. During the 7 years, he had viciously murdered countless opponents. His killing intent grew ever more intense. It was so overbearing that once it was unleashed, his opponents of weaker minds would tremble in fear before the battle has even started. After becoming a low god of darkness, Gilbert, whose body had been rebuilt and forged by Han Chuo like a demonic weapon, had unique divine energy of darkness and divine soul compared to an average god. Not only that his body was incredibly tough, but his divine energy was also astonishingly powerful. Although Gilbert had only reached early-stage low god realm, in the gymnasium, he was able to defeat late-stage low gods like Stratholm and Ermike. In Celestial Pearl, Sanguis, Balans, and Gilbert had vaguely surpassed their friends who cultivated solely in the energy found in this universe. They became a most unique and astonishing combo. Sanguis and Balans cultivated in branches of demonic arts. As to Gilbert, before his body was rebuilt and had merely his soul, he was forced by Han Chuo to practice a demonic skill that strengthens his soul. Those were the reasons that the trio could grow so tremendously in such a short time. What an assembly of talents! Thought Han Chuo. Chapter 748, House of Han. GDK 748, House of Han. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After 7 years, all those who originated from profound continent breakthrough to low god realm. But as they differed in aptitude, some like Stratholm and Ermike managed to reach late-stage low god realm, while some like Candide and Emma, whose strengths were lower than Stratholm and Ermike, to begin with, had merely reached early-stage low god realm. As Fanny, Phoebe, and the ladies had all reached low godhood, honoring their agreement, they no longer refrained from sexual activities with Han Chuo. Han Chuo therefore enjoyed pleasurable days after returning from cultivation. After returning to Celestial Pearl, other than indulging in sexual pleasures, Han Chuo also made sure to find time to tutor Sanguis, Balans, and Gilbert. Other than to guide them on their cultivation of demonic arts, he wanted to learn the precise level of their strengths. Han Chuo was rather clear about Sanguis and Balans' conditions as they cultivated solely on demonic arts. But as for Gilbert, he was a special case, as his body was refined the same way a demonic weapon was forged and his soul had been enhanced through demonic arts. Even till present, Gilbert had no stopped practicing that demonic skill which strengthens his soul. After he arrived on Elysium, he started to cultivate in the energy of darkness and had currently reached the realm of low god. Gilbert's situation was unlike Han Chuo's. Although Han Chuo cultivated in demonic arts as well as the energy of death and destruction, he had 3 separate bodies for each of the energies. Gilbert, however, had just one body. Both of those energies were combined in that one body of his. It caused his darkness divine energy to be extremely bizarre. After a moment of careful observation, Han Chuo discovered that within Gilbert's darkness divine energy, there was also a small amount of demonic yuan which Han Chuo placed in his demonic weapons. His divine soul and divine energy were also much stronger than those of a low god of darkness of the same class. Han Chuo couldn't figure out what precisely caused it. Balans, Sanguis, and Gilbert currently ranked the top 3 in Celestial Pearl in terms of strength. They were more powerful than late-stage low gods. Based on the trend they had been progressing, making more breakthrough did not seem too far away. During the 7 years, in the City of Shadows, Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had not just maintained their market dominance, they managed to occupy an even bigger chunk of the market, raking in 2 million black crystal coins for Hanchuo. The medicines that he personally refined had become an attraction for gods visiting the city. This was mostly thanks to Phoebe's promotion. Before Hanchuo left to refine the flying swords, Phoebe had asked and gotten a portion of the medicines Hanchuo personally refined. During the 7 years, she would put a few of those medicines for sale every once in a while throughout all branches of Celestial Pearl. The sales would attract big crowds at their stores, thus increasing the profits of Celestial Pearl. It was worth mentioning that Phoebe's ability in growing a business was admirable. Under her management, the business of Celestial Pearl had been rising exponentially. The talented pharmacists who were well paid produced medicines that were far superior to those of an average pharmacy. The regular medicines produced by pharmacists of Celestial Pearl were superior to those made by an average pharmacy. Therefore, even though Hanchuo had not been producing medicines during those years, the sales of Celestial Pearl managed to quash those of other pharmacies. Then, on one of those days that things were going perfectly fine, Hanchuo was invited to the Saint residence by Andre. As soon as Hanchuo arrived at the Saint residence, Carmelita, who had been forced by Wallace to cultivate during the recent times, came to welcome him. Immediately, Carmelita threw a punch at Hanchuo, saying, "You rascal, where have you been fooling around? 7 years you've been gone." There were no longer any dark pigments on her skin and her appearance was no longer frightening, but merely very average looking. For some reason, Hanchuo felt very comfortable and relaxed. He found Carmelita delighting to be around with. "I went for secluded cultivation, away from the city," explained Hanchuo smilingly. He quickly followed up with a question, "Right, what is Lord Andre looking me for?" "It's actually my father who is looking for you." "I will only tell you that it will be good for you," replied Carmelita. As she led Hanchuo into the residence, she would inquire Hanchuo on what he saw in the God Hunter's Valley. He was very interested in what happened in that operation. Aobashi and Erebus were there. "You should have learned everything from them by now. Why are you still asking me about it?" The two wouldn't speak about it clearly and left out a lot of details, as though they are trying to hide something from me, answered Carmelita in an annoyed voice. After giving it a quick thought, Hanchuo understood why both Aobashi and Erebus did not narrate their accounts clearly to Carmelita. The raid on the God Hunter's base involved 2 overgods, with one of them being the goddess of destiny. Aobashi, Erebus, and Hanchuo had been warned by Wallace and Andre not to let words spread outside their circle. As Carmelita was rather naive in thinking and straightforward in talking, they deemed her as one who couldn't hold secrets. Knowing that she would likely spill the information unintentionally, they narrated the story vaguely. Hanchuo had some idea of how things in the Saint family works. If Carmelita knew nothing about the 2 overgods even at this point, this meant that Wallace and Andre did not want her to learn of it. Therefore, after quickly weighing in his mind, Hanchuo decided he will not reveal the sensitive information to her. He lied, "I received injuries during the raid and my mind wasn't functioning well. I believe only Aobashi and Erebus knows about the details. So, sorry, but I can't help you with that." "So it turns out that you knew nothing either, how strange." Carmelita groaned lightly before she pointed at a room and said, "There, my father is inside. I won't be joining you." It was a different room than the one Aobashi, Erebus, Hanchuo, and Wallace had a discussion the last time. The hall had a solemn and grave atmosphere to it. The 4 walls were decorated with dark designs, the stone pillars had shimmering magical stones on their tops, and above their heads, an enormous, glazed magical chandelier, illuminating the hall with glorious radiance. The hall had gathered all influential figures of the City of Shadows. They were seated based on their respective statuses. One of those seated near the center was the patriarch of the House of Kinson, Caspar. Around him was his wife, Beth, his daughter Gia, and his sister, Camilla. Camilla was the chief of 4th Corps. Just like Erebus, she was a mid-stage high god of darkness. Also seated were those from the House of Kisa, their patriarch Kinloch, Rugerzi, the chief of 6th Corps, and several inner family members. From the House of Buller, their patriarch, Laurel, chief of 7th Corps, Batuk, and Tuya's heir, Tuxai. Patriarchs and members of lesser family clans were present as well. They were seated near the corners and edges of the hall. It was clear that they had lesser standing. After stepping into the hall and taking a glance, Han Shuo took no time to realize that this was a very important meeting. His mind was jolted and had no idea what he was summoned for. "Brian, over here!" Andre yelled and gestured from a distance as soon as he noticed Han Shuo standing at the entrance. Some in the hall who heard Andre's yell gathered their attention on Han Shuo. All those who had friendly relations with Han Shuo smiled and nodded at him. Even the patriarchs from the 3 major family clans nodded at Han Shuo, acknowledging his presence. Those of the 5 major family clans of the City of Shadows, except for those of the House of Lavers, were present. There were around 30 people in the hall, various lesser family clans included. Everyone present was at least somewhat influential in the City of Shadows. Answering Andre's call, Han Shuo walked over to him blankly. However, after arriving, Han Shuo looked around and noticed that there wasn't a seat or a chair beside Andre. He was rather puzzled. Everyone there was sitting but only Han Shuo was standing. This made Han Shuo felt rather awkward. Most of those present had friendly relations with Han Shuo. Those of major family clans had empty seats around them but not a single one of them invited Han Shuo to sit with them. The situation seemed unusually formal. "Elder brother, should Celestial Pearl be given a place?" asked Andre after turning his head to look at Wallace, sitting on the most esteemed seat in the hall. Wallace shot a glance at Han Shuo and nodded. In a deep voice, he said, "The Celestial Pearl shall have a place. Get him a chair." Everyone in the hall reacted by raising their eyebrows. All the patriarchs of the large family clans looked at Han Shuo with astonishment. Those of lesser family clans even started to gossip, how is he even qualified to sit there? Back then, the God Swamp Pharmacy didn't even have a chair in this hall. This youngster sure climbs to high places fast. "Congratulations, Brian," said Rugerzi in a big smile. "Congratulations," Jia too said smilingly. Those of the large family clans and acquainted with Han Shuo congratulated him one after another while those from lesser family clans wore envious faces while looking at Han Shuo with strange gazes. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he finally realized what had just happened. He turned to Wallace and bowed, saying, "Thank you, City Lord." So every family clan has seats exclusively for their own people in designated places in the hall. No wonder Rugerzi did not invite me to take the empty chair beside him. Han Shuo finally understood what Wallace meant when he said, "The Celestial Pearl shall have a place." From that moment onwards, the Celestial Pearl was no longer a mere pharmacy store, but a family clan in the City of Shadows. This meant that Han Shuo had finally climbed to the noble class in the city. "Brian, what is your full name? We need to know that to formalize your family clan," Andre asked smilingly while a few divine guards arranged a seat for Han Shuo. Han Shuo thought for a little and answered, "Brian Han." "Han? That's a strange surname." "Haha, but that's all right. I have known stranger surnames," Andre smiled and said, "Brian, from today onwards, Celestial Pearl Pharmacy will be the property of the House of Han. You can now possess divine guards under your family clan as well as your own emblem." "Many thanks." Han Shuo again expressed his gratitude. He had finally realized one of the many goals he wished to accomplish on Elysium. From that moment onwards, those who came from the profound continent will be members of his House of Han. "Take your seat," gestured Wallace. After Han Shuo took his seat, Wallace began in a deep voice, "The patriarch of the House of Lavers, Felder, has left the City of Shadows. All his family clan members had left the city before him. From today onwards, the House of Lavers shall cease to exist in this city. Although they have left, their properties and estates remain. This includes several shops, residences, as well as several forts and satellite cities previously granted upon them. These resources belong to the City of Shadows. Now that the House of Lavers has gone, someone will have to take their place in managing the estates, especially so with the forts and satellite cities which must have a ruler at all times. My House of Saint has limited manpower and has always maintained that resources in the city should be dispersed among all family clans. The reason I have invited all of you here is to discuss how to allocate these assets among yourselves. Han Chuo had learned about Felder's departure from the City of Shadows soon after he returned from refining the demonic weapon. There was no denying that Felder had made at least some contribution to the City of Shadows. However, because of Avery's outrageous acts, Felder's House of Lavers lost the trust of the House of Saint. Wallace, as an act of mercy, did nothing as Felder and his family clan withdrew from the City of Shadows. The House of Lavers used to be one of the 5 major family clans of the city. Although they were not as powerful as the House of Saint, the resources and assets they possessed were significant. After Felder left, those satellite cities, forts, estates, and shops they owned were naturally reclaimed by Wallace. All those assets cannot be left unmanaged. Therefore, for the stability of the city, Wallace summoned all the family clans in the city to distribute it among them. "We shall respect all decisions made by the city lord," exclaimed those from lesser family clans. The patriarchs of the 3 major family clan nodded silently. In the City of Shadows, the House of Saint is king. It was clear to everyone present that Wallace came with a plan, and naturally, no one will say anything that would displease the city lord. Wallace nodded and said, "Well then," turned to André and instructed, "You do the announcement." André stood up from his seat and declared smilingly, "Of the 18 stores previously owned by the House of Lavers, the houses of Kinson, Kisa, and Buller will take 6 stores, each. In addition, other than Fort Lasberg, the 3 family clans will each get 1 satellite city or fort." Following that, André pointed at a few lesser family clans. Those mentioned became excited while those who were not sighed. "Fort Lasberg and the Lavers' residence in the city will be given to the House of Han," announced André. Han Chuo was overjoyed at the unexpected good news, but those from lesser family clans shouted to protest this decision. This was because both Fort Lasberg and the Lavers' residence were big fortunes. It wasn't surprising that those people were unhappy about the big assets being handed to Han Chuo's family clan that was just formed. Although those patriarchs of the 3 major family clans were rather shocked, they did not say a thing because they viewed the empty post of the Chief of 5th Corps as an even bigger, more lucrative asset. Chapter 749, Fight for Power. GDK 749, Fight for Power. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. Fort Lasberg was the biggest fort the House of Lavers previously controlled. It was 1/7 the size of the City of Shadows. The mountains surrounding the fort were abundant in natural resources with several small-scale energy ore mines located there. It was the biggest foothold the House of Lavers possessed outside the City of Shadows. Clearly, this Fort Lasberg was much more precious compared to the territories André handed to the lesser family clans. Other than being rather far from the City of Shadows, there really was no cons about the fort. It was no wonder that those patriarchs of lesser family clans would disagree with the decision that Fort Lasberg be handed to Han Chuo. As to the Lavers' residence in the City of Shadows, it was the first place Han Chuo visited when he came to the city. Every building there was tall and reaches through the clouds. It occupied a massive area and had all the facilities one can think of. Energy towers and boundaries covered the whole area. It even housed more than a few gymnasiums. In the City of Shadows, where every inch of land costs an absurd amount of black crystal coins, a residence of that size would worth an even more absurd amount of crystal coins. Even the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy where Han Chuo currently resides cannot to the residence in terms of size. Normally speaking, without paying at least a few million black crystal coins, it was impossible to acquire the residence. Fort Lasberg and that residence in the city were the 2 biggest assets the House of Lavers had left behind. Now that those 2 juiciest assets were handed to the House of Han for nothing, it would be a wonder if the patriarchs said nothing of it. Han Shuo too did not expect that Andre and Wallace would be so generous towards him, showering him with great fortunes all so suddenly. He couldn't quite understand why they would hand him the Fort Lasberg and the former laborers' residence. Andre and Wallace did nothing as the patriarchs of the lesser family clans quarreled. But after a while, seeing that they showed no sign of settling down, Wallace lightly cleared his throat and in his deep voice, said, Brian had made a great contribution to the City of Shadows by locating the biggest God Hunters base we have ever known, allowing us to deal the God Hunters a severe blow. Mirage City and Hush Vale City know of this. Besides, the House of Han has just started out. It is not unreasonable to give them a head start. Now that Wallace has voiced his opinion, no matter how unwilling they were, those patriarchs of lesser family clans could do nothing but shut up. Their gazes towards Han Shuo were filled with jealousy. Don't be disgruntled, the House of Han will not take the residence in Fort Lasberg for nothing, Andre said to the crowd before turning to Han Shuo and smilingly demanded, Brian, you shall pay 1 million black crystal coins for those assets. No problem. Han Shuo agreed straightforwardly in a big bright smile. A mere 1 million black crystal coins will never be enough to purchase both Fort Lasberg and the Grand Residence. This was especially the case for Fort Lasberg, which was basically a city several times the size of Profound Continent. To Han Shuo, the value of the fort was simply immeasurable. In addition, with the cash cow that was Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo was in no lack of crystal coins. Candide, Emily, Phoebe, Air Mike Cotton, and the others, were all capable of managing and running a city. Han Shuo couldn't even start to imagine just how great of a benefit Fort Lasberg would bring him under their management. I will pay 5 million black crystal coins if the fort and residence are given to me, a patriarch of a lesser family clan uttered resentfully. The debate is over and the case settled. I will hear no more of it. Wallace creased his brows and declared in a commanding voice. All those patriarchs shut their mouths tight. Ahem, Andre lightly cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. He put on a faint smile and said, all right, now let's move on to the next issue. My elder brother wants the vacant post of the Chief of 5th Corps filled. All of you may nominate capable candidates for my elder brother to consider. As soon as Andre uttered those words, the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans who had revealed not a trace of emotion during all these while, suddenly had bright lights glowing from their eyes. They sat upright and still, appearing to take it very seriously. This is because for the 3, being a chief of divine guards meant power. Compared to those stores, houses, and forts which could make them crystal coins, they attach greater importance to the position which could bring them privileges and military power. Their family clans lacked neither forts nor shop lots. All those estates Andre bestowed upon them were mere specks of gold dust to their crates of treasures. To be one of the chief of divine guards of the City of Shadows meant they gained the rights to build and own an elite army of divine guards. To them, being in command of divine guards meant having true power. Although all large family clans in the City of Shadows had rights to recruit divine guards of their own, they were restricted to a small number. The House of Saint had enforced this stringent quota lest that other family clans would exceed them in the quality and quantity of divine guards possessed. On Elysium, wealth, identity, and status were won through the strength of one's family clan. The most direct measurement of a family clan's strength was in their military might, the quantity and quality of their divine guards. A family clan with 2 chiefs of divine guards would an untouchable powerhouse. Therefore, as soon as the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans heard Andre uttered Chief of 5th Corps, their eyes lit up with desire and greed. The eyes of the patriarchs of lesser family clans too were blazing brightly. Obviously, they too understood that with sufficient military power, obtaining all those shops and houses would just be a matter of time. The only thing that distinguished the House of Saint, House of Kinson, House of Lavers, House of Kisa, and House of Buller from all those lesser family clans were that the formers were in control of the city's military agencies. The House of Saint had managed to remain so far ahead of all other family clans because, other than the fact that divine guards in their family clan were powerful, the top 3 chiefs of divine guards were under the House of Saint. To the 3 major family clans, the position as the chief of 5th Corps meant a leap forward, becoming the most powerful family clan second only to the House of Saint. To the lesser family clans, the position meant they could advance to be one of the top family clans in the city. The crowd who all coveted for the post immediately turned excited after hearing that Wallace wanted someone to fill the seat. Lord Andre, if I remember correctly, the condition named for the position is to exchange it with Avery's head, right? A patriarch of a lesser family clan asked puzzlingly. Avery has disappeared for too long. The 5th Corps cannot be left unmanaged forever and someone will have to take his place, at least until someone takes his head, answered Andre. These people had been drooling for Avery's position for a long time. They began whispering to one another's ear, discussing the vacant post. Even the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans couldn't maintain their poker faces and began whispering with their clan members excitedly. Wallace cleared his throat and announced in a deep voice, "One must bear great responsibilities to be the chief of 5th Corps. The duty requires great strength and capacity. Fellow lords, name your candidates." As soon as Wallace finished those words, those in the crowd began naming trucks of people. It was like a floodgate had been opened. After a moment of observation, Han Shuo noticed that those people would only nominate members of their family clan. They showed great interest and determination to win the nomination. The hall turned boisterous with various characters being recommended. No party would yield an inch and therefore the situation turned into a stalemate. Seeing that the discussion noise only grew louder and the list of candidates named grew overly long, Wallace revealed impatience on his face and uttered in a deep voice, "The Chief of 5th Corps is a great duty. The candidates named must at least be a high god." Those words of Wallace's meant that several lesser family clans were eliminated from the race. Most of them had recommended mid-gods as it was very rare to have high gods in small family clans, although most of their patriarchs were high gods. Those of lesser family clans began nominating their respective patriarchs for the position. Han Shuo quickly counted and learned that there were 9 candidates named in total. "I think Brian could do the job well. He had demonstrated his capability and strength in raiding the God Hunters the last time. He is qualified to be a candidate." Andre named Han Shuo as a candidate the instant the congregation paused making noises. The patriarchs of the 3 major family clans raised an eyebrow and their eyes started to flicker while the patriarchs of the lesser family clans immediately turned silent. The hall turned noiseless in all of a sudden. Andre is the second in command in the House of Saint. If he said so, then doesn't that mean the House of Saint is standing behind Brian? Could this also be the wishes of Wallace? The crowd thought of this possibility and therefore turned silent. Han Shuo had long knew that Andre and Wallace had the intention of handing him the 5th Corps. However, he pretended to be astonished by Andre's words and said modestly, "You're flattering me, Lord Andre." He displayed neither inclination nor disinclination for the position. "Brian does seem suitable," Wallace suddenly said, breaking the long silence. The patriarchs of the lesser family clans felt aches at their hearts when they heard those words from Wallace. However, they did not reveal their feelings on their faces and did not voice their opinion. Although the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans were not close to Han Shuo, some members of their family clans were because of his celestial pearl pharmacy. If it were any other ordinary posts, the 3 might just go with the flow and let Han Shuo have it. However, the Chief of 5th Corps was no ordinary post. Even if they had good relations with Celestial Pearl, there was no way they would readily yield. The patriarchs of the 3 family clans remained silent but their eyes flickered indecisively. Although they did not utter a word, they had clearly shown their disagreement. Wallace clearly took heed to the 3 major patriarchs. Seeing that they wouldn't utter a word, he took the initiative to ask for their opinion. "What do you think about Brian?" The 3 exchanged glances. After a moment of hesitation, Kinloch of the House of Kisa answered, "Brian is rather young and isn't too familiar with the situation around the City of Shadows. He has just formed a family clan and hasn't demonstrated his capability for certain. Isn't taking over the 5th Corps too big of a leap? After Kinloch, the other two patriarchs nodded, saying that Brian was great but still lacked experience. There was no way that the three would easily give up a post as significant as this without a fight. "Ah, I see," muttered Wallace. He then turned to the patriarchs of lesser family clans and asked, "What do you think?" Naturally, they all agreed with Kinloch's view. Seeing that the majority in the room was opposed to the idea, Wallace couldn't plainly favor Han Chuo's appointment. He kept silent for a moment before he suddenly proposed, "All right, how about this, let's forget the thing about Avery. There is this thorny problem currently in my hand. I have received intel that an enormous energy crystal deposit was discovered near Fort Lasberg. The deposit isn't in the border of any city and various forces are gathering there. I too have sent some men but have received no news of them even till now, which meant they likely have perished. Whoever could locate the energy crystal deposit, establish our city's presence, and take control of the deposit for our city, will be the new chief of 5th Corps." Fair enough. None of the crowd disagreed. The patriarchs of the three major family clans were the firsts to nod their heads. Their family clans had stood proud in the City of Shadows for countless years and held an advantage over other family clans in various aspects. This challenge was a competition of resources. They obviously considered themselves to hold an enormous advantage and therefore immediately agreed to the challenge. Those of lesser family clans, seeing that the three had agreed, knew that the matter was basically decided and their opposition would be futile. Therefore, they too nodded and agreed to it. "Very well. Then it is decided," declared Wallace. "I will send men to observe. I hope that you will not utilize the manpower of your family clan, especially you major ones. Every competitor may bring a maximum of 10 men with them. And other than the competitor himself, there cannot be any high god in the party. Anyone who broke those rules will be disqualified." The three patriarchs flattened their lips after hearing those conditions listed by Wallace, but they did not speak a word. They thought that divine guards of their own family clans were the real elites. Even though they were limited to bringing a force of merely 10 people, they could utilize the tremendous power of their family clans to scout out ahead before departure. One final reminder, killing those on our side is strictly prohibited. Should you violate this rule, you know the consequences. Wallace then gestured and announced, "That's all for today. You are all dismissed." The crowd stood up from their seats, saluted Wallace and Andre and left the hall. Just as Han Chuo was getting ready to leave, Andre lightly cleared his throat and said, "Brian, we need to discuss about the payment of 1,000,000 black crystal coins." Han Chuo nodded smilingly. He knew Andre would have something for him. Those patriarchs who were leaving knew that Han Chuo had deep relations with the House of Saint. They silently cursed and grumbled but no one dared to say a thing. Soon enough, the hall was evacuated. Wallace got up, nodded at Han Chuo, and said in a faint smile, "Although I have a mind to let you take the 5th Corps, the resistance is just too great. Therefore, in the end, getting the position still comes down to your own capability." After taking a short pause, Wallace went over and patted on Han Chuo's shoulder in a very friendly manner. He continued, "Work hard, the City of Shadows will reward you well." Wallace then nodded at Andre and left. After Wallace was gone, Andre put on a faint smile and said, "My elder brother believes that only those who survived cruel competition should rise to top positions. Your performance last time at the raid on God Hunters have earned you Fort Lasberg and the Laver's residence. As to whether or not you could take the 5th Corps, it will be your effort and capability that decides. Lord Andre, you did not ask me to stay just to tell me these, right?" Han Chuo said smilingly. "Haha, correct, indeed." Andre laughed out loud before tipping Han Chuo off. "Erebus is currently at Fort Lasberg. I have asked him to pay attention to the matter long ago. Go there and have a chat with Erebus. I believe he will tell you the latest information he gathered. Nothing is ever truly fair in the world." Andre was clearly helping Han Chuo, giving him an unfair advantage by telling him a lead to follow. Given the fact that Han Shuo had previously saved Erebus' life, he would definitely share all the information he gathered with Han Shuo without the slightest hesitation. If Han Shuo asked, he might even lend Han Shuo his elite troops at the Third Corps. I knew Lord Andre would have gifts for me in asking me to stay. Han Shuo said laughingly. All right. We House of Saint is lucky that you have come to the City of Shadows. With the Goddess of Destiny having such a great impression of you, perhaps someday in the future, our House of Saint would benefit from being associated with you, said Andre jokingly. He then patted on Han Shuo's shoulder and said in a friendly manner, you know, that 1 million black crystal coins are to stuff the mouths of some in my saint family. I believe Phoebe can take care of it for you. After a short pause, Andre praised, youngster, you really are a lucky one. Your Phoebe is really good at running a business. I believe that Fort Lasberg will do fine under your family clan's management. Okay, I know what to do next. Han Shuo replied smilingly and left the saint residence. For all those years, Phoebe had always delivered Carmelita's share of the Celestial Pearl's profits on time. As Celestial Pearl grew more and more prosperous with each passing day under her management, Carmelita's dividend grew more and more. This made the House of Saint very pleased. They even began to admire Han Shuo for his ability in recognizing talents. Upon returning to Celestial Pearl, Han Shuo gathered everyone and shared the great news with them. They were all incredibly excited to learn that the House of Han was officially formed in the City of Shadows. Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, Lisa, Jasper, and a long list of ladies were eager to move into the luxurious residential complex. Go ahead, Han Shuo delegated the relocation task to them. He then instructed Phoebe, withdraw 1 million black crystal coins and deliver them to the House of Saint. Then, he pointed at Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert, and said, 3 of you, come with me. Chapter 750, Don't Make It Too Bloody. GDK 750, Don't Make It Too Bloody. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert were currently the strongest in Celestial Pearl after Han Shuo. Of the 3, Bollins had been working in the Third Courts and were therefore the most experienced. Although Sanguis was the strongest among the 3, he lacked real-life experiences and need to be further tempered. Gilbert and Han Shuo could communicate via telepathy, which could be useful in certain situations. Han Shuo decided that rather than bringing a ton of people for the mission, he would just take the very best few with him. Han Shuo had delegated all other tasks to his family clan members. He believed that the Celestial Pearl will do just fine while he was away and that they would move into the former Laver's residence soon. Fort Lasberg was located near the edge of the city's influence and rather close to Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. If one were to head north from Fort Lasberg, after crossing vast oceans and expansive mountain ranges, one would set foot into the Destruction Dominion. Of the numerous forts under the city's influence, Fort Lasberg was the biggest in size and had some of the most abundant natural resources in the surrounding. Other than being a little far from the city, Han Shuo couldn't find any flaws to complain about. After half a month, Han Shuo, Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert arrived at Fort Lasberg. As the official documents had yet been issued, Fort Lasberg was not yet the House of Hands. Erebus men were in charge of running the fort for the time being. Han Shuo did not immediately look for Erebus after arriving. Instead, he went strolling around the fort with his 3 apprentices. Fort Lasberg currently housed approximately 5,000 in population, with most of them being base gods. Low gods and mid gods were also present, but high gods were rarely seen. The Elysium was vast and large number of gods live there, and yet, they lose to mortals when it comes to population size and density. Although Fort Lasberg was larger than the territories of Lancelot Empire, it housed merely around 5,000 gods compared to at least several tens of millions of mortals living on Profound Continent. The situation of most cities on Elysium were similar to that of Fort Lasberg. They never live as densely as the mortals on low-level material planes. Even the City of Shadows housed just tens of thousands of people. It was said that the most populated city on Elysium had 200 to 300,000 gods, a number that pales in comparison to cities of mortals. After strolling around Fort Lasberg and learning its condition, Han Shuo and his apprentices finally headed to Erebus' temporary residence at the center of the fort. The residence, as with the fort, originally belonged to the House of Lavers. The buildings were tall and massive. It was many hectares in size and occupied more land than the Lavers' residence in the city, as the land price here was cheaper, not to mention the lower population. Although this residence of the Lavers occupied a larger tract of land than that in the city, it was far behind in terms of facilities and decorations. There were no energy towers and boundary towers covering every space, nor were there sophisticated boundaries that protects the gymnasiums from intense bursts of energy. The interior of the buildings were not sumptuously decorated but rather minimalistic in style. Erebus was abnormally delighted by Han Shuo's arrival. He led the four into the biggest room of the residence before he said smilingly, "The city lord have bestowed Fort Lasberg to your house of Han. You, Brian, is the real host and master of this residence. I'm just a visitor who is staying here for a few days. My house of Han have yet to receive the official documents. Until then, Fort Lasberg is under your command," replied Han Shuo smilingly. "Ballins, now that Brian has returned, are you really going to leave the Third Corps?" Erebus asked after turning to Ballins smilingly. Before Han Shuo left to refine his demonic weapon, he had arranged Ballins to work under Erebus. Unlike Mike Cotton and Stratholm the old monster, Ballins' strength would improve the more he kills. Butchering a god would cause his killing intent to condense into substance, forming an energy similar to demonic yuan and divine energy, allowing his strength to soar. Ballins was an infamous assassin back on the profound continent he originated. He was a professional in the art of murdering and had assisted Erebus in eliminating countless enemies during his service in the Third Corps. He was such a good helper that even Erebus felt somewhat reluctant about Ballins leaving the Third Corps. Ballins wore an emotionless expression and nodded. He said, "It is my senior who taught me every skill I know and asked me to work at Third Corps. Now that he has returned, I must leave the Third Corps and go back to him." "Brian, why are you always so lucky?" Erebus said enviously. "You know, I have the Goddess of Destiny's blessing. Legend has it that the Goddess of Destiny controls the fate of others." From Aobashi and Erebus' account, Han Shuo had certainly won the favor of the goddess. Therefore, these words Han Shuo said was half joking and half true. "All right, let's get to business. I know your objective in coming here, as Lord André has previously told me a thing or two. I have been paying attention to a mountain relatively far from Fort Lasberg and my men had went to scout it. I did get some useful information from it." Erebus' face turned solemn and said in a deep voice, "The mountain doesn't belong to any city. It is between Hush Vale City and Dark Soul City. The incident began when a few divine guards of our city here say that an enormous energy crystal deposit was discovered in that area. André then sent his men to scout out for information, but they have not returned any news even till now. They have probably met their demises. It was then that André informed me about it. As I happened to be around the area, I dispatched a small squadron for scouting. Based on the news that came back, an enormous energy crystal deposit is definitely present. Other than that, did you find any useful information?" Han Shuo smiled mischievously as he said, "You should know the city lord's intention. I must take over the crystal deposit in order to take the Fifth Corps. The three major family clans must have started exercising their power and resources, which surpasses mine. If you don't have sufficient information for me, I doubt I could find it before they do. I have confirmed the exact location. Other than forces from our City of Shadows, there are divine guards from Hush Vale City and Dark Soul City. I'm sure that by then, conflicts are unavoidable. Be mentally prepared." Erebus thought for a moment and continued, "You shall learn the details of the situation from Anato. Just get in touch with him when you are there." "How do I contact him?" asked Han Shuo. "That, you don't have to worry, Ballins should know how." Erebus put on a smile and said, although you two have worked at our third corps, you haven't spent much time with us. Balans, however, have learned our ins and outs. He did actual labor here, rather than just tagging along for the credits like a certain rascal. Han Shuo turned to Balans and saw that he nodded. Balans indeed knew how Third Corps agents communicate on the field. Well then, I shall get moving. Hopefully I'll be the first to be there. After obtaining useful information from Erebus, Han Shuo decided not to stay longer than necessary and quickly depart for his destination. Erebus knew that the sooner Han Shuo get there, the better. Therefore he did not ask him to stay and said smilingly, "Good luck on the journey. Hope you will come back with good news." "The Fifth Corps will be mine when I return," said Han Shuo laughingly. His relationship with Erebus was deep and therefore he wasn't scrupulous in speech. After mastering the Avicii god's laying sword formation with his 17 flying swords, Han Shuo had sufficient confidence in his strength. Han Shuo believed that he could take over the crystal deposit successfully if they do not run into any mishap. "Master, what are we going to do?" Gilbert asked after they left Fort Lasberg with Han Shuo. "That depends on the situation there, but our end goal is to take over the crystal deposit. Energy crystals are some good stuff. They are universally in demand in very city with gods," replied Han Shuo. After traveling around Fort Lasberg, Han Shuo discovered that although the fort was great at producing all kinds of ores, there were plenty of room to improve in terms of defenses. He found that the number of energy towers and boundary towers available to be deficient. In order to upgrade the defenses, Han Shuo would need a large amount of energy crystals. Occupying this enormous energy crystal deposit that had yet to be claimed by anyone will be useful to serve the purpose. The party of 4 traveled for 5 days and in the evening, arrived at the mountain Erebus pointed them. Immediately, Han Shuo deployed his demon generals. He noticed that there were many gods in the mountain. Balans discovered several unique symbols on a few big trees soon after arrival. He thought about it for a moment before going to Han Shuo and said respectfully, "Senior, come with me." Han Shuo knew that Balans had discovered Anato's message and followed Balans along with Sanguis and Gilbert. In one of the caves in the mountain, Han Shuo saw Anato. A small squadron of divine guards was usually 10 men strong. However, Han Shuo saw just 3 people beside Anato who looked dispirited. His clothing was dirty and torn. There was also some blood stains on his chest. They seemed to have suffered great losses. Sadness disappeared from Anato's face when Balans came into his view. Then, when he saw that Han Shuo too had come, his face lit up with delight. He even exclaimed, "Lord Brian has come." The 3 divine guards beside Anato knew Han Shuo's name. Dispiritment lifted from their hearts and gladness appeared on their faces. "Anato, what happened? You seem to have been severely injured." Han Shuo asked puzzlingly with his brows bunched. "It's those from Hush Vale City and Dark Soul City. 6 of our comrades were killed," Anato said angrily. "The most abominable of them is that guy called Eugene, who partnered with our city to raid the god hunters. Unexpectedly, he would lay such vicious blows against us just to get his hands on the deposit," a divine guard named Dako said furiously. Han Shuo had seen him around Erebus when they went to assault the god hunters' base. Eugene. Han Shuo was stunned for a moment, but a cold grin soon appeared on his face. How unexpected, an acquaintance. Eugene had been mocking and ridiculing Han Shuo throughout the raid of god hunters. He was prejudiced against Han Shuo because of his close friendship with the owner of Celestial Pearl, Hasling. Han Shuo did not expect that he would lay his deadly hand on divine guards from the City of Shadows. City of Gorging Clouds, Dark Wada City, Dark Stone City, Mirage City, Dark Soul City, City of Shadows, and Hush Vale City were the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion, ranked from the most powerful to the weakest. Although all 7 cities served the Overgod of Darkness, they were independent from one another. There existed competition and minor frictions with each other. Although there had never been any all-out war between the cities, minor clashes had never ceased between them. The 7 cities bordered each other, and therefore it was common that some conflicts would arise in territorial claims. It was common for a few divine guards to perish. The 7 city lords were all fine with such minor conflicts and insignificant casualties. After all, the clashes between smaller family clans in opposing cities were much worse, where massacre of an entire family clan was often the outcome. All 3 overgods of the death, darkness, and destruction dominions considered benign competitions as helpful in promoting their servants' fighting power. As long as the conflicts doesn't jeopardize the stability of their dominions, they would just ignore them and let them be. It was only when major conflicts that could severely impact the overall strength of the dominion arises that the overgod would step in. Conflicts due to claims of natural resources were common occurrences in the Darkness Dominion. Wallace, who had dispatched Han Chuo for the task, wouldn't care less what Han Chuo did. All he cared was that in the end, Han Chuo wields control over the deposit. "Tell me the whole story," asked Han Chuo in a deep voice. "Eugene and his divine guards are also here. There are many deposits on this mountain. We claimed a relatively big deposit in the name of Lord Erebus. But before we could extract the ores, Eugene came and asserted that they had discovered the deposit first, demanding that we leave. When we wouldn't, they attacked us. We lost 3 of our comrades to them," Anato said angrily. "Eugene must still be holding grudges at Erebus for being impolite to him and therefore took advantage of the situation to vent it on us," remarked Deco. He had seen the friction between Erebus and Eugene during the raid on God Hunters. As Aobashi and Blightsore were there, Eugene had no choice but to hold grudges in silence. He dared not to clash against Erebus. But the situation now was different. As Wallace made the task of occupying the deposit as a competition to decide the new chief of 5th Corps, Erebus did not come over in person. With Erebus absent, Eugene had no qualms about attacking Erebus divine guards. "Which deposit is Eugene at? Show us the way," Han Chuo said calmly after learning the whole story. "Lord Brian, Eugene have brought around 50 divine guards with him." "Isn't our forces a little too small?" replied the startled Anato. "I have reported the situation to Lord Erebus. We were instructed not to do anything rashly and to wait until other competitors from our city arrives before attacking Eugene." "Nope, just the few of us is enough," Han Chuo said proudly. If he was to wait for other competitors to join him, even if they then managed to take down the deposit, disputes would arise when it came time to divide the spoils. It was in Han Chuo's best interest not to let any of his competitors lay any claim on the deposit. "What are you being so wordy about? Just do whatever my master asked and cut the crap," yelled Gilbert bluntly. "Anato, lead the way," said Bollins in a menacing voice. He was giving off a murderous air. After having worked in the 3rd Corps for 7 years, Bollins had developed friendships with many of his comrades. Eugene's deeds of killing his former comrades had enraged him. Bollins had killed many divine guards from other cities and possessed extremely intense killing intent. After practicing demonic arts, he grew more and more murderous and bloodthirsty. Other than Han Chuo, absolutely no one could keep him in control. Anato was well acquainted with Bollins and knew that this old fellow is cold-blooded, bloodthirsty madman. He was somewhat terrified at Bollins and replied in a trembling voice, "All right then. But you need to be careful. Eugene, our opponent, is a high god." "Eugene is nothing against my master," remarked Sanguis coldly. Sanguis, like Han Chuo's apprentices and women, held blind faith towards Han Chuo. They believed that there is nothing he cannot do. Although Sanguis had never met or know Eugene, he was confident that Eugene would lose against Han Chuo. Bollins and Gilbert both nodded their heads at Sanguis' remark, agreeing with his words. "Well then, come with me," said Anato. For whatever reason, when Sanguis shot a glare at him, Anato felt an even greater pressure than from Bollins. In his eyes, Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert were all ferocious, ruthless characters. As Anato had never seen the fierce side of Han Chuo, he couldn't understand how Han Chuo, someone who always wear a smile and polite toward others, could keep the 3 monsters in check. Soon enough, with Anato leading, the party arrived at an enormous cave. A divine guard who worked under Eugene guarding the cave entrance smiled sinisterly and asked, "You still have the guts to come back? Do you think that Lord Eugene was too merciful in not killing all of you the last time?" "Haha, they have come back to die," another divine guard said laughingly. They obviously did not take any of those comers as a threat. Anato turned to look at Han Chuo as though pleading for help as he said, "Lord Brian. Oh no, you have brought in backup." "Haha," the divine guard exclaimed in a ridiculing manner as though he had not noticed Han Chuo until Anato spoke. "Senior, shall I?" Had it been before, Balans would have charged ahead long ago. But now that Han Chuo was with him, he will ask Han Chuo for instructions. He dare being disrespectful to Erebus and even Wallace the city lord. However, he will never be rude towards Han Chuo or go against his wishes as he knew that everything he had was bestowed upon him by Han Chuo. Han Chuo still wore a warm and calm smile on his face as he nodded at Balans. He said, "Go ahead, but don't make it too bloody." Chapter 751, You are no match against us. GDK 751, You are no match against us. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Balans had been waiting for those words. As soon as Han Chuo's voice fell, Balans charged forward murderously. Killing intent spread around his body before condensing into substances and shot towards the two divine guards standing at the cave entrance. The two who intend to further mock Anato and his teammates were dumbstruck. Balan's killing intent was so terrifying that they found it difficult to breathe. Even the divine energy in their bodies was affected, they were unable to raise more than half their usual strengths. Shi-ying. A slender and fine sword all flashed, but the two divine guards remained frozen in their terrified postures. They were still staring foolishly at Han Chuo and his party. But a few seconds after, thuds were heard. Their cleanly cut chunks of flesh slowly slid apart before falling onto the ground. The nose-assailing scent of blood started spreading in every direction. Their flesh, intestines, and organs decorated the floor as their blood crept everywhere. It was an inhuman scene. Balans, as he looked at the severed bodies, put on a faint smile of satisfaction. It was as though he very much enjoyed murdering and the bloody scene. As Balans cultivated in God-slaying devil path, the further he advanced into the demonic art, the more extreme he would become. He would gain a perverted obsession with killing people. Once he sprung into action, he cannot stop until someone dies to his hand, usually in a gory manner. It was for this reason that Han Chuo asked him not to make it too bloody. Anato, Deko, and two other divine guards of the Third Corps felt chills up their spines when they saw that Balans, who usually do not display any emotion, put on a satisfied smile when he stood in the pool of minced meat. They thought, lunatic, truly a lunatic. I must not offend this guy by all means. Han Chuo wrinkled his brows and asked, "Didn't I ask you not to make it too bloody?" The smile on Balan's face turned bitter. He bowed at Han Chuo and explained, "I'm sorry, senior, but I have tried my best." Han Chuo waved his hand and took a few steps backward. He said, "Never mind. We will just wait for them to come out." Given how intense the reeking of blood was at the cave entrance, those inside the cave will surely be alerted by the scent. Han Chuo planned on drawing the battlefield outside the cave as it was rather tight in the cave and therefore less suitable for fierce fights. The scent of blood wafted through the air. Soon enough, a few divine guards of Eugene came to scout the situation. They nearly puked when they saw the bloody scene painted using the intestines of their comrades. Upon seeing Anato and the gang who were standing outside, they shouted loudly to alert the others. The tips of Balan's lips curled to make a sinister, murderous grin. He raised the long sword in his hand, ready to take more lives. "Wait. Wait until they are all here," instructed Han Chuo. "Yes, senior," replied Balans respectfully. He stood motionless but stared at those divine guards with ferocious eyes. He looked like a beast, wanting to kill them and eat their eyes for jujubes. More and more divine guards rushed out from the cave. They could tell from the blood-stained armors that those deceased were their teammates. Those people did not seem well after witnessing the inhuman scene at the cave entrance. A few of the divine guards turned pale and nearly puked. The most important character usually enters the scene last. After all his divine guards had stepped out of the cave, Eugene of Hushvale finally stepped into appearance, revealing his chilling face. His gazes turned even gloomier after he saw the chopped human meat. "You must be here to die. Dotard, it is you who will die. You must be tired of living to steal from my master. But that's okay, because we will be ending your jaded old life." Gilbert shouted abusive words at Eugene without restraint. "Look, fuckface, you still have any sense left, cut your own throat. Don't make me waste my precious energy to kill you." Han Shuo was rather surprised at how fluently Gilbert had said those malicious words. It appeared that even getting killed once wasn't enough to change Gilbert's nature. In fact, Gilbert seemed to have advanced in the art of cursing. At least those words were new to Han Shuo's ears. Gilbert continued to bombard Eugene with curse words. When Eugene's head was flushed, Gilbert said satisfaction, "Tisk tisk, look at that fuck face. Yuck. I would at least wear a mask outside if I were you. No wait, I would be too ashamed to face anyone." "Kill that fucking clown," shouted Eugene loudly. He could no longer bear it. Eugene had originally intended to use diplomacy before violence. But who knew that Gilbert would greet him with such harsh and malicious words without ending? The enraged Eugene simply could not proceed with any peaceful discussion until Gilbert is dead. A few divine guards immediately flew out from behind Eugene. They had long been wanting to end Gilbert, especially when they discovered that Gilbert was merely at early-stage low-god realm. Such an unbridled, brassy low-god ought to be taught a lesson. Hee, what a bunch of dimwits. Gilbert laughed maniacally. When the first mid-god got beside Gilbert, he threw a punch while howling with laughter. His arm appeared pitch dark. The veins on his arms looked as though bizarre, tiny dark snakes, causing his arm to look violently beautiful. Pow! The early-stage mid-god who charged at Gilbert was sent flying backward along with the divine weapon in his hand. This divine guard who had gravely underestimated Gilbert sustained serious injuries before he could even display his power. Sanguis' blood-red eyes gave a flash of bright radiance as he stared at the injured divine guard in the eyes. He felt as though some kind of energy had entered his body from Sanguis' eyes. At the next instant, he was shocked to discover that the blood in his body was out of his control. He was bleeding from his ears, eyes, nostrils, mouth, penis, and anus. Ah, that mid-god was bleeding from every orifice of his body. The feeling of slowly inching towards death made him scream and shout in fear. Sanguis' red eyes started glowing bright red as he put on a faint smile. The other divine guards charging at Gilbert were shocked and they retreated in panic. At this moment, wearing a face full of savagery and thirst for blood, Balin suddenly drew out his sword filled with a murderous aura. The sword he wielded was refined by Han Shuo and it glistened with chilling radiance. It flew towards those divine guards retreating in fear, piercing bloody holes on their armor-clad chests. What is going on? What is happening? My blood is leaving my body. The mid-god injured by Gilbert was still shrieking in fear, but his voice was growing weaker while his face was turning pale. With the crowd watching attentively, the mid-god's body slowly shriveled. He spasmed for a few moments before all the blood and water was drained from his body. He turned into a lifeless, dried body. Anato and his divine guards who originally intended to assist Gilbert in resisting the enemies had been staring blankly and dumbfounded. They had a clear understanding of Balin's strength but not Gilbert's and Sanguis, as they had never left Celestial Pearl before this. They had no idea that the two would be so shocking. Gilbert, an early-stage low god, had severely injured his opponent a class above with just one punch. Sanguis, meanwhile, made the mid-god bleed uncontrollably just by looking at him. They had never expected to see anything like that happen and were thoroughly intimidated by the two. Monsters. All those from Celestial Pearl are monsters, thought Anato and his men. They weren't the only ones who were astonished. All the divine guards led by Eugene were flabbergasted. Eugene's expression turned uglier. He did not expect Han Shuo to have such strange subordinates and had not an inkling about the energies Sanguis and Balans cultivated in. Although he knew that Gilbert cultivated in the energy of darkness, he couldn't understand how he could severely injure his divine guard with just one punch. Get the fuck out of this cave. From today onwards, everything here belongs to the House of Han of the City of Shadows. Gilbert started acting complacent yet again. He waved his middle finger at Eugene and said disdainfully, "You are no match against us." "Kill this goddamn jackanapes," roared the enraged Eugene. "Team 2 and 3, attack! I will bear all the consequences." Those divine guards behind Eugene had wanted to finish Gilbert long ago. A large group of divine guards charged ahead at Eugene's command. They signaled each other with their eyes and decided to divide themselves into 3 groups of 10, each for Gilbert, Balans, and Sanguis. Han Shuo gained a clear understanding of his 3 apprentices' strengths from the observation made just then. Of the 3, Sanguis was the strongest and had approximately mid-stage mid-god strength. Balans and Gilbert were slightly weaker. They should possess early-stage mid-god strengths. Han Shuo was confident that the 3 could easily defeat opponents of the same class in a 1 versus 1 battle. But against 10 divine guards at once, their lives would be in danger. After all the divine guards under Eugene were mid-gods. Sanguis, Balans, and Gilbert wore solemn faces, but Han Shuo cracked a grin. With one thought, the 17 flying swords flew out from his body. The flying swords, traveling at extreme speeds, whizzed and made a circle. Miserable shrieks suddenly started playing. Bodies then started to rain from the air. When they fell to the ground, they would shatter into pieces, like balloons filled using blood and watery flesh. Shortly after, all the bodies melted into bloody water. Not a chunk of bone or flesh remained. The 30 elite divine guards that had gone to conquests with Eugene for countless years were reduced into nothing but a puddle of watery blood, slowly flowing into the ground. Anato and his men couldn't understand why Sanguis, Balans, and Gilbert, these 3 fiends, were so obedient towards Han Shuo. But after witnessing the scene, it became clear to them. The Han Shuo at this moment still wore a gentle smile on his face. However, to Anato and his men, this smile seemed to carry a hint of malevolence and savagery. "Eugene, take your men and get lost. Leave behind all the energy ores you have extracted. From today onwards, everything in this mountain belongs to my House of Han," said Han Shuo unruffledly as he smiled at Eugene. "You killed 30 of my men? How dare you?" shrieked Eugene. He was shivering in rage after seeing that the elites he took great effort to nurture had been reduced into nothing. Han Shuo shook his head and sighed. He murmured, "What an untactful person. Well, the hard way it is." As soon as Han Shuo finished those words, the 17 flying swords that were hovering in midair flew towards the remaining divine guards. After much whooshings and shrieks, all of Eugene's divine guards were killed and turned into puddles of watery blood. Cauldron spirit suddenly flew out from Han Shuo's body. It flew in circles above the scene of massacre, collecting those divine souls before they dissipate between heaven and earth. You. Eugene pointed at Han Shuo with trembling hand and shouted as though he had lost his mind, "I will finish you." The 17 flying swords immediately flew towards Eugene. The smile on Han Shuo's face gradually turned cold as he closed his eyes. With his consciousness, he started deploying the Avasai God's laying sword formation. The 17 flying swords formed abstruse patterns in the air. Chilling, fierce winds started blowing in their center as killing intense soared. It was as though he had been condemned to hell. Eugene was a mid-stage high god expert. Against such a powerful expert, Han Shuo had to utilize the Avasai God's laying sword formation. Han Shuo operated the formation using his consciousness, weaving sword radiances that disrupt Eugene's domain of divinity, not allowing him to utilize much of the elemental energy around him. Back then, Han Shuo was informed by Cauldron Spirit that he could butcher an early-stage high god using Avasai God's laying sword formation without using Cauldron Spirit's energy. After having done a live trial of the sword formation, Han Shuo confirmed that it was indeed true. However, Eugene was a mid-stage high god. Although he couldn't make a counter-attack inside the Avasai God's laying sword formation, it appeared that he could resist its power for quite a while. Cauldron Spirit, return. Han Shuo doesn't want to waste much time or effort on Eugene. With one thought, Cauldron Spirit, that had collected all the divine souls, returned to Han Shuo's body. The energy of demon generals flooded Han Shuo's body in an instant. It was then that the first form of the sword formation, Ceaseless Pain, can be activated. As soon as Ceaseless Pain was activated, the crisscrossing sword radiances turned into substance, the chilling wind grew 10 times fiercer. Streaks of bizarre energies raged in the sword formation, destroying the layer of defenses Eugene put up. Then, a loud, miserable shriek sounded. Eugene shattered with his flesh sent flying in every direction. A high god soul! Haha, wonderful, I can finally refine a demon general of the highest grade, cheered Cauldron Spirit. It flew out from Han Shuo's body excitedly and pounced on Eugene's high god soul. Chapter 752, Sorry, you shouted late. GDK 752, Sorry, you shouted late. Please continue reading on, Ox. Vel. M. The entire party from Hush Vale City led by Eugene was butchered by Han Shuo. Not one survived. The air at the cave entrance was filled with the reeking scent of blood. Cauldron Spirit circled in the air, collected Eugene's mid-stage high god soul. Not just Eugene's, even the divine souls of those perished divine guards were drawn by Cauldron Spirit and sucked into the cauldron of myriad demon. According to Cauldron Spirit, the highest grade spirit demon must be made using a high god soul. Spirit demon of that grade was more powerful than any demon generals and could provide Cauldron Spirit with more power. Ever since the exalted demon lord's annihilation, the cauldron of myriad demon had produced not a single of this demon general of the highest class. Now that Eugene's divine soul was captured, there will finally be a spirit demon in the Caudatron again. Eugene and his army were reduced into puddles of blood in just a few moments. Other than watery blood, the ground was also stained with severed bodies that Balans made. It was a horrendous scene. Anato, Deko, and 2 other divine guards from the Third Corps were overwhelmed with shock. Their brains had short-circuited. Anato, other than Eugene, didn't you say you ran into hostile forces from Dark Soul City? What are you waiting for? Show us the way, instructed Balans. It was only at this moment that Anato seemed to come to his senses. He seemed frightened and alarmed as he asked Han Shuo, Lord Brian, did you just kill Eugene? Is there any problem? Replied Han Shuo calmly after putting on a bright smile. Lord Brian, although there is a constant battle between the 7 cities of the Darkness Dominion, the chiefs of Divine Guards would almost always be spared. If a chief of Divine Guards dies, the matter will escalate to a big issue. Eugene was one of the chiefs of Divine Guards from Hush Vale City. Now that he had perished here, the city lord of Hush Vale City will surely get involved, replied Anato anxiously. Although the cities had never ceased their hidden battles with each other, their chiefs of Divine Guards were highly regarded and were given immunity. It was extremely rare that a chief of Divine Guards is killed. Chiefs of Divine Guards were the pillars of strength of a city and highly regarded by their city lords. The death of a Divine Guard chief would anger them and perhaps even escalate to an all-out war between 2 cities. Anato was frightened because he thought of the grave consequences of Eugene's death. Ah, it's no bother. I will justify myself to the city lord personally. Han Shuo, however, did not view it as a big issue. He smilingly said, Let's go Anato, time to kick the asses of those from Dark Spirit City. Anato's heart trembled in fear at Han Shuo's reply. He had a flashback of the time he first met Han Shuo in the City of Shadows, of the horrible attitude he shown towards Han Shuo. A shiver travelled up his spine when he thought of it. He thought, luckily I ended up becoming friends with him. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't even know how I'd die. He concealed his strength so well and appeared benign. But when he erupts, it would be a massacre. This guy is truly a ruthless, vicious person. Come with me, my lord. Those from Dark Soul City also has a chief of divine guards. He killed 2 of our comrades. Daiko was much bolder than Anato and showed the way for Hanchuo. As they traveled, Daiko explained to Hanchuo that those from Dark Soul City was actually the first to arrive at the mountain. They did not want anyone else to get close to the mountain. Those from Dark Soul City discovered Anato's men probing around in the mountain and were killed. It was after that Eugene with his men from Hush Vale City arrived at the mountain. However, this time, the 2 forces did not clash with each other as they saw that their strengths were around the same. The forces of Dark Soul City decided to compromise. They occupied some of the largest deposits and left the remaining deposits unguarded, allowing Eugene and his men to take those deposits. This force from Dark Soul City was led by a divine guard chief named Jirofi. He had the same strength as Eugene, a mid-stage high god. He cultivated in the energy of destruction. With Daiko leading the way, the party soon arrived near the center of the mountain. There were caves entrances all around them. Every entrance was guarded by a few divine guards from Dark Soul City. Lord Brian, Jirofi of Dark Soul City should be there at the largest cave. Upon arrival, Daiko said to Hanchuo as he pointed at a cave. Our Dark Soul City have claimed these deposits for ourselves. Go to other deposits, do not make us attack, warned a divine guard from Dark Soul City as he looked on coldly at Hanchuo and his party. He was very arrogant in attitude. Balans, Sanguis, kill a few of them, show them who's boss. Instead of wasting words, Hanchuo instructed Balans and Sanguis to begin killing. By murdering, Balans could increase his killing intent, Sanguis could gain energy from the blood of their enemies, while Hanchuo could reap more divine souls. Killing others would only benefit the 3 demonic arts cultivators. After all, it was those from Dark Soul City who made the first strike against those men from the 3rd Corps. Hanchuo saw no reason to avoid violence. As soon as Hanchuo finished his words, Balans and Sanguis pounced on the 2 divine guards of Dark Soul City at a cave entrance. Sanguis drew out a string of blood from his palm as he stared at the divine guards with his blood-red eyes. Immediately when their gazes met, the 2 divine guards felt that blood in their body was boiling. Balans arrived beside them at this moment. The slender long sword in his hand gave off a bright flash before going crisscross on the divine guards. Chock chock! They were dismembered. Their bodies now cut into chunks fell on the ground and spurted blood in every direction. Before those divine guards at other cave entrances could provide aid, the tragedy had happened. They immediately shrieking in loud and high-pitched voices, signaling distress signals to Jirofi. They had witnessed just how terrifying Balans and Sanguis were and noticed that Hanchuo, the duo's leader, had not made a move. They dared not to be reckless and were on high alert, cautiously watching Sanguis and Balans as they called for their boss. A moment later, 37 divine guards including their chief Jirofi hastily flew out from the caves. Their clothes and armor were smeared dark. It appeared that they had been busy excavating energy crystals. As soon as he rushed to the scene, Jirofi yelled, "What's the matter?" When he saw the warm fresh blood under his feet, his face turned dark and seemed enraged. Jirofi had a plump figure. His pair of eyes glistened with sinister and scheming light. At this moment, his fierce gazes had turned to stare fixedly at the calm and unruffled Hanchuo standing at the center. From today onwards, this mountain and its deposits belongs to the City of Shadows House of Han. Gilbert announced after bravely stepped forward. He cast Jirofi an arrogant glance and continued, "Eugene had been killed by my master as he was not tactful. If you do not want to follow his path, drop everything and leave now." House of Han. Jirofi raised an eyebrow and replied coldly, "The only family clans in the City of Shadows I know of are the House of Saint, House of Lavers, House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller. Since when is there a house of Han? Cut the crap. Leave all the energy crystals you extracted behind and get your asses out of here, said Gilbert in a bossy and arrogant manner, leave now or stay here forever. Jirofi seemed to be harder to deal with compared to Eugene. He did not seem to be angered or affected by Gilbert's rude shouting and insults. He made a smirk on his chubby face and said to Han Shuo, "You want us to withdraw without even demonstrating that you have sufficient strength to challenge us? It doesn't work that way, boy." Jirofi had made out that Han Shuo was the leader of his party. Under Jirofi's provocative gazes, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and replied, "Well then, you won't be leaving." As soon as he finished those words, the 17 flying swords re-emerged. Chilling wind blew and whistled as the swords shot towards the divine guards glowering at Han Shuo. The 17 swords were not just incredibly incisive, but they also carried terrifying corrosiveness, toxins, and chilling aura. Under Han Shuo's marvelous control, they streak across the space like a shadow and penetrated through the bodies of the divine guards. All those struck by the flying swords started melting away at a rapid speed and turned into bloody puddles before long. Jirofi was greatly alarmed and was intimidated by Han Shuo's vicious flying swords. Anxious light came from his eyes as he immediately shouted, "Stop! We will leave immediately." Still wearing a warm smile on his face, Han Shuo replied, "Sorry, you shouted late." The 17 flying swords abruptly converged at Jirofi and Cauldron Spirit's energy flooded Han Shuo's body. Ceaseless Pain, the first form of Avasai God's laying sword formation, was yet again deployed. The scene of hell immediately consumed Jirofi as pain overwhelmed every nerve in his body. Operating the sword formation with his consciousness, Han Shuo pierced thousands of holes all over Jirofi's body. Outside the ceaseless pain, one will only see swords wildly flying in pitch-dark air. They cannot observe what was happening within the sword formation. In all of a sudden, Han Shuo's body turned blurry and he flew into the ceaseless pain. His avatar of destruction flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon and begun consuming the divine energy left in Jirofi. Jirofi cultivated in the energy of destruction. Most of his divine energy had been exhausted to the sword formation. But because of his immense strength, and that Han Shuo had deliberately tried not to kill him immediately by accurately and precisely maneuvering the flying swords, the intense corrosive power had merely torn down the defenses of his divine energy and did not spread to his entire body. Han Shuo rushed into sword formation to absorb the remaining divine energy in Jirofi before he dies. Although just a fraction of divine energy was left in Jirofi, as he was a mid-stage high god, it was still very beneficial to Han Shuo's avatar of destruction. Gradually, all of Jirofi's divine energy was consumed. Without any energy left to resist the corrosive power of the flying swords, Jirofi was liquefied. His space ring was conveniently picked up by Han Shuo. The 17 flying swords flew back into Han Shuo's body while Cauldron Spirit flew out. It cheered like a kid gifted with toys as it put away Jirofi's high god soul. It then fluttered all around, collected the souls of those divine guards also killed by Han Shuo. A few divine guards from Dark Soul City were escaping. But with Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert hunting them, they will not survive for too long. Instead of personally chasing and hunting those escaping divine guards, Han Shuo had his 3 apprentices do the job. Unlike Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert were inexperienced in hunting to kill. This would be a great exercise for the two and the experience could prove useful in the future. With demon generals observing them, on top of having Ballins, this experienced assassin, Han Shuo believed none of the divine guards from Dark Soul City will survive. My lord, you truly are shocking," exclaimed Dako as he gazed at Han Shuo with revering eyes. Anato, meanwhile, seemed rather terrified. In a depressed manner, he said, "Lord Brian, Jirofi of Dark Soul City was also a Divine Guard chief. Now that 2 chiefs of Divine Guards died to you, the 2 city lords will surely pursue to get you punished. What do their deaths got to do with me?" Han Shuo smiled mischievously and said, "Eugene and Jirofi had clearly killed each other when fighting for control of the mountain, a mutual destruction. The tragedy had happened by the time we arrived. I did nothing at all. Hey? Didn't you? Anato was confused at Han Shuo's lying through his teeth. Then, his face jolted. As though he realized something, he too started smiling mischievously. He said admiringly, "Very wise, my lord. As long as none of those from Hushvale and Dark Soul cities lives, whatever we say will be the truth. It doesn't matter if the two city lords believe us. If there is no evidence against us and we deny everything, there's nothing much that they can do to us." Dako too wore a face of admiration. "My lord, what about those few who escaped?" "Don't worry about them. With Balans, none of them will live to say a thing," replied Han Shuo smilingly. He hesitated for a moment before telling them, "I hope that all of you will keep this a secret. We must give the same story to everyone, even to Lord Erebus and the city lord. Otherwise, if it leaks out, we would all get into trouble." Anato, Dako, and the other divine guards patted on their chests and pledged to keep it a secret. Anato said, "Don't worry, my lord, we won't divulge it to anyone." "Hehe, but I believe that given how wise the city lord is, he would figure out a thing or two. We can't do anything about that. But as long as we do not leak the story out and keep it consistent, we'll be fine," said Dako smilingly. After the incident, they grew revering and afraid of Han Shuo. In fact, they respected Han Shuo more than Erebus, who had led them for many years. They knew that they needed to cover their asses as they had personally participated in the matter. Find and collect their space rings, carefully. They must have extracted a ton of energy crystals by now. "The crystals are ours, make sure you don't miss out any," instructed Han Shuo. Those gods had killed had all melted into blood and seeped into the ground, leaving just their metallic divine weapons and space rings. As long as they were careful about it, their flesh will not be corroded. As to those gods killed by Balans and Sanguis, although their bodies were in gory states, it doesn't corrode. Therefore Han Shuo was fine with their safety. While Anato and the other divine guards searched and collected the spoils of war for Han Shuo, Balans returned. He bowed at Han Shuo and said, "Senior, all settled." Han Shuo nodded smilingly. He was very satisfied with the end result of this journey. Chapter 753, Little Cauldrons. GDK 753, Little Cauldrons. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Eugene, Jirofi, and their entire army were annihilated by Han Shuo and his apprentices. Following that, Anato and others collected and counted their spoils of war. It took them around half a day to complete the task. There were around 5,000 pieces of energy crystals of assorted sizes, around 70 divine armors and divine weapons, and 2 high god divine weapons. The items worth so much that even at the most conservative valuation, they would worth at least 2 million black crystal coins. However, the most important achievement was that Han Shuo had taken control of the deposits. Eugene and Jirofi had merely been mining for a few days and had definitely not extracted much of the energy crystals. The amount of energy crystals in the mountain was massive and would worth at least tens of millions in black crystal coins. With Balin's guidance, Anato and others carefully redecorated the place. They erased all the evidence that could incriminate Han Shuo and his people, moved the dead bodies, and made it look as though the forces of Eugene and Jirofi had mutually annihilated each other. Though these works were a walk in the park for Balans, Sanguis, and Gilbert struggled with it. But with Balans, Anato, and others guiding them, the two very quickly learned how to plant and manufacture fake evidence. The matter was completed cleanly. Han Shuo did not leave but stayed in the mountain, waiting for his competitors to arrive. During this period of time, Anato, his men from the Third Corps, Balans, Sanguis, and Gilbert went to every major deposit on the mountain. On the entrances to those energy crystal deposits, they carved a unique pattern, the figure of the cauldron of myriad demon. Han Shuo had to set up his family clan on short notice, and being not a creative person, he couldn't come up with an original, unique emblem for his house of Han. But seeing that the competitors will arrive soon, he must make it clear that his family clan had claimed the mountain and its deposits as soon as possible. Therefore, he simply decided to use the drawing of the cauldron as his family clan emblem. On every cave entrances, there would be a pattern of the cauldron of myriad demon. A few tiny words were clearly carved above the cauldrons: the City of Shadows, House of Han. It was 5 days later that the competitors from the 3 major family clans finally arrived. They managed to locate the mountain with great difficulty after exercising the enormous influences and resources of their family clans. They couldn't be more surprised to find the peculiar markings at all those cave entrances. All the competitors were dumbfounded. They stared foolishly at the carving of little cauldron and the tiny but clear words above it. They knew they were late. The City of Shadows has its rules. Wallace the city lord had clearly instructed that they must not fight each other. Knowing that Han Chuo had claimed the mountain, although disappointed and unhappy, there was nothing they could do. Therefore they went to Han Chuo, forced a smile on their faces, and congratulated him. The 3 were called Jiwei, Manli, and Gascon. They were all acquainted and on good terms with Han Chuo because of the medicines he refined. Seeing that there was no way they could turn around the situation, they grudgingly admitted defeat. It was another 3 days later that competitors from other family clans arrived. If those from the 3 major family clans had nothing to say, then naturally, these competitors from lesser family clans would make no protest. The fact that Han Chuo was close to the House of Saint dissuaded them the most from making any complaint. Another 7 days later, Erebus, Aobashi, and their grand army arrived at the mountain. Erebus and Aobashi were astounded after learning the story from Han Chuo. Obviously, they did not think that it was true. Though it was possible that Jirofi and Eugene might clash in vying for control of the deposits, it was ludicrous that they annihilated each other and not a single one of them survived. Though Erebus and Aobashi kept on questioning them, they did not reveal a thing. Erebus then pulled Anato and his men to a corner and asked, "Tell me, what actually happened?" The 4 divine guards were ashamed and dared not to look directly at Erebus. With their heads lowered, they gave a vague answer: "Those from Dark Soul City and Hush Vale City killed our comrades. Lord Brian had exacted vengeance for us." Although the 4 divine guards dared to lie to Andre and City Lord Wallace, they couldn't bring themselves to lie to Erebus till the end. He was, after all, their boss. Besides, Erebus had treated them well for all the years they served him. Moreover, Han Chuo himself had given a few vague hints. Erebus and Aobashi's headache grew worse after hearing their vague answer. The 2 were here to deal with the aftermath. They knew that shit was about to hit the fan. Naturally, the 2 did not think that Han Chuo had killed the 2 chiefs straightforwardly. They thought that Eugene and Jirofi must have severely injured each other before Han Chuo took advantage of the situation to finish them off, along with their weakened forces. They had gravely underestimated Han Chuo's current strength. "This is gonna be troublesome," remarked Aobashi in a grimace. She heaved a sigh and said, "The city lord sent us here with the intention of negotiating with those 2 parties. Now that it has turned into such a significant issue, the 2 cities will give us hell. There's nothing we could do but to report the situation back to our city lord. His lordship will have to communicate with the city lords of those cities," said Erebus in an anxious and worried manner. He too felt as though his head was about to explode as he couldn't think of a proper way to resolve the matter. "Lady, gentlemen, I shall leave the rest to you. Just let me know when the discussions with those 2 cities have been completed and I will arrange men to mine the ores. As to the allocation of produced ores, we can slowly discuss it later in time," said Han Chuo smilingly. He stretched his body lazily and murmured to himself, I really got lucky on this trip. I only got to fight a bunch of easy targets who were severely injured." Anato, Dako, and the 2 other divine guards wore strange looks when they heard Han Chuo's words. They had witnessed Han Chuo getting rid of Eugene and Jirofi with brute strength and knew that luck did not contribute to him annihilating the 2 powerful forces. They knew that Han Chuo was trying to conceal his actual strength. Having received plenty of divine weapons and other loots, the four acted in concert with Han Chuo and talked a bunch of nonsense, misleading Erebus and Aobashi from the truth. "You rascal, how could you just walk away and leave the two of us to clean up the mess you made?" Erebus shook his head in a smile that was hiding his pain and remarked, "Brian, oh, Brian, 2 chiefs of divine guards have died. This is no small matter. Well, they killed each other. There's no one to blame for their deaths but themselves. You just gotta tell the truth as it is. I believe that the city lord, as wise as he is, will not say anything." Han Chuo laughed mischievously and continued, "I shall stop hindering your lordships from doing work. We will return to the City of Shadows now. After the matter has settled, I will treat you two to a drink. It better be a barrel of the finest wine," said Aobashi as she glared at Han Chuo. Her gut feeling told her that Han Chuo was behind the clusterfuck, but unfortunately, she couldn't find any evidence against Han Chuo. But even if she did, she would have to destroy it and cover it up for Han Chuo. "Sanguis, Ballins, Gilbert, let's go." Han Chuo called for his 3 apprentices, bid farewell to the competitors from the 3 major family clans, and left. Han Chuo returned to Fort Lasberg and discovered that Candide, Emma, Grea, Pegasus, and a few others were there. These people were experienced in various aspects of running a city. They took the initiative in familiarizing themselves with the situation in Fort Lasberg and made preparations for the House of Han to take over the fort. Candide and the others knew the goal of Han Chuo's trip. Therefore, they immediately asked Han Chuo about his journey when he returned to Fort Lasberg. He avoided telling them the specifics but said, "It's settled, the 5th Corps is ours." These people knew that having power is essential to their survival and were rejoiced by the news. Candide and the others could be considered as members of his House of Han. Being on the same ship with Han Chuo, it was only natural that they would want the House of Han to rise and soar in the City of Shadows. Having lived on Elysium for some time, these people recognized just how pivotal it was to be in a family clan. They had taken initiative to Fort Lasberg because they wanted to help make the House of Han stronger. They understood that the stronger the House of Han becomes, the better off they will be. Han Chuo took out a portion of the energy crystals he obtained in the mountain and handed it to Candide and Co., instructing them to power up the energy towers and boundary towers around their residence in the fort. Energy crystals were indispensable in keeping those towers functioning. With ample energy crystals, the defenses of the Han residence in Fort Lasberg can be raised. Candide and Han Chuo discussed all sorts of issues related to Fort Lasberg for the better half of a day. Running a city isn't Han Chuo's forte. Back then on Profound Continent, he had delegated most if not all the work of running his Brettle city to Jack and Dorcas. His skills in this aspect had not improved. Most of the discussion consisted of Han Chuo listening to Candide and others talking and explaining. They wanted Han Chuo's approval before executing certain significant projects. Most of the time, Han Chuo would just nod and agree. Han Chuo knew that Candide and the others had no one to fall back on but him. Now that they have been branded as members of the House of Han, Han Chuo was sure that these people will serve him with all their hearts. Therefore, he had agreed to their proposal straightforwardly, giving them the freedom and convenience in making changes. It was after they no longer had a single question left that Han Chuo proceeded with returning to the City of Shadows with Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert. The Saint residence. Wallace and Andre were facing a magical mirror. Inside the mirror were Aobashi and Erebus, giving an account of the situation over at the mountain. When they reported that Eugene of Hush Vale City and Jirofi of Dark Soul City had perished in the mountain, Wallace and Andre's faces jolted slightly. Wallace hastily asked, "How is Brian? What about the others?" "Brian is fine. He has taken over the mountain by the time we arrived," Erebus put on a grimace and continued, "Brian said that Eugene and Jirofi had killed each other. We couldn't find a single one of their forces who lived. All the divine guards from Dark Soul and Hush Vale cities had perished but their corpses were missing. The situation is rather peculiar. Eugene and Jirofi died in the mountain. Their city lords will surely give you a ton of troubles," elder brother, even Erebus could feel the headache. After thinking for a moment, Andrei asked Erebus, "Did Eugene and Girofy actually killed each other?" "They are all dead, so we have no idea," said Erebus in a grimace. "Not a single divine guard from Hushvale and Dark Soul survived." It seemed quite unlikely, but when I asked Brian, he sticks to his claim that they annihilated each other. We also found some signs on the scene suggesting that the two forces had a ferocious fight. Wallace was stunned. After a long while, he nodded and instructed in a deep voice, "Occupy the mountain. Inform Hushvale and Dark Soul cities about the death of their Divine Guard chiefs. No matter what they ask, tell them that they killed each other. If you found anything on the scene that was overlooked, you will clean it up." "Understood, my lord," replied Erebus. Wallace disconnected the call and massaged his glabella. In a faint smile, he remarked, "That youngster really knows how to make troubles. Eugene and Girofy's deaths must have something to do with him. Hehe, their city lords will surely be enraged by the news." "Elder brother, how is it possible for Brian to get rid of both Eugene and Girofy?" asked Andrei in a confused manner. "Well, how else would you explain the situation in the mountain?" Wallace shot a glance at Andrei, put on a smirk, and said, "Though he might not have the strength to kill both of them, he could still succeed if he strikes at a suitable timing, perhaps launching a sneak attack while the two were fighting." He had preserved traces of the two sides fighting. This youngster is indeed a talent. It seems that he will do a better job than Avery in running the Fifth Corps. Brian is so bold it's almost reckless. It takes a hell of a gut to kill two Divine Guard chiefs, remarked Andrei. Audacious, ruthless, astute, these are all the qualities that a man must have in order to achieve great things. He has amply demonstrated that he is capable of acting as the chief of Fifth Corps. All right, get all the relevant documents ready by this afternoon. Also, let him have all those Fifth Corps Divine Guards that checked out," Wallace instructed Andrei smilingly. Instead of getting angry at Han Chuo for making big trouble, Wallace was pleased with Han Chuo's bold and ruthless methods. Andrei nodded and left to get the work done. After Andrei left, Wallace reactivated the magical mirror and acquired a connection with the city lords of Hushvale City and Dark Soul City. He flatly claimed that Eugene and Girofy had killed each other and asserted that the mountain belonged to the City of Shadows. As expected, the two city lords were furious to learn the news. The three city lords had a heated argument. Half a month later, Han Chuo and his three apprentices returned to the City of Shadows. All those who originated from Profound Continent had moved from Celestial Pearl to their new home, the Han residence. Compared to Celestial Pearl, their new residence was even more expansive and grand. It housed all the necessary facilities. The buildings on Elysium were usually solemn and imposing in architectural style, which the new tenants disliked. Fanny, Phoebe, and the others had therefore spent a lot of effort in decorating their new residence with flowers, plants, hills, small streams, and other things, making the Han residence a lot more serene and pleasing to the eye. As Han Chuo walked through the flowering shrubs, he gazed at the tall and towering structures ahead. He suddenly had a flashback. He recalled that when he first arrived on Elysium, he had gone through great challenges in coming to the City of Shadows. The first time he stepped into this residence, he was as clueless as a country folk who first stepped into a city. Not far ahead of him was the gymnasium where he had an argument with Cage and Dolixes. He was insulted by the two young members of Laver's family and left resentfully. But now, just decades later, everything in this place became an asset of his House of Han. Han Chuo enjoyed the wonderful feeling of having things in his possession and control. As he breathed in the fresh air, he could taste the scent of triumph. The ladies went outside to welcome Han Chuo's return and surrounded him with cheerful talks and laughter. Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert were pulled aside by Stratholm and Ermike. They kept on questioning the three on what happened in the mountain. When they learned that Han Chuo had successfully taken over the mountain and that the Fifth Corps will be his, the two became very excited. Brian, Candide, and the others went to Fort Lasberg. "Have you met them?" asked Emily. Yes, I have. They asked me about a pile of questions. What a headache, replied Han Shuo in a grimace. I'm no expert in managing a city. Lucky for me, I have brought them here from Profound Continent. Otherwise, I would have trouble finding suitable candidates to run Fort Lasberg on such short notice. Brian, those from Profound Continent can be trusted. There is no way that they could survive on Elysium outside of the House of Han. Therefore, they should know what they ought to do, said Emily softly. Han Shuo nodded and replied smilingly, Yep, I understand. They will be the pillars of strength of the House of Han in the future. Though there isn't much that I'm good at, I have sense enough to pick good men to do what he wants done, and self-restraint to keep from meddling with them while they do it. These men will find their roles to play on Elysium. Brian, these are the documents André sent you. He wants you to take office as soon as possible, said Phoebe as she handed Han Shuo a pile of documents. She then said softly, André wants you to know that there are some in the Fifth Corps who are rather arrogant and obstinate. Although they did not revolt with Avery, they are admiring of Avery. Han Shuo received the documents and gave it a read. He replied in an unruffled smile, I eat untamed punks like them for breakfast. Chapter 754, My Fifth Corps doesn't need trash like you bunch. GDK 754, My Fifth Corps doesn't need trash like you bunch. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. There were 7 Divine Guard Corps in the City of Shadows. Each corps was limited to 1,000 Divine Guards. A squad consisted of 10 Divine Guards. A company was formed of 10 squads led by a captain. A corps consisted of 10 companies, led by a chief. The 7 Corps of the City of Shadows was responsible for ensuring the safety of the city. They were also in charge of causing destruction to enemies of the city, projecting the city's influence, occupying resources, and even plundering. In short, they were responsible for doing all the things from noble to despicable. Other than Avery, 7 of the 10 captains also disappeared from the 5th Corps. They likely had left with Avery. The remaining 3 captains did not participate in Avery's rampage as they had their own families in the city. However, after the ruckus, 2 of them resigned from their posts and left the 5th Corps. Many other Divine Guards had left as well. The only captain that remained was called Lamont. At present, the entire 5th Corps had less than 200 Divine Guards. Of the 1,000 5th Corps Divine Guards, around half had left with Avery and the Lavers family. The other half left because they knew that they would accomplish nothing in the 5th Corps, while some did so in protest of the actions taken by the House of Saint. It was for these reasons that the 5th Corps turned dysfunctional, crippled, and severely understaffed. Wallace, being aware of the situation in 5th Corps, divided all the duties of the 5th Corps to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Corps. With that, the Divine Guard's 5th Corps had no work to do. They would kill time by drinking and chatting. There wasn't a dash left in them. In the work lounge of the 5th Corps, Lamont, the only captain who had not resigned, was drunk and intoxicated. He was teasing and flirting with several female Divine Guards. He seemed to be living the life. Captain Lamont, I hear say that the owner of Celestial Pearl will be coming to the 5th Corps soon. Our happy days are coming to an end, a squad leader who worked under Lamont remarked as he filled his glass with an amber-colored fine wine to the brim. His face was red and hot. Previously, when Avery was around, all these bottles of fine wine obtained from looting and gifted by small family clans was for Avery's taste buds alone. But after Avery's departure, the large collection of fine wine became ownerless. These Divine Guards conveniently took it for their own, drinking to their heart's content every day. Lamont, who was also rather intoxicated, let out a groan and said, "He's just a small merchant. What does he know about running our 5th Corps? If it wasn't for his relationship with the House of Saint, would he have gotten the job? That kiddo knows nothing about our work. Captain, you know, they should have chosen from among we veterans in succeeding Avery's place. And from how I see it, among us, you, Captain, is the most qualified to take over. But unfortunately, the city lord did not even consider any of us as candidates. And against reason, he handed the position to this immature and inexperienced little merchant. Ugh! The squad leader had drunk a little too much to say words implying fault on the city lord. Lamont responded with a long sigh and replied, who would know what was in the city lord's mind? Lamont did not leave with Avery or resign as other captains did because he had his eyes for the most powerful seat in 5th Corps. In Lamont's wishful thinking, the position as the chief should fall to the only captain remaining him. That was why he stayed in the 5th Corps resolutely when others bailed. Unfortunately for Lamont, things didn't go as he had hoped for. Not only that Wallace did not even consider the old bunch as potential candidates, he temporarily stripped the 5th Corps of all their privileges, tying Lamont's hands. Lamont's lofty aspiration was thwarted. Though sullen and disappointed, Lamont spent his days drinking those fine wines conveniently located in the 5th Corps to numb his grief. Captain Lamont, that merchant called Brian has absolutely no clue about the duties of our 5th Corps, nor does he know a thing about how things work inside 5th Corps. Hee, after he takes office, we just gotta place stumbling rocks in his path, not letting him manage the 5th Corps well. Then, sooner or later, the city lord will find that he is incapable and will remove him from the seat. When that day comes, perhaps the city lord will remember that a veteran like Captain Lamont is suited to be the chief, the squad leader suggested in a sinister smile. Lamont smiled drunkenly. He happily raised his wine glass and said, let's drink." Lamont was actually planning on doing exactly that. That was why he remained even after learning that Han Chuo will soon take office. His mood was lifted to hear that the squad leader's words resonated with his intention. Meanwhile, Han Chuo, Sanguis, Bollins, Gilbert, Stratholm, and Ermike arrived at the front entrance of the 5th Corps. Before they had even stepped inside, they could smell the intense fragrance of alcohol and hear the sound of merrymaking. There wasn't any air of August left. Those who didn't know might even think that they were entering a pub instead of a military base. Ermike raised his head and was startled when he read the enormous sign that read 5th Corps. He remarked, "How could a military agency of the city be like this?" Stratholm too shook his head and remarked, "It is obvious that the Divine Guards would be low in quality." "Brian, it seems that you are up for a big renovation." Han Chuo, wearing a calm and collected face, nodded. He said, "With you guys around, we can enlist and train new Divine Guards to rebuild the 5th Corps. If any of those in there is not tactful, we'll kick their ass out of the 5th Corps. This way please, Senior." Bollins walked forward to the entrance and bowed at Han Chuo. "Who's there?" Just as Han Chuo and his party were entering, a lazy shout sounded from the inside. Following that, 2 Divine Guards whose arms were around each other's shoulders walked into view. Their faces were red through and through. Each of them was holding a half-emptied bottle of wine. It seemed that they were enjoying life to the fullest. "The newly appointed chief of 5th Corps has arrived. Gather all your men," shouted Bollins in a stern voice. "Oh, I see." Unexpectedly, the 2 Divine Guards weren't alarmed at all. On the contrary, they put on grins as they sized Han Chuo up. One of them asked drunkenly, "Which of you is the new chief?" "Cut your fucking nonsense and gather everyone," shouted Gilbert furiously when he saw the 2 showing not the slightest respect. "Who the fuck are you? Are you the new chief? You don't look like one. Don't farking shout at me if you not the new chief," the Divine Guard shouted back at Gilbert drunkenly without fear or a sense of shame. Gilbert let out a reverberating roar of fury and charged at the Divine Guard, slapping him. Although not every Divine Guard in the 5th Corps were mid-gods, all those who could afford to stay, were. That Divine Guard who quarreled with Gilbert had long made it out that Gilbert only possessed low god strength and naturally, doesn't take Gilbert as a threat. The Divine Guard even revealed a mocking sneer as he let Gilbert's palm slapping towards his face. Suddenly, at lightning speed, the Divine Guard scratched at Gilbert with his free hand. Pow! the Divine Guard was sent crashing to the floor by Gilbert's slap. His scratch that landed on Gilbert, however, had no effect. It did not even scrape one bit of Gilbert's skin. Han Chuo wore a cold smile as he watched the two Divine Guards' performance. He had sent in a few of his demon generals into the Fifth Corps earlier and had heard and seen everything that Lamont and the others said and did. He was very much aware of their intentions. Ballons, Sanguis, break their arms and legs, instructed Han Chuo. Ballons and Sanguis, who wanted to give them a beating long ago, immediately pounced on the Divine Guards without a word. They joined hands with Gilbert and subdued the Divine Guards in a split second. Creak! 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 Sounds of bones breaking in two played along with miserable shrieks. The two drunken Divine Guards suddenly regained their senses. They glared at Han Chuo and screamed, "Even if you are the chief, you cannot punish us so severely for no reason. Insubordination. That is severe enough." Han Chuo put on a calm smile and asked, "Wasn't you quite drunk just then? How is it that you have turned sober so suddenly? I will sue you. I will go to the House of Saint and sue you," shrieked the Divine Guard at the top of his lungs. Bam! Gilbert threw a punch at the Divine Guard's mouth. His lips and gums were bleeding and messed up. It was then that Gilbert cussed, "Sue my fist, motherfucker. Do you think the House of Saint will help you? What a retard." The other Divine Guard, who was about to shout something, immediately shut his mouth when he saw his partner's bloody mouth. "What is going on?" Lamont, whose face was deep red, walked over with several squad leaders. He feigned being angry and shouted, "Who are you people? How dare you commit such violence to our Divine Guards of the Fifth Corps? Look at their drunken fuck face. You call them Divine Guards?" "Pfft," sneered Gilbert disdainfully before he announced proudly, "We are from the House of Han. My master is here to assume command of the Fifth Corps. Those two jokers belittled my master, so they were disciplined. Do you have a problem with that? Before you come up with official documents showing your identity, you are all outsiders. They did nothing wrong." Lamont glowered at Han Chuo and coldly groaned, "Even if you are the new chief, you must do things following the rules. From today onwards, in the Fifth Corps, I'm the rules." Han Chuo put on a faint smile and said, "You are called Lamont, right? All right, Lamont, I hereby expel you from the Fifth Corps. Now get yourself and all your drinking buddies out of the Fifth Corps. My Fifth Corps don't need trash like you bunch. Dismissing us just because we drank is unjustified," shouted Lamont angrily as he stared at Han Chuo, not backing down. "As I have said, in the Fifth Corps, I'm the rules." Han Chuo let out a soft sneer and suddenly, he was in front of Lamont. Han Chuo gently pressed his left palm on Lamont's chest. Pow! Lamont was sent flying straight to the exit. He fell down the stairs and out the Fifth Corps. 2 strands of blood slowly flowed from the corners of his lips. He glowered at Han Chuo with hateful eyes as he yelled, "I will sue you! I will sue you! Go ahead!" Han Chuo waved his hand and said impatiently, "Don't ever get close to the Fifth Corps or I'll break your fucking legs." You, and you," the imposing Gilbert pointed at those Divine Guards whose faces were red and shouted, "What are you still standing here for? Get out before I kick your asses." Those Divine Guards pointed by Gilbert were all aligned with Lamont. They were frightened. The squad leader who had been ingratiating Lamont even started weeping, pleading, "Please forgive us, we only took a few cups of alcohol, we did not mean to offend your lordship. Please, we still want to stay in the Fifth Corps. All those who drank are dismissed from the Fifth Corps." "Shoo!" Gilbert shouted impatiently, "You better stop talking crap and start walking out. Make one more noise and you'll crawl out with broken legs." After hearing Gilbert's threat, with Sanguis and Ballins staring at them with cold, ferocious eyes, the Divine Guards dared not stay a second longer. They left the Third Corps unwillingly. After most of the captains left, Lamont became the most influential figure in the Fifth Corps. He had even been buying other divine guards using the fine wine that Avery left behind. After the layoff, there were less than 50 divine guards left in the 5th Corps. None of the 50 engaged in the vice of heavy drinking. They were very much self-disciplined. After a moment of observation, Han Shuo noticed that most of the remaining divine guards had grave and stern air. They were watching the farce going on at the entrance with cold eyes. Their gazes towards Han Shuo were filled with astonishment and bewildered. It seemed that they were considering their next course of action. Han Shuo had learned a little about those 50 before coming to the 5th Corps. A majority of them came from impoverished villages and had absolutely no family clan to fall back on. A portion of them were placed there by the House of Saint. Their loyalty lies with the City of Shadows instead of the person in charge. To Han Shuo, these are the characters worthy of his attention and care. They will be the foundation that will enable the quick turnaround of the 5th Corps. Han Shuo considered one of his most important tasks after taking over the 5th Corps was to win these people's trust and approval. After booting Lamont and his lackeys, the troublesome ones, out of the 5th Corps, Han Shuo marched straight to the assembly hall and yelled, "All of you divine guards, assemble!" The 50-something remaining divine guards silently gathered before Han Shuo as he commanded. "You will keep whatever you position previously assigned to you in the 5th Corps. Before we have enough men, all of you are in the 1st Company, lead by me." Han Shuo did not waste words to stir up public sentiment but coldly instructed them the relevant commands. Han Shuo knew that there was no point in talking too much and that the only true way of subduing these untamed talents was with his charisma and ample demonstration of his capability. Chapter 755, Make a Name. GDK 755, Make a Name. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. After Lamont and his bunch were kicked out from the 5th Corps, there were less than 100 divine guards remaining. There wasn't enough number to form one whole company. It was impossible for the 5th Corps to function properly with less than 100 men. Therefore, the first thing Han Shuo did after taking over the 5th Corps was to recruit for new divine guards. At first, Han Shuo assumed that he need not worry about unable to recruit suitable candidates as he could flaunt the name of the 5th Corps. But soon after he started executing the plan, he realized that although the City of Shadows was enormous, it was not easy to find good divine guards. He found out that all those who were capable had all joined or been recruited by large family clans in the city. Meanwhile, all the powerful experts would be invited over by representatives from various family clans as soon as they entered the city. These highly sought-after talents were drawn in by representatives from various family clans before they even had the chance to look at the city or the 5th Corps. Although the House of Han had gained some reputation in the City of Shadows, for most outsiders, the family clan became famous only though Celestial Pearl. They believed that a family clan that rose through trade and commerce will fall short of those large and ancient family clans in the city when it comes to strength. Therefore, if offered the same deal, they would much rather work for those ancient, large family clans rather than the young House of Han. Even though the 5th Corps was severely lacking in manpower, Han Shuo remained very demanding in the selection process. He would rather have no men than to have mediocrities. With Stratholm, Bollins, and the others doing the interview of Han Shuo's behalf, most of the candidates were rejected. Only a very few managed to pass the interview. Time flew by rapidly. After a month, the 5th Corps had managed to recruit less than 40 new blood. Most of these new recruits were just barely passing the standard and deemed undesirable by the large family clans. Naturally, Han Shuo was not happy with the situation. Andre had hastened Han Shuo many times, asking him to solve the issue as soon as possible so that the 5th Corps could fulfill its duties. Han Shuo had racked his brain on filling the 900 men vacancy. He had even utilized the Celestial Pearl's resources in placing scrolls for recruitment in various forts and satellite cities. In an expansive meeting hall in the 5th Corps, Gilbert angrily complained, there were around 80 people who entered the city in the past few days. Around 20 of them have mid-god strength. Of them, 13 have clean backgrounds. But as soon as they stepped into the city, they were all invited to the 3 large family clans. Hell, they actually told me that they have never heard of the House of Han. They feel that it's beneath their dignity to come to our 5th corps. They are all so fucking haughty. Brian, both the House of Han and the 5th corps don't have much reputation as we have just started. To those capable experts who wish to rise and stand out among others, we do not look like the best choice. I'm afraid that the situation will remain so for quite a while. I believe it's time to change our strategy. Stratholm, who once served as the state preceptor of the former Verdun Empire, was an insightful man. He too was concerned about the issue. It wasn't that the City of Shadows lacked people. Low gods cultivating in all sorts of fundamental forces could be found everywhere on the street. They were eager to squeeze into the 5th corps or the House of Han. But unfortunately, those weren't the people Han Shuo was looking for. He required the candidates to have at least mid-god strength to be a 5th corps Divine Guard. On top of that, the candidates must pass Stratholm and Balin's examination on temperament and moral character before they could join the 5th corps. With the majority of the suitable candidates invited by the large family clans, and the remaining ones heavily filtered by Stratholm and Balin's, it was to be expected that their progress was slow. "What do you propose?" asked Han Shuo. He knew that Stratholm was an insightful person good at solving problems. "We make a name for ourselves," answered Stratholm in a bright smile. Mike then helped him with the explanation. "I have discussed the problem with Stratholm. We feel that it is only by raising the prestige of our House of Han in the City of Shadows and alter people's impression of our family clan that we could attract talents. For all these while, when people thought of the House of Han, they think of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. For those who want to outshine others, a shop, no matter how big, remains a shop, and it could not give them the prestige and power they desire. But if we could become famous for our strength, it would be a different story." Both Stratholm and Mike were experienced and scheming characters. Now that they were working for the House of Han with their hearts and soul, they would provide Han Shuo with good suggestions on various matters, saving Han Shuo from a whole lot of trouble. Han Shuo thought about their words for a moment before he nodded and said, "I get what you're saying and can see where the issue lies. But how are we going to make a name? We can't just go to the streets and shout we House of Han is very powerful. Come join us, right?" "Of course we can't." Mike put on a smile and said, "But we can do it through certain things and events." "Tell me about it," said Han Shuo smilingly as his interest was aroused. He knew Mike well and understood that Mike must have a plan. Every century, the 7 corps of the City of Shadows will compete to determine their ranking. Every corps is limited to a single company of Divine Guards in the competition. In addition, there will be a separate competition between the 7 chiefs to determine their ranking. Stratholm the old monster explained smilingly, "The competition is around the corner. In any case, our 5th corps has to put a company into the competition. If our 5th corps could surpass the other corps in the competition, and if you could defeat the other chiefs, then our 5th corps and House of Han will become famous." Mike nodded smilingly and said, "If the 5th corps and you could rank in the top few in the competition, then the House of Han will free itself from being a commerce family clan, but a powerful family clan with real power. By then, even if you do not actively recruit for Divine Guards, people will swarm to 5th corps and the House of Han, begging to join us. Brian, this is an extremely rare, perfect opportunity." Stratholm persuaded. "Besides, the rewards are pretty enticing. It's a waste to not take it." Han Shuo stared distractedly for a moment and asked, "What rewards?" Stratholm raised a tight fist and answered, "More power." Han Shuo was tempted and began asking for the details. "I have heard a little about the competition but did not take it seriously. Tell me what's in it in detail. We still have time to prepare." Immediately, Mike and Stratholm took out the documents they had prepared for Han Shuo and explained the competition between the 7 corps in detail. To improve the fighting power of the City of Shadows Divine Guards and promote friendly competition, every 100 years, Wallace the City Lord would host a battle between the 7 corps. The competition was divided into 2 categories: battle between the chiefs of Divine Guards and battle between companies. The competition between companies was deemed more important. In all previous competitions, the House of Saint had firmly secured the top 3 places in overall and individual strengths. In individual strength competitions, Aobashi had always ranked first. In second place would be the rather mysterious Chief Ralph of the 2nd Corps, who were rarely seen in the City of Shadows. Erebus would be the third. The last 4 places would frequently change as the strengths of the 4 large family clans were similar. However, when it came to overall strengths, the 2nd Corps would usually rank first. They were famous in the city for their overall combat power. The Divine Guards of the 2nd Corps were valiant, courageous, and outstanding. The 2nd Corps was also called the Shadow Army of the city, as they were in charge of killing some special targets. Those hidden enemies plotting against the City of Shadows would usually be silently murdered by assassins of the 2nd Corps. This made the 2nd Corps rather revered in the City of Shadows. Even the patriarchs of the 3 major family clans felt vigilant towards the 2nd Corps. Han Shuo read the information in his hand while listening to Ermike and Stratholm's explanation. He soon understood the situation well. After the centennial competition, the duties of the 7 corps would be readjusted corresponding to their ranking. Those whose overall strength ranked first would even receive a special privilege: act first, report late. This means that if the chief who possessed the special privilege considered that a person was a threat to the City of Shadows, he could kill the person on the spot even if the person was a member of the House of Saint. The chief just has to submit sufficient evidence to Wallace after the event. This special privilege can easily be abused. The chief with that power could kill anyone he disliked and then fabricate evidence against the murdered to justify himself to Wallace. For many years, the special privilege landed in the hands of Ralph, the chief of the 2nd Corps. Ralph had always been loyal to Wallace. Although he had this privilege, he had not truly put it to use. His actions and conduct were worthy of praise and had almost never made any mistakes during his many years of service. Kill first, report later? Hee, sounds wonderful, said Han Shuo in a mischievous smirk. He then announced, very well then, get ready, we must win the competition. For the 5th Corps and for the House of Han, it is time to shine. Ermike and Stratholm had been waiting to hear those words. They replied excitedly, even if we can't get the first, we must surpass the Divine Guards of the other 3 family clans. If we can do that, those gods who enter the city consider our 5th Corps as an option and we can easily get suitable candidates. How many men do we have right now? Asked Han Shuo. Including us, there are altogether 91 people. Just barely enough to form a company, answered Stratholm in a wry smile. High quality is better than high quantity. 91 is enough. I seems that I must train these men personally so that we can triumph. A flash of bright light shone in Han Shuo's eyes. He said, as the 5th Corps currently has no official duties and that there is still time until the competition, instructed every Divine Guard of the 5th Corps to head to Fort Lasberg. Han Shuo, Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert arrived at Fort Lasberg in advance. They located a valley nearby and started getting busy. They redecorated the entire valley, erecting numerous towering dark pillars made of stone. The pillars were carved with all kinds of complicated and indecipherable patterns. Han Shuo then sent the 17 flying swords whooshing all around, cutting the stone walls of the valley into flat surfaces. Chunks of large stones were placed on certain positions. The cauldron of myriad then fluttered around the valley. Abstruse-looking symbols would fly out from the cauldron and adhere to the stones. The 4 also carved gulches on the ground and threw in materials with unique functions. After buzzing around for around 10 days, Han Shuo threw in some souls of ferocious beasts into it, activating the 8 Desolation and Torment formation that will temper the Divine Guards physically and mentally. He also took out the most powerful demon general in the cauldron made using Eugene's divine soul to act as the formation crux. A few days after the formation was set up, those divine guards of the 5th Corps arrived at Fort Lasberg and were led to the valley by Candide. Han Chuo wasted no words. He swept his cold eyes across the divine guards and announced, "The competition between the 7 Corps is just around the corner. Although our 5th Corps do not have enough number, we must participate in it. I have summoned all of you from the city to this fort in order to temper and steel you, lest you humiliate me in the competition." "My lord, how do you intend to temper us over at this place?" asked a divine guard named Barnard wearing an emotionless face. Han Chuo pointed at the 8 Desolation and Torment formation filled with sinister atmosphere and replied smilingly, "There, you will all step into it. Inside, you will face your worst nightmares and various kinds of dangers. I will gradually raise the difficulty. You must learn to work with your teammates. Otherwise, if you suffer any kind of injuries, don't blame me." Barnard came from a commoner background and was the leader of a 10-man squad. He nodded at Han Chuo and without hesitation, instructed, "3rd Squad, follow me." As soon as he finished those words, Barnard took the lead and entered the formation. His 3rd Squad did not hesitate and followed behind him. The other squads also marched into the formation one after another. These men had absolutely no idea about how demonic formation works and did not think that it could do them harm. Other than various strange materials and Han Chuo's unique energy, many demon generals of the cauldron were inside. It would be a wonder if they came out unscathed. Just a moment after they entered the formation, blood-curdling screeches came from within. It seemed that they had witnessed some extremely horrifying scenes and were scared witless. The 8 Desolation and Torment formation consisted of hallucination-inducing formations, maze, and mind-attacking demonic formations. Those who step inside must face not just their worst fears, they must face the attacks of demon generals in material form. The power of the demon generals was greatly amplified once within the formation. Taking the cauldron spirit and Han Chuo's energy, they could bring tremendous destruction to the divine guards. Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert laughed mischievously when they heard the terrifying shrieks. When the formation was completed, the 3 were the first batch sent inside by Han Chuo. The trio had experienced all sorts of unimaginable and freakish scenes that still give them shivers when they thought of it. The 3, however, could not help but took joy in the horrifying experiences of those making miserable shrieks. "Master, these bastards ought to be tempered hard. They may follow your orders but in their minds, they do not accept you as their leader. Their gazes towards Master are filled with doubts as though they are sure that you can't do the job well. I have been very unhappy with them for a long time," said Gilbert. "Senior, is it a little too cruel inside? We do not have enough in the 5th Corps. If these guys couldn't bear it and lost their life inside, how are we going to find new recruits?" reminded Bollins after a moment of hesitation. Bollins was a murderous person. It was clear that he said these compassionate words because he gave thought to Han Chuo. He feared that Han Chuo will push too hard and kill all those divine guards, making the 5th Corps empty. "Don't worry, they will be all right," assured Han Chuo. He explained smilingly, "What they experience is not as intense as you 3 have experienced. I will gradually raise the formation's power so that they have time to adapt. These men will be the pillars of strength of our House of Han and 5th Corps. I wouldn't let them lose their life like that. Master, I think that in the future, we should place all the new recruits of the 5th Corps for a round of beating in the formation. The cruel environment will allow them to grow at the fastest rate and become the talents that our 5th Corps need," suggested Sanguis. "That's what I thought as well. We could spend a little more time to make this place a gymnasium specially to train divine guards. This place is rather far from the city and so there shouldn't be much of an issue." These divine guards had no clue about how demonic formation works. They wouldn't even know what is happening when inside. "We just have to place a few energy towers and boundary towers around it as a disguise," said Han Chuo smilingly. As the 4 happily chit-chatted outside the formation, inside, the divine guards of the 5th Corps were facing perilous situations. Facing the attacks of several hundred demon generals in material state, the Divine Guards automatically formed defensive rings. Their coordination and rapport gradually improved. After all, it was when faced with life-threatening crises that a person will be propelled to their fullest potential. Chapter 756, Remember Me? GDK 756, Remember Me? Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The 8 Desolation and Torment formation was personally operated by Han Chuo in the beginning. The task was taken over by Cauldron Spirit afterward, freeing Han Chuo from all work. The Divine Guards cried and screamed like babies as they were ruthlessly drilled in the Chamber of Torment. But with the passage of time, they learned to work with their teammates better. Rounds after rounds, they would be pushed to the edge of death and learn to defuse the danger with their courage. Whenever they felt that their coordination and rapport had grown and the danger had been defused, they would discover how wrong they were. Cauldron Spirit kept on increasing the power of the formation to keep on pushing the Divine Guards beyond their limits. Then, later in time, when Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert saw that the power of the formation had been substantially raised, they asked Han Chuo for permission to enter the formation to temper themselves. Naturally, Han Chuo agreed. He also asked Cauldron Spirit to set up a separate region in the formation specially for the three. Time flew by rapidly. A month had passed. Although the 8 Desolation and Torment formation were fully operated by Cauldron Spirit, Han Chuo did not leave the place. Through the connection he had with Cauldron Spirit, Han Chuo observed his Divine Guards making rapid improvement inside the formation. As to allow the Divine Guards to make even more rapid progress, after some discussion with Cauldron Spirit, Han Chuo decided to teach them some basic demonic combat formations. The combat formations were easy to learn and master. They were essentially methods and techniques that will allow 3 to 7 people to fight most effectively in a team. Following Han Chuo's instructions, Cauldron Spirit turned a demon general into Han Chuo's figure and used it to explain the principles of demonic combat formations to the Divine Guards inside the formation. The combat formations were based on the people themselves and were therefore easy to understand. After a couple of rounds of lectures, most of the Divine Guards figured out its principles. Cauldron Spirit continued with drilling the Divine Guards using 8 Desolation and Torment formation. When they applied the demonic combat formation they learned, they immediately noticed how effective they become at neutralizing threats as a team. With that, their enthusiasm soared. They began making more effort into mastering the unique combat formation. The Divine Guards were unknowingly making progress inside the formation. Under constant, immense pressure, some of them even managed to break through to a new realm. This raised the spirits of all the Divine Guards. They placed all their energy on the formation. Yet another month had passed. One day, a messenger delivered by Candide arrived at the valley, informing Han Chuo that Erebus and Aobashi had come to Fort Lasberg to meet him. Han Chuo did not want anyone to learn about the installation in the valley. Candide, knowing Han Chuo's intention, did not reveal anything about the valley to Erebus and Aobashi. After all, Erebus and Aobashi would be Han Chuo's competitors in the upcoming competition. Besides, Han Chuo wanted it to be a huge surprise on the day of the competition. Han Chuo was confident that with Cauldron Spirit operating the formation, no issue would arise in the valley. Therefore, he left the valley as soon as he received the news and returned to Fort Lasberg. After having received the plenty amount of energy crystals from Han Chuo, Candide revamped the Han residence in Fort Lasberg. Han Chuo saw energy towers and boundary towers covering every corner as he stepped into this tallest building in Fort Lasberg. Erebus and Aobashi, who had been waiting in the reception lounge, as soon as they saw Han Chuo, stood up and congratulated Han Chuo on becoming the new chief of 5th Corps. Currently, Han Chuo's status was equally as esteemed as those of Erebus and Aobashi's. As chiefs of Divine Guards in the City of Shadows, the three interact with each other as people of the same social class. Naturally, given the friendly relationships between the three, they would forego most of the formalities. The two were very happy that Han Chuo had managed to secure the position. They would much rather work with Han Shuo than someone they don't like. What can I help you with? Asked Han Shuo smilingly. Oh, right, about that energy crystal deposit, has the issue been settled? Did the city lords of Hush Vale City and Dark Soul City give you two troubles? Don't mention it. The two city lords were mad after learning about their chief's death. Not just Aobashi and I, but even the city lord were pestered by the two. Erebus shook his head, sighed, and put on a grimace. A mess as big as this cannot be resolved easily. During these past few days, the city lord has been calling us over and over again, hastening us to resolve the issue as soon as possible. The Battle of the Seven Corps is just around the corner. We are so damn occupied. If the two of you are so busy, how come you'd have time to visit me? Asked Han Shuo puzzlingly. For the energy crystal mountain, of course. Aobashi shot a glare at Han Shuo and said, "You rascal left behind a clusterfuck and walked away just like that. Do you know how sick and tired we have been in cleaning up your mess?" "Hehe, the hardest work should be left to the most capable person," said Han Shuo in a forced smile. He then put on a serious face and asked, "Those energy crystals in the mountain are worth at least 10 million black crystal coins. How does the city lord intend to divide it?" The city lord's original intention was to keep all the mind crystal coins for ourselves. But the other two city lords were incredibly furious about the deaths of the Divine Guard chiefs and therefore unwilling to yield. Our city lord had no choice but to compromise. The three cities will share all energy crystals on the mountain equally. Of our city's share, half will go to your house of Han and the other half will go to the house of Saint, said Aobashi. Doesn't that mean more than half of the money goes to Hush Vale and Dark Soul cities, said Han Shuo in a regretful face. We had worked so hard to take down the mountain, but in the end, we have to give away a large chunk of the money just like that. Sigh. Nobody told you to kill two chiefs of theirs, remarked Aobashi. She looked fixedly at Han Shuo with glistening eyes as though wanting to see his reaction clearly. They killed each other, it ain't got nothing to do with me, said Han Shuo as he shrugged. Don't you slander a good man. Hee. Aobashi giggled. She replied in a faint smile, well, other than to inform you about the energy crystal mountain, we bring you an important intel. Oh? What is it? Asked Han Shuo. I have received news from Chief Ralph of 2nd Corps that Avery is currently in Hush Vale City. He seemed to be associated with Hasling, the owner of Godswamp Pharmacy. Both Avery or Hasling are your enemies. Now that the two have allied, they will come after you sooner or later. Ralph said that they seem to be scheming against you right now. You need to be careful. Aobashi's expression turned solemn. She continued, compared to Avery, that owner of Godswamp Pharmacy will be harder to deal with. Although Godswamp Pharmacy isn't as powerful as a major family clan, their stores reach every region of the Darkness Dominion. They might even be more resourceful than a large family clan in gathering intel. Now that the two are actively plotting against you, you really gotta be careful. So it turns out that Avery has joined forces with Hasling. No wonder, said Han Shuo in a deep voice as he nodded. Han Shuo wasn't too worried about the threat. Hasling and Avery were both enemies of the City of Shadows. They too no longer held much of an influence in the city. As long as Han Shuo does not take a step outside of the city, there wasn't much that the two could do to him. Besides, even if the two came to the city for Han Shuo, he could use the Avasai gods laying sword formation against them. Also, the official documents have been issued. Fort Lasberg is officially your house of hands. Make sure to put some effort into the fort. It will be essential to your family clan later on, reminded Aobashi. Don't worry, I know what I ought to do, said Han Shuo smilingly. That's all that we have to say. Oh, I almost forgot your 5th Corps won't be joining the centennial competition of the 7 Corps, right? What? We will take part in it. How could we not? Han Shuo said smilingly, every corps will be there. There's no reason for us to be absent. Aobashi looked at Hanjuo with doubtful eyes, giggled, and said teasingly, "Brian, I have heard a thing or two about your fifth corps situation. Do you have enough men to form a company? Besides, given the quality of those divine guards you have recently recruited, it's clear that your corps will rank in the very bottom of the list." "It's all right, just focus on the participation part," Erebus patted on Hanjuo's shoulder laughingly and said, "but don't feel too upset about the results. It's only recently that your fifth corps has been re-established. It's quite normal if you don't get a good ranking. When your corps is up against our first and third corps, we will try to make sure that you won't lose in an embarrassing manner. Although there's no way that we would throw a game, given how close we are, we will try to save you some face," giggled Aobashi in a lovable voice. The two seemed certain that Hanjuo's fifth corps that was recently re-established will lose badly in the competition. "Hehe, don't be so sure. Who knew if you would end up losing instead?" sneered Hanjuo in his mind. His face, however, wore the same big cordial smile. "Well then, I shall thank you both in advance." Aobashi and Erebus did not drag the conversation any longer and said their goodbyes. Hanjuo knew that the two were very busy with work and therefore did not urge them to stay. "Avery, Hasling, if you dare step into this city, I don't mind getting rid of the two of you," Hanjuo mumbled to himself after Aobashi and Erebus left. Hanjuo's first thought was to return to the valley and drill the divine guards. But when he recalled that Cauldron Spirit was there looking after them, there was no rush for him to return. Therefore, he spent time with Candide and others discussing matters about Fort Lasberg. During a discussion of the territory of Fort Lasberg, by chance, Hanjuo noticed the name Demon Mountain. The mountain was located between Fort Lasberg and Sky Orchid Fort. It was within the influence of the City of Shadows. When Hanjuo first arrived on Elysium, he and Akely obtained their first pot of gold on Demon Mountain. Inside the Demon Mountain, Hanjuo stumbled upon Spider Goddess Rose, the evil goddess who had a conflict with Hanjuo back on Profound Continent. A series of flashbacks came to his mind. He remembered when Rose had nearly killed Hanjuo through Adele, when he discovered that Rose had been spreading her religion in his Brettle city via Adele, and when he spoke with Rose on the altar. After a moment of consideration, Hanjuo felt that he should make a trip to the Demon Mountain. Even if Hanjuo had no access to Cauldron Spirit's energy, using the Avasai God's laying sword formation, he could fight a mid-stage high god. Based on what he felt back then, Hanjuo guesstimate that Rose had mid-stage high god strength. As Hanjuo was confident that he could deal with the situation and that Cauldron Spirit needed to drill those divine guards, he decided to head to the mountain alone without Cauldron Spirit. The Demon Mountain appeared as though a malevolent demon that stood taller than the clouds. Hanjuo expanded his consciousness as soon as he arrived. Immediately, he discovered that at the center of the mountain was a powerful life force. It was indeed the Spider Goddess Rose. Elysium was a material plane with many races. The non-human races could cultivate the 12 fundamental forces as humans could. They too served the 12 overgods and had rights to live inside various divine dominions. There wasn't much of a difference from an average human. Some of the city lords on Elysium were of non-human races. According to the legend, a few of the 12 overgods were non-human races. Racism was basically non-existent on Elysium. Some of the non-human races had living habits that were different from humans. Some don't like living in a dense population. Spider Goddess Rose was one. She preferred living in the remote mountain alone, unwilling to live in the city in her human form. If someone as powerful as Spider Goddess Rose went to the city, all 4 major family clans will surely scramble to hire her. Hanjuo felt no fear as he sensed Rose's powerful aura. He walked into the mountain carefreely. This time around, Spider Goddess Rose was not in deep sleep. Hanjuo was discovered as soon as he set foot on the Demon Mountain. "This is my territory. Please leave." Spider Goddess Rose's voice sounded from the center of the mountain. Normally speaking, before a non-human character with power like Rose settled down in the territory of the City of Shadows, they would seek the city lord's permission. This meant that City Lord Wallace should be aware of her existence. In exchange for being allowed to live on the mountain, Rose must abide by the city's rules and not kill nearby gods as she wished. If Han Shuo and Akeley had not stolen Rose's divine essences, Rose wouldn't have tried to kill them in fury. Do you still remember me, Rose? Han Shuo walked into the Demon Mountain smilingly. His consciousness began transforming, changing it to match the soul signature he had back when he was still on Profound Continent. Chapter 757, Surrender. GDK 757, Surrender. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. With every breakthrough in demonic arts, Han Shuo's soul characteristic would transform. When Han Shuo was still on Profound Continent, Han Shuo was nowhere as powerful as he was today. Therefore, the current appearance of his consciousness was very much unlike that in the past. However, it was not at all difficult for Han Shuo to modify his soul characteristics given how miraculous his consciousness was. As he walked into the Demon Mountain, his consciousness had started to transform to imitate its previous state back when Han Shuo fought Rose on the Profound Continent. When Spider Goddess Rose saw that Han Shuo was still proceeding onwards even after hearing her warning, she felt annoyed and was ready to end Han Shuo's life. Although Rose must abide by the rules of the City of Shadows and she must not make unprovoked attacks on others, she was allowed to kill those who intrude into her territory and do not immediately leave after being warned. Rose was about to fill the mountain with her darkness divine energy when she suddenly heard Han Shuo asked, "Remember me, Rose?" She immediately ceased her actions and sized up Han Shuo puzzlingly. Rose grew more and more suspicious as Han Shuo's soul characteristic transformed. Then, when the transformation was complete, from within the cave, Rose's chilling voice sounded, "So it is you." "That's right. We have spoken with each other back on Profound Continent. What an honor that you still remember me." Very good," replied Han Shuo as he walked into the mountain unhurriedly, going deeper and deeper into the cave with complete disregard to the menacing danger within. Han Shuo added, "Oh, right, those divine essences here that you lost here, they were taken by me. You should remember that too, right?" Rose was enraged. She sneered, "So you have come here offer your soul? I'd gladly take it." Multiple small spiders crawled out from the depths of the cave, went around Han Shuo and to the cave entrance behind him. The little spiders began spewing silks and sealed the opening in no time. The silk carried intense darkness divine energy. Han Shuo could see everything that was happening behind his back. He knew that Rose intended to kill him. However, Han Shuo did not mind her action at all as he had no need to escape. His stepping into the mountain was ample demonstration of his confidence. While the small spiders were weaving webs to seal the entrance, Han Shuo flew through the winding tunnels at rapid speed and arrived at the large cavern that Metal Elite Zombie previously visited. At the center of the cavern covered with spider webs sat Rose's enormous body. The pair of cold, ruthless eyes on her beautiful, alluring face was staring straight at Han Shuo ahead. Any ordinary person would find the spider goddess attractive for her beautiful face if one could look past her enormous body. Her face was fair and seductive looking. She had eyes that glistened like dim moonlight and full lips as red as rose. No matter from any aspect, she had the face of beauty. "Hey Rose, just curious, why do you, a high god, so insisting on staying in this cave out of the reach of sunlight?" asked Han Shuo nonchalantly after he walked into appearance with a smile and looked around the cavern. Rose's chilling gazes stared fixedly on Han Shuo, but she did not answer Han Shuo's question. From what Rose saw, Han Shuo was just a mid-god. She couldn't understand why a mid-god would come to seek death. Rose's heart was filled with doubts and suspicion, especially when Han Shuo had revealed not a trace of fear. Having noticed this, although she hated Han Shuo to the bones, she dared not attack recklessly. "I have come here with the intention of settling old debts," Han Shuo continued when he saw that Rose was not answering his question. He gazed at Rose smilingly and said, "Back then on Profound Continent, you have nearly killed me using your slave called Adele. After that, you even had Adele defile my territory. Tell me, how do you want to settle that? Me? Settle what? Rose sneered, you had repeatedly meddled with and wrecked my plans on that low-level material plan. You had even raped my follower to death. Then, after coming to this material plane, you stole my divine essences. And now you are asking me how I want to settle it. How dare you? I'll tell you how I will settle this. I'll take your life. It seems that there is no divine essence left in your cave. Sigh, guess I won't be getting much spoils of war this time, said Han Shuo in a somewhat disappointed manner after he looked around the cave. Those words were obviously very effective in provoking Rose. She could no longer repress her fury when she recalled about the divine essences Han Shuo stole from her. At once, she let out an ear-piercing shriek that reverberated through the mountain. Simultaneously, her big and sharp claws, as though enormous scimitars, came hacking at Han Shuo. Her darkness divine energy flowed into her sharp, glistening claws like a fluid. Simultaneously, her darkness domain of divinity was deployed. The already murky dark cavern instantly fell into absolute darkness. The element of darkness gathered towards Rose's domain of divinity from all directions. Every ray of light was consumed by darkness as the element of darkness gathered more and more. Seeing the bizarre performance of Han Shuo's and that fearless demeanor of his, Rose dared not take Han Shuo lightly. She put her full strength behind her first attack and had considered Han Shuo as an opponent of the same class. Han Shuo stood still as he gazed straight at Rose with a calm face. It was when Rose's claws was about to reach him that he finally unfurled the 17 flying swords. Following his thought, the 17 flying swords dispersed from his back as though a peacock spreading its tail. All of Rose's hacking claws were intercepted. Not only that the flying swords were sharper than her claws, but it also carried terrifying corrosive power and chilling aura. After a burst of clanking noises, Rose withdrew her claws at lightning speed. When the flying swords made contact with her claws, immense corrosive power and chilling aura infiltrated her body through her claws. The darkness divine energy in the claw that was meant for killing Han Shuo was all used for resisting the corrosive power and chilling aura. The attack was ineffective. Rose was fortunate to have used all her power in the first attack instead of underestimating Han Shuo for the misleading mid-god strength he presented. Otherwise, Rose would have suffered a great setback in the very first blow. Youngster, what energy is it that you use? Why is your vision not affected? Also, why is your divine weapon so malicious? Shouted Rose after withdrawing her claws. As soon as her claws made contact with the flying swords, she noticed the demonic yuan in them, a type of energy unfamiliar to her. She was also shocked by the malicious corrosive power and chilling aura on the flying swords. Now, after exchanging blows with Han Shuo, the more she looked at Han Shuo, the more he seemed unfathomably powerful. None of your business. Han Shuo smiled mischievously. The 17 flying swords hovering behind him suddenly launched forward and went straight for Spider Goddess Rose. The 17 flying swords whistled across the space, completely unaffected by the region of absolute darkness around Rose. They began revolving around Rose in the trajectory of Avasai God's laying sword formation. As Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength, without access to Cauldron Spirit's energy, Han Shuo had to put all his strength behind the attack. The whistling noise made by the flying swords were ear-piercing. It was rather similar to the shrieks that Rose made. But clearly, the whistling noise made by the 17 flying swords were much louder and lasted longer compared to Rose's shriek. The whistling noises made Rose felt uneasy. Rose did not hesitate. Her white hair that looked like spider silks started fluttering about. Little spiders glided across her white hair and flew out. After they landed, they would crawl rapidly towards Han Shuo. There were hundreds and thousands of those little spiders. The scene would give any observer a scalp-numbing sensation. The little spiders held Rose's darkness divine energy. It goes without saying that getting swarmed by the spiders will not be a delightful experience. After launching the little spiders away with her long hair, her glistening claws began waving about, forming a layer of barrier made of dark radiance around herself, firmly resisting Han Shuo's 17 flying swords. Rose was afraid of the terrifying corrosiveness of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords. She did not forget to defend against the flying swords while using the little spiders to attack Han Shuo. Although Han Shuo currently could not deploy Ceaseless Pain as he could not borrow Cauldron Spirit's energy, defending against the most basic form of Avasai God's laying sword formation would still be very challenging, especially when the 17 flying swords carried immense corrosive power and chilling aura. Cling! Clang! The 17 flying swords struck on the barrier Rose formed by waving her claws. The corrosive power and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords were consuming Rose's darkness divine energy at an astonishing rate. It caused Rose to be in tremendous pain. Rose wailed in her heart. She repeatedly commanded the hundreds and thousands of little spiders, asking them to quickly nibble Han Shuo to death. Han Shuo sneered when he saw the chirping little spiders rushing towards him, rushing to seek death. Okay. Han Shuo casually grabbed a handful of green hypergolic dust and threw it at the little spiders. As soon as the dust made contact, the little spiders started burning with bright green flames. The green hypergolic dust could set anything on fire. The hundreds and thousands of little spiders that were closely gathered were all set on fire when sprinkled by the dust. The green hypergolic dust was also a malicious demonic weapon. Against those little spiders with mediocre vitality, the green hypergolic dust was like an atomic bomb. As the green flames clattered their bodies, the little spiders would chirp and squeal in pain. The air was filled with the smell of something charring. Spider Goddess Rose had her hope placed on the swarm of little spiders. When she saw that they were set on fire, her face jolted and her heart ached. I will kill you! Rose let out yet another shriek as the little spiders were reduced into tiny dark chars in the sea of green flames. Suddenly, the enormous spider web that enveloped the entire cavern started swaying and covered down at Han Shuo. As the spider web covered a big area and it covered down at high speed too suddenly, Han Shuo couldn't react in time. Han Shuo was shrouded by the enormous spider web. The spider silks were alive and nimble. They would tighten and constrict around Han Shuo. A moment later, Han Shuo was tightly wrapped in spider web. Rose, whose divine energy was being rapidly drained in defending against the 17 flying swords, immediately sneered in a loud voice when she saw that Han Shuo was firmly trapped in her spider web. Youngster, you are so dead. Upon finishing those words, Rose injected her darkness divine energy into the cavern. With the help of her darkness domain of divinity that enveloped the entire cavern, her darkness divine energy flowed into the spider silks wrapping around Han Shuo's demonic body. They became even tougher and durable after being reinforced with the darkness divine energy. While a portion of the spider silk trapped Han Shuo firmly, a small portion of it loosened up before shooting towards Han Shuo like sharp needles. The Omen invincible body automatically deployed. The demonic art which Han Shuo had mastered to the second level was astonishing in its defensive power. The needle-like spider silks that went stabbing on Han Shuo's demonic body seemed to have met an indestructible object. Sharp and clear ringing noises were heard, but the spider silks couldn't even pierce Han Shuo's skin. Impossible, shrieked Rose. She did not expect Han Shuo's body to be so tough and her mind was thrown into small chaos. Ting! 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 Unwilling to admit failures so quickly, Rose continued sending more spider silks to stab Han Shuo. However, Han Shuo remained completely unharmed. Although Han Shuo couldn't escape from the spider silks, he remained calm and continued to attack Rose by maneuvering the 17 flying swords. He even remarked in a contemptuous tone, "Stop wasting your energy. These spider silks can't hold nearly enough divine energy to do me harm." "I don't believe that every inch of your body is impregnable," yelled Rose. The spider silks began crawling towards Han Shuo's ears, nose, eyes, and every other orifice. "Then I will convince you." Han Shuo put on a faint smile. Then, using the insane control he had over his physical body, he started modifying his ears, nostrils, and other parts of his body. Small lumps of flesh suddenly sealed his orifices shut. The spider silks could do nothing to him. If this attack of Rose's landed on other gods, even Erebus and Aobashi, experts of the same strength as Rose, they would suffer injuries from head to toe, and very likely lose their life. But unfortunately for Rose, her opponent was Hanchuo. Hanchuo's main body was incredibly tough in the first place. On top of that, after having reached the second level in his cultivation of invincible omen body, the defensive power of his body had grown substantially. In addition, as the spider silks couldn't hold too much darkness divine energy, Rose was not able to injure Hanchuo. Rose felt as though she had met a monster after discovering that not only was Hanchuo invulnerable from head to toe, but he could even control his nostrils and ear canals with his mind. Naturally, she had never met a demonic art cultivator before. She never imagined that a person could possess such absolute control over their body. Seeing that her attacks were ineffective, having exhausted a large amount of her divine energy to defend against the flying swords, the thought of retreating crept into her mind. With the 17 flying swords going around, Rose could not get close to Hanchuo to injure him. Seeing that Hanchuo was firmly restrained by her spider silks, she thought that Hanchuo couldn't do much to stop her from leaving. Now would be the perfect opportunity to escape. "Youngster, I will remember you. Not going to keep you company any longer. But I will look for you to get my revenge sooner or later," said Rose after she shot a glare at Hanchuo with her chilling, sinister eyes. Seeing that Rose wanted to leave, Hanchuo started to struggle free of the spider silks wrapping him. However, Hanchuo could not exert his full strength as the 17 flying swords needed the support of his demonic yuan. As the spider silks were reinforced with Rose's darkness divine energy and there were layers wrapped around him, he could not immediately free himself. "Our battle today is only a draw. I have spent too much divine energy and there are a few attacks that I couldn't deploy. Next time I'll get you," said Rose as she tried to leave. Although Rose said that it was a draw, she knew in her heart that she had lost. If she does not leave, not only that she had no way of injuring Hanchuo, but her divine energy would be exhausted by the 17 flying swords sooner or later. When that happens, she will be dead without a doubt. "You cannot escape, Rose." After wriggling a few times and unable to free himself, Hanchuo sent one of the flying swords attacking Rose back to himself to cut away the spider silks rapidly. The spider silks were indeed quite tough. Each slash of the sword could only cut a few threads. It would take some time to cut away all the spider silks with just one flying sword. However, Rose clearly won't wait for Hanchuo. After one of the flying swords flew off, the pressure on Rose decreased substantially. Not wasting any words with Hanchuo, she ran for the exit while defending herself against the 16 flying swords. She would strike on the cave wall with her claws and cause large rocks to fall and block the flying swords. With his thought, Hanchuo had all remaining 16 flying swords fly back to him. The 17 flying swords then rapidly revolved around him to cut off the spider threads. Soon enough, Hanchuo was free. He expanded his consciousness and instantly sensed the direction Rose was escaping towards. He immediately activated the art of the demonic ninth heavens and went after her. Rose had consumed an enormous amount of her divine energy. It was the best time to eliminate her. If Hanchuo was to miss out on the opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to find her again. Although Rose was fast, Hanchuo was even faster. When she was just a few hundred kilometers away from the mountain, Hanchuo was standing in her path. Without a word, he deployed the 17 flying swords. The moment that Rose was trapped by the flying swords, he charged towards Rose with the Demon Slayer edge in his hand. "Wait. Actually, there is no hostility between us that cannot be resolved. I don't want those divine essences anymore." Rose had truly lost her head when she saw Hanchuo charging towards her ferociously, but she couldn't win and couldn't run. Her tone began to soften up. Hanchuo did not budge. His eyes continued to stare fixedly at Rose and his face remained callous. It was clear that Hanchuo was not letting her off. "I surrender." I will be your servant. Rose cried out in panic when she saw Han Shuo remain staunch on killing her. Chapter 758, Threats and Promises. GDK 758, Threats and Promises. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The 17 flying swords revolving around Rose stopped moving abruptly. The swords overflowing with bone-chilling aura were all pointing straight at her. Rose felt numb from head to toe. Her mind was in a big mess. Han Shuo, wielding the Demon Slayer edge in his hand and wearing a callous expression on his face, slowly stepped towards Rose. With his eyes staring fixedly at Rose, Han Shuo asked in a calm voice, "Why should I trust you?" Han Shuo's 5th Corps was currently on a shortage of manpower and he had no assistant of high god strength. An expert of Rose's class would be highly sought after by any powerhouse. At present, in the house of Han, Han Shuo was the only expert of high god strength. If Rose would surrender and serve him, the strength of his house of Han would raise tremendously. Although it was true that he had a feud with Rose, when Han Shuo thought of it carefully, he realized that Rose had not inflicted harm to those around him. He had been winning every conflict they had. Facing the 17 flying swords spewing chilling aura and under Han Shuo's menacing gazes, Rose appeared rather anxious. She hastily replied, "There isn't much animosity between us, nothing irreconcilable. There is no need to kill for some minor friction over in a low-level material plane. I am asking, why should I trust that you would be my servant and serve me sincerely?" asked Han Shuo in cold voice. He raised the Demon Slayer edge and pointed it at Rose as though hinting that he will butcher away if he doesn't hear what he wanted to hear. Rose knew that she must give Han Shuo a satisfying answer or she will surely die. Flashes of lights came from her eyes as she rapidly turned over in her mind for an answer. After a moment of hesitation, she replied, "I will give my oath in the name of the darkness over God." "I don't believe in oaths," shouted Han Shuo coldly. "Give me something more tangible." Rose put on an astringent expression on her beautiful human face. She said in a disheartened manner, "Do you have a better idea?" Han Shuo kept silent for a moment before he answered, "Open up your soul. We will form a master-slave contract." Rose was shocked. For the master-slave contract to form, one party must completely surrender their soul to the other party. After the master-slave contract is complete, the master could end the slave's life with just one though. Once bound by the contract, there would be no trick that Rose could play. You will either die, or you will surrender your divine soul and form a master-slave contract with me. Han Shuo knew that Rose wasn't sincere in surrendering. He put on an impatient face. The Demon Slayer edge in his hand and the flying swords started glistening brightly as they gradually pressed on towards Rose. As the swords inched closer and closer towards Rose, the fear showing on her face became more and more pronounced. Rose even felt as though the space around her had been frozen still. The 17 flying swords were releasing some kind of bizarre energy that was slowly cutting away her escape route. A high god usually had their own unique method of escaping during an emergency. Naturally, it would come at a cost. Using the lifeline might severely injure their body or perhaps consume an outstanding, invaluable high god weapon. Han Shuo believed that Rose too had an emergency escape method. Rose being so hesitant in deploying the escape method could only mean that using it will cause her tremendous harm. As Han Shuo approached step by step, he secretly controlled the 17 flying swords to release imprisoning energy. The region surrounded by the 17 flying swords was filled with chaotic energy, cutting Rose away from any possibility of escaping. When Rose sensed the bizarre fluctuation of the space around her, she felt as though she had hoisted her own petard. Her plan was to pretend to surrender and find an opportunity to escape. However, she had failed to anticipate that Han Shuo would be so treacherous to cut away all her hope of escaping. "Rose, don't waste time anymore. No matter what tricks you had up your sleeves, they are now all useless." Han Shuo's cold and indifferent voice sounded, "While you were hesitating and trying to buy time, I have cut off all your means of escaping. Now, you have just two choices: you can perish, or you can surrender me your soul and accept a master-slave contract." Rose listened to Han Shuo's words with tearless grief. Her mind was thrown into a great panic when she sensed chilling killing intent coming from Han Shuo. She was unwilling to be any person's slave. She knew that once the master-slave contract was formed, she will lose her freedom for the rest of her life and be reduced to a tool of Han Shuo's. However, if she does not surrender, she will lose her life altogether. Rose was torn between the equally difficult choices given to her. Han Shuo, staring coldly at Rose, slowly moved the demon slayer edge towards Rose in a threatening manner as he shouted, "Do you really want to die?" This shout of his was extremely ear-piercing. Han Shuo had in fact utilized demonic siren, a unique demonic technique. His voice, carrying miraculous energy that could hypnotize a person, surged into Rose's mind and soul. Had it been used at any other moment, the demonic siren would not be effective on Rose. However, as Rose was current in a rattled and flustered state of mind, the demonic siren worked like a charm. The indecisive Rose was immediately affected by the hypnotic power of demonic siren. At once, she shrieked, "I surrender." Upon finishing those words, Rose surrendered her divine soul, giving up all control to Han Shuo. Han Shuo's consciousness entered deep into her soul without the slightest resistance and tied the two into the most unfair contract in the world. Glistening dark radiances flashed in Rose's eyes as the two stared at each other in the eye. A moment later, the process was completed. An imprint was formed within Rose's divine soul. It was connected to Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo now had the ability to end her life with just a thought. I. Rose sensed that something was wrong as soon as the master-slave contract was formed. She looked at Han Shuo in a frightened face and shrieked, What have you done to me?" Han Shuo shrugged. With a big smile on his face, he answered, "Form a master-slave contract with you, of course." He withdrew the demon slayer edge and the 17 flying swords to show that he was no longer hostile towards Rose. "Ah!" Rose screamed in pain. Her sharp claws started fluttering about violently. It seemed that she was having trouble accepting the fact. Han Shuo watched as Rose, who was in deranged mode, chopped off all the towering trees in the mountain range with her wild claws. Sands and rocks were sent flying. A wide area was flattened and deforested. Han Shuo had merely been watching at her violent acts smilingly all along. After the master-slave contract was formed, there was nothing Rose could do to reverse it. From that point onwards, she will be a loyal servant of the House of Han. It would be a wonder if Han Shuo doesn't feel happy about getting a high god servant. After going crazy for some time, Rose gradually calmed down. Under Han Shuo's smiling gazes, her enormous spider body gradually shrunk while her sharp claws slowly disappeared into her body. Her head and face, however, remained the same. A brief moment later, Spider Goddess Rose had transformed into a young woman who had a pair of long and slender legs. Her monstrous spider body had turned into a curvaceous female human body which, combined with her beautiful face and the exotic, seductive aura she gave off, made her incredibly attractive. She wore a dark, skin-tight gown with mysterious patterns, highlighting the flawless curves on her body. As if she was not eye-catching enough, she had a head full of long and white hair that had the luster of spider silks. Han Shuo had trouble associating the beauty standing proudly before him with the enormous human-faced spider he saw just a moment ago. What did you do to me?" Rose asked while glaring at Han Shuo resentfully. Her eyes were still as chilling and cold as before. I bound you under a master-slave contract." Han Shuo was in a daze. After quickly shaking his head to wake himself up, he remarked, "Wow, I almost couldn't recognize you after you transformed to your human form." "No, before forming the master-slave contract." Rose looked at Han Shuo with resentful eyes and said in a cold voice, "You must have done something to me. Otherwise, there's no way I will accept a master-slave contract so easily. I get an intense feeling that something isn't right after the contract was formed." High gods were, after all, high gods. Even in a flustered state of mind, their minds would remain extremely vigilant. Had her mind not been in that spiritless state, the demonic siren wouldn't have worked on Rose. After coming to her senses, she immediately realized that something was amiss. She might have sensed that Hanchuo had used some dirty tricks on her. First of all, call me master, reminded Hanchuo coldly. He added, now that the master-slave contract has formed, you are my slave and I'm your master. So you better start addressing me properly. A master-slave contract doesn't just allow the master to kill the slave at will, it also forms a bizarre connection between the two parties. Rose stared at Hanchuo in an aggrieved manner and Hanchuo stared back at her with cold eyes. As Hanchuo was now her master, Rose soon admitted defeat. Although unwilling, in the end, she called in a low voice, "Master." "Good." Hanchuo nodded and said, "A slave should not question their master. Let's go, we will leave the Demon Mountain. From today onwards, you, Rose, is no longer a spider goddess, but a humble servant of my house of Han. You better forget your original identity as soon as possible." Rose stared at Hanchuo with her bright and cold eyes while her sexy, full lips pursed up lightly. It appeared that she had not come to terms with her new identity. As someone who was arrogant in character, she instinctively loathed her new lowly appellation. Throughout the endless years she had been alive, she had been proud and tall. Even when she faced high gods stronger than she was, she had never suffered such humiliation. But now, she was cast from her high throne and became a slave to a puny god from a low-level material plane she previously deemed insignificant. She couldn't feel more sullen when she thought of it. Hanchuo had clearly observed the emotions showing on Rose's face. He knew that it was impossible to make the high god serve him sincerely within a short time. But fortunately for Hanchuo, the master-slave contract had been formed and Hanchuo had plenty of time. Therefore, he did not mind it too much. "Right, I'm very curious about your escape technique. If I did not imprison the space, how will you escape?" Hanchuo turned to Rose following closely behind him and asked while they were heading to Fort Lasberg. Rose suddenly seemed rather coy. She avoided Hanchuo's eyes and asked in a low voice, "Can I not answer that?" "Nope," replied Hanchuo. She glared at Hanchuo angrily before she explained, "I can use my hair to escape. But doing that will cause my divine energy to fall back and all my hair to fall off. I will become bald. Are you more afraid of losing your divine energy or your hair?" "My hair, of course," replied Rose immediately. She looked at Hanchuo coldly and added, "If it wasn't for the fact that I will look ugly without hair, how would I be restrained by you and be reduced to this state? Indeed, women will be women. Even alien females are bound by the same, universal tendencies," thought Hanchuo as he shook his head. He was left between laughter and tears. It turned out that Rose was afraid of losing her hair, that she spent too much time hesitation and lost the chance of escaping. How baffling! However, it was worth noting that other than her pair of slender and long legs, her snowy white long hair was most pleasant to the eyes. Her smooth and lustrous white hair combined with her coquettish face and beautiful legs made her look incredibly seductive. "Where are you bringing me?" asked Rose as she followed behind Hanchuo. "Fort Lasberg," replied Hanchuo calmly. "Can I not go?" Rose hesitated and said in a soft voice, "I don't like places with lots of people." "You must come with me," Hanchuo out on a faint smile and said, "Preference can be changed. From now on, you must try to get used to it. Just follow me, do whatever I ask you to do, and don't give me nonsense. If I'm happy with your performance, I will nullify our master-slave contract after 100 years. Rose had been wearing a reluctant and unwilling face all along. But when she heard that Hanchuo will nullify the contract after 100 years, her eyes lit up. In a somewhat excited tone, she asked, "Is that for real? You will nullify our master-slave after 100 years? For gods like Rose, 100 years was a very short duration." She became excited when she heard that regaining freedom was not far away. Han Shuo nodded and said smilingly, that depends on your performance. If your performance is up to my satisfaction in the coming 100 years, I will surely honor the promise. Alright then, I will follow you to places with lots of people. I only hope that you will honor your words. Rose agreed straightforwardly. Good, that's the spirit. Don't worry, I will give you freedom after 100 years, assured Han Shuo solemnly. Though 100 years was a short time for Rose, it was plenty enough to achieve many things for Han Shuo. Besides, Rose might decide to stay in the house of Han after regaining her freedom. Chapter 759, Off to Kill. GDK 759, Off to Kill. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Fort Lasberg, House of Han. Han Shuo had not been away for too long. After returning to Fort Lasberg, he discovered that not many changes had happened. Evidently, Rose did not like being around others. She had been following behind Han Shuo in silence all along. She did not reveal a tad of interest in the scenery or the people there. She was as quiet as a stone. Candide and others had been working hard for Fort Lasberg. These people who had the experiences of managing a city showed great enthusiasm in fulfilling their great responsibilities. Using the energy stones that Han Shuo provided, they had powered up several additional energy towers and boundary towers near the city gates, improving the defenses of Fort Lasberg. Han Shuo only stayed in his Han residence for a short time. Seeing that everything was operating smoothly, he left for the valley where his 5th Corps Divine Guards were being drilled. The 8 Desolation and Torment formation was currently being operated by Cauldron Spirit. Chilling wind was blowing and killing intent was raging. Colorful streaks of lights crisscrossed within the formation. Miserable howls could be heard coming from within. The Divine Guards were being ruthlessly tempered by Cauldron Spirit. They had not slacked for even a moment. There were several dozens of Divine Guards sitting cross-legged outside the formation. They seemed to be concentrating on something. Strange radiances would flash across their bodies every once in a while. Their domains of divinity were deployed but were kept separated from each other. Han Shuo knew from the first glance that those Divine Guards must have gained substantial improvement in their willpower and acquired new insights into the energies they cultivated in after being tormented and tempered in the formation. As to allow these people to further improve in strength, Cauldron Spirit had kicked them out from the formation, allowing them to carefully and calmly digest and comprehend the new understandings they acquired. Gilbert was among those people. He was sitting cross-legged on a boulder. The usual day cheekiness on his face was replaced with serenity and solemnness. Gilbert had not been on Elysium for long and was only in early-stage low-god realm. At this stage, it was very easy for him to make breakthroughs in his cultivation of the element of darkness. Han Shuo wouldn't be surprised if Gilbert managed to make a breakthrough after being sharpened inside the formation. Spider Goddess Rose, who had been following behind Han Shuo without a word, appeared rather astonished after arriving at the valley. Before she stepped into it, she noticed that there were layers of boundaries concealing it. An average person with mediocre strength wouldn't be able to learn the situation inside easily. And after entering the valley, Rose became even more astonished. She was very curious about the bizarre energy inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. After carefully releasing a strand of her darkness divine energy to probe it, she discovered that the aura inside the formation was somewhat similar to that of Han Shuo's. Han Shuo turned to shot a glance at Rose. He put on a faint smile and asked, "What is it?" "Not nothing." Rose replied in a flurry. But after looking at the surroundings, she hesitantly asked, "What is that thing for?" "I can sense your aura in there." "For training," Han Shuo pointed at the formation and explained, "Inside is my 5th Corps Divine Guards. Their strengths need to be improved. I want them to adapt to the most hostile environment at the fastest rate. Therefore, I have placed them inside to face dangers. This structure can temper your men." Rose was rather surprised. Although she could sense there were dangers inside, she knew nothing about the wonderful uses of demonic formations. Han Shuo smiled but did not reply. He began communicating with Cauldron Spirit. Master, these fellas are pretty good materials. Most of them have mastered tactical formations for fighting alongside each other. A portion of them made a series of breakthroughs after facing life-threatening dangers. It seems that all of them have great potential. Your 3 apprentices, especially, had been advancing at lightning speed. They are indeed worthy of being called demonic arts cultivators. Han Shuo's heart was filled with delight after hearing Cauldron Spirit's report. He was immensely proud of Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert. The 3 will be Han Shuo's most heavily relied upon henchmen in the future. The stronger they become, the happier Han Shuo would be. The 5th corps becoming mighty would mean that the House of Han will completely free itself from being known as merely a feeble merchant family clan. However, that cannot be accomplished no matter how powerful Han Shuo's strength was. His House of Han must have more than just one high god. He must fill his family clan with numerous powerful experts, just like the House of Saint. Keep on drilling them. Han Shuo instructed Cauldron Spirit. After thinking for a bit, Han Shuo asked, instead of either one of us controlling and managing the formation, can we use the demon general made using High God Soul to do the job? The 8 Desolation and Torment formation was incredibly beneficial to the low gods and mid gods. After having discovered the efficacy of the formation, Han Shuo thought that Stratholm, Phobe, Emily and the others should all step into it for a round of tempering. He believed that it would be greatly beneficial for them. Han Shuo asked the question because he and Cauldron Spirit cannot stay and oversee the formation all the time. Yes, it will work, but the efficacy of the formation will be greatly reduced, replied Cauldron Spirit. After a short pause, it added, but even a low-quality formation is more than enough to temper low-level gods. If Master's intention is to train those who came from Profound Continent, the formation will be powerful enough. Han Shuo became at ease after hearing Cauldron Spirit's words. He intended to have members of his House of Han to enter the formation after his divine guards were done with it. However, this valley was more than a dozen days away from the City of Shadows. It would be rather inconvenient to go back and forth. Han Shuo began considering if he should dismantle the formation and rebuild it in one of the gymnasiums in the Han residence at the city. Time flew by rapidly. Half a year had passed. Seeing that the competition between the 7 corps was right around the corner, Han Shuo finally commanded Cauldron Spirit to power down the 8 Desolation and Torment formation and had all the divine guards to exit. During that short span of half a year, a few more divine guards managed to gain new profound insight into the energies they cultivated in. The close to 100 divine guards had been staying in the formation for more than a year. During that time, they were presented with all kinds of dangers at every moment. When they exited the formation, their faces looked grave, stern, and they carried an air of calmness. It was as though they had braved through countless wars and battles. The divine guards had gained a brand new demeanor after just 1 year. Not only that their strengths had greatly improved, but their hearts and minds had also grown very tenacious. They had learned not to easily give up no matter how grave the challenges they face. They would not tremble in fear even when they stand before a high god. After exiting the formation, the gazes of these divine guards when they looked at Han Shuo had completely changed. The former vigilance and doubtful lights were replaced with sincere admiration and reverence. Before this, the divine guards did not think that Han Shuo could lead them. But with the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, they realized just how miraculous Han Shuo was. Even till now, these people had no clue how the terrifying scenes they experienced were made, although they were very sure that Han Shuo was responsible for it. It was more than enough to make the divine guards have faith and confidence in Han Shuo and for Han Shuo to earn their respect. Particularly, those divine guards who managed to make breakthroughs after the training felt sincere gratefulness towards Han Shuo. These gods living on Elysium usually needed endless years and ages to make a small advancement in their cultivation. They knew very well just how much they had gained from the fierce training. Gilbert, after waking up from his meditation, looked puzzlingly at Rose who was standing beside Han Shuo. He asked, "Master, who is this white-haired lady? Is she your new woman? Chilling radiance flashed in Rose's eyes. A strand of her hair flew out at lightning speed towards Gilbert. Before Gilbert could react, the strand of hair that could seemingly stretch out to infinite length had tightly wrapped him. He was lifted into the air and slammed to the ground. Gilbert cried out in pain and shouted, "Ouch! White-haired lady, what are you doing?" Radiances shone in Sanguis and Balin's eyes. They looked at Rose wearing an apathetic expression with great astonishment. Their minds automatically became cautious to this lady who was outstanding in both looks and strength. Both Sanguis and Balins knew Gilbert's strength. After seeing that Rose could subdue Gilbert with just one strand of her hair, they knew they stood no chance against Rose. They were puzzled why an expert with such power was with Hanchuo. "My hair is silver, not white." Rose looked at Gilbert coldly and said, "And I'm not his new woman." Gilbert regained his feet grumpily. He knew he wasn't Rose's match. He grumbled, "If you are not my master's woman, then who are you?" Rose hesitated for a moment. After taking a quick peep at the smiling Hanchuo out of the corner of her eyes, she replied in a reluctant manner, "Same as you, his servant." "Oh," cried Gilbert. "A servant, I see. Hee, with such a beautiful servant, I'm sure my master will have a really good time," said Gilbert loudly as he put on a suggestive smirk. The divine guards around Gilbert also smirked after hearing those words. "You." Rose had obviously made it out what Gilbert's words actually meant, and she could tell what were on the divine guards' minds from their vile expressions. Her face turned cold and was about to flip out again. "Enough," yelled Hanchuo lightly. He instructed the divine guards, "You will all return to the City of Shadows." "My lord, are you not returning with us?" asked Barnard immediately. After a year of training in the formation and experiencing a lot of hardships, his strength had substantially improved. He began to feel a deep sense of respect for Hanchuo. "There are some matters I must deal with. I will be returning soon after." "Right, you will lead the company while I'm away," answered Hanchuo. "As you bid, my lord." Barnard saluted Hanchuo and led the company of divine guards back to the city. They were reluctant to leave the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. For the divine guards, the year they spent inside the formation filled with dangers was one of the most memorable experiences in their lives. After the divine guards left, Hanchuo said to Sanguis, Balins, and Gilbert, "Dismantle the formation with me. Make sure not to leave anything behind, as we will be reinstalling the formation back in the Han residence." Sanguis, Balins, and Gilbert were Hanchuo's very core trusted aides. The three had some understanding of the demonic art Hanchuo cultivated in. Hanchuo wouldn't trust anyone else with the task. After hearing Hanchuo's instruction, the three immediately got to work. Every stela and rock were picked up and put away. The unique and special materials were picked out and removed most carefully, lest the materials be damaged. After removing the formation, Hanchuo and his apprentices proceeded with removing all trace and evidence of what had taken place in the valley. Hanchuo made certain that not the tiniest hint could be found in the valley before he instructed his 3 apprentices, "Return to the city without me. I will be back before the competition begins." "Master, where are you going?" "Master, bring your dark dragon along," Sanguis and Gilbert said simultaneously. Balins did not say a word, but it was clear from his eyes that he too wanted to go with Hanchuo. "I'm going to take care of a hidden threat. The situation will not allow me to bring you along. It is only when you have the strength to kill high gods that I could be at ease with bringing you in and out of dragons' dens," refused Hanchuo smilingly. After hearing Hanchuo's rejection, the three seemed somewhat disheartened. However, there was nothing they could do about the harsh reality, and so they headed back to the city. Hanchuo, however, did not return to the City of Shadows. He headed in the direction of Hush Vale City with Rose. "What are you up to?" Rose asked as soon as she realized that Hanchuo was not heading towards the City of Shadows. Doubts could be seen in her cold and clear eyes. "We are going to assassinate people." Hanchuo turned around, grinned, and said, we will go to Hushvale City to kill several characters who poses a threat to my family clan. Han Shuo was determined to eliminate Avery after Aobashi and Erebus informed Han Shuo of his whereabouts. He was even further motivated to do so after learning that Avery had ganged up with Hasling. Just as Aobashi had warned, Avery and Hasling will never make peace with the House of Han. The two possessed outstanding strengths, and Hasling was even the master of the enormous God Swamp Pharmacy. For as long as these great potential threats remained alive, Han Shuo would feel as if he had a pin in his throat. Although Han Shuo wasn't afraid of attacks from Avery and Hasling, he was worried about the members of his family clan. There was no way he could ensure the safety of all his family clan members from a sudden strike in the dark by the two. Therefore, given the circumstances, Han Shuo's most optimal course of action was to eliminate the threats before they could strike. After all, Han Shuo currently had the strength to do so. Both Hasling and Avery were in Hushvale City. Hasling was a VIP in Hushvale City, highly regarded by their city lord. Han Shuo knew that assassinating the two in Hushvale City wouldn't be easy. Although Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert had been rapidly advancing in strength, they had yet to reach High God realm. Without High God strengths, not only that they won't be able to assist Han Shuo in Hushvale City, they might burden him. Therefore, Han Shuo was resolute in not bringing the three. Rose, however, was unlike them. She possessed mid-stage High God strength. Even if they land in a predicament in Hushvale City, Rose could easily escape and keep up with Han Shuo. Besides, being about to observe his surroundings using demon generals, Han Shuo believed that Hushvale City couldn't stop him. Who? Rose wasn't a kind-hearted person as well. She did not reveal a trace of shock to hear Han Shuo's words. In fact, she seemed perfectly indifferent to it. "You'll know when the time comes," replied Han Shuo smilingly. Fort Lasberg was on the outermost perimeter of the City of Shadow's influence and was relatively close to Hushvale City. The two did not converse during the journey but travelled in silence. After a few days, the two crossed the vast border between the two cities and stepped into soil under Hushvale City's influence. Like the City of Shadow, Hushvale City had big and small forts and settlements surrounding the city itself. After stepping into the city's sphere of influence, Han Shuo started acting more prudently. The two deliberately avoided crowds and divine guards from Hushvale City as to avoid unnecessary troubles. As a high god, the terrifying aura Rose gave off was all too menacing. It was under Han Shuo's strong demand that Rose withdrew her forbidding aura so that the low gods and mid gods wouldn't be so terrified and on the alert around her. Han Shuo's ability in concealing aura far surpassed Rose's. He could easily disguise his strength just by not using the demonic yuan in his body and allow the aura of his mid-god strength avatars to escape. If not even Rose could discover his actual strength, then an average low god and mid-gods would have no chance of discovering just how terrifying Han Shuo really was. After traveling for 18 days in the territories of Hushvale City, Han Shuo and Rose finally arrived at the city gate of the city. The name on Han Shuo's divine tablet was Brian. As there were many gods on Elysium, it was not uncommon to find gods with the same name. The divine guards at Hushvale City had not even expected that this Brian was in fact the master of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy that had been all the rage in the Darkness Dominion. They let Han Shuo into the just like that. Although Rose did not like crowded places, like every other gods, she too had her own divine tablet. Moreover, her divine tablet was different from Han Shuo's, much more simple and unadorned. The Hushvale City divine guards seemed somewhat respectful when receiving and handling Rose's divine tablet. Even his words sounded much more courteous, entirely different from the arrogant treatment that Han Shuo received. Rose stepped into the city proudly with her head held high and tall. "My divine tablet is of the most ancient variant. Gods with this kind of divine tablet who are alive even till now usually have great strengths. No matter on any location on Elysium, the divine guards would give the most respectful treatment to those with powerful strength." Rose seemed rather proud when she said those words. It was as though she was secretly delighted and had regained some dignity when she had received better treatment than her master. Han Shuo didn't mind it at all. He nodded with a faint smile and said, "Then you should be very clear about the situation on Elysium." "Very good. When there's time, tell me all about the ancient stories about Elysium. I'm interested in them." "No problem," agreed Rose. She was rather astonished that Han Shuo would seek for her knowledge. So he does have one thing that is worthy of praise, after all. Chapter 760, Approached by a Beauty. GDK 760, Approached by a Beauty. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. At Hushvale City, one of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion. Han Shuo and Rose walked shoulder to shoulder across the streets of Hushvale City. The situation in Hushvale City wasn't all too different from that of the City of Shadows. Every god there were focused on improving their strengths. Divine weapon shops, divine scroll shops, energy crystal shops, and gymnasiums lined most of the streets. The God Swamp Pharmacy was popular in Hushvale City, almost as popular as Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was in the City of Shadows. They were the largest pharmacy chains in their cities. Han Shuo learned the location of God Swamp Pharmacy headquarters after asking some random god walking down the street for direction. Hushvale City was just as enormous as the City of Shadows. The journey from the city gate to God Swamp Pharmacy headquarters took Han Shuo 3 hours. Upon arrival, the view of an enormous campus filled with towering buildings entered his sight. It was only then that Han Shuo realized just how much more grandiose God Swamp Pharmacy was compared to his Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Pharmacists wearing distinctive clothing as white as snow could be seen walking in and out of pharmacy labs. There were also divine guards pushing trolleys filled with various glass containers to an area parked with airships. They would load the airships with bottles and bottles of medicines and ship them all across the Darkness Dominion. God Swamp Pharmacy's businesses were operating on a whole different scale than that of Celestial Pearls. Other than Hushvale City, they had branches in all major cities of the Darkness Dominion. They would produce the medicines in their headquarters and ship it out to those cities using airships. God Swamp Pharmacy not only had good relationships with all major family clans of large cities, but they also cooperated with the God Hunters in secrecy. Therefore, there rarely ever were any mishaps that happened to their long-range commerce. The God Swamp Pharmacy had been reaping large amounts of black crystal coins from various family clans in the Darkness Dominion. However, due to the recent uprising of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, most if not all family clans in the City of Shadows had stopped purchasing medicines from God Swamp Pharmacy. As Celestial Pearl's reputation rises, the impact on God Swamp Pharmacy's bottom line became more and more noticeable. As God Swamp Pharmacy had been established in the Darkness Dominion for many years, given their scale of operation, Celestial Pearl couldn't trump them within a short time. Celestial Pearl was operating on a far smaller scale. Han Shuo, standing at the entrance of God Swamp Pharmacy, did not hurry in entering or to look for hassling. Instead, he released his demon generals to travel all around God Swamp Pharmacy, allowing him to observe the entire God Swamp Pharmacy campus. The God Swamp Pharmacy headquarters was basically an enormous shop. As they must open their doors for business, the security wasn't all that tight. Han Shuo's demon generals did not meet many obstacles on the campus. They fed Han Shuo with every single activity happening in God Swamp Pharmacy. "What are you here for?" Rose was puzzled to see Han Shuo stood still at the entrance, not leaving or entering. Han Shuo smiled, turned to Rose, and replied, "To probe the situation." "Right, standing right at the entrance is too eye-catching. Come, let's go stroll around inside." Naturally, Rose wouldn't raise any objection to Han Shuo's command. Seeing that Han Shuo had stepped into God Swamp Pharmacy, she did not hesitate and followed Han Shuo into the shop. As the master of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, it was only natural that Han Shuo would be interested in the business model and operations of God Swamp Pharmacy. After entering the shop, he would continue to probe every corner of the campus using demon generals while strolling about the shop with Rose, pretending to be an ordinary customer. Rose followed closely behind Han Shuo. She had been observing Han Shuo curiously and could sense the killing intent hidden under his tranquil and calm appearance. It didn't take Rose long to realize that Han Shuo's target was someone inside the pharmacy shop. She started being mindful of Han Shuo's actions, fearing that he might suddenly attack someone in broad daylight and land them in danger. Isn't this Mr. Brian?" A tender cry sounded and entered Han Shuo's ears. Then, a graceful and poised figure in the distance started approaching him. Han Shuo was stunned. His goal in coming to God's Swamp Pharmacy was to assassinate Avery and Hassling. As not a soul in Hush Vale City had ever seen Han Shuo's face before, including Hassling, Han Shuo did not disguise his appearance. He was shocked when someone cried out his name. Immediately, he turned to the source of the sound. He saw Charlotte's bright gazes looking up and down at him. She seemed very surprised. Charlotte originated from the Brock family of the Destruction Dominion. When she was in the City of Shadows, she assisted Portlam in resisting Han Shuo's attack. After the event, she apologized to Han Shuo through Carmelita, stating that she was not involved in Portlam's crimes. Han Shuo did not hold any prejudice towards Charlotte. It was because of Portlam that Han Shuo's anger had spread to Charlotte. But as Carmelita had asked Han Shuo for forgiveness on Charlotte's behalf, Han Shuo decided not to take revenge on her. However, the ill feeling towards Charlotte does not simply disappear from Han Shuo's heart overnight. Although Han Shuo had no intention of taking revenge against her or her family clan, Han Shuo still held a bad impression towards Charlotte. He wasn't going to sell the medicines he had personally refined to her or her family clan. Charlotte approached Han Shuo smilingly and was very friendly in attitude. She began by apologizing, "I'm really sorry about the incident last time. I had no intention of offending you. I was just doing what I had to do given the situation. Please forgive me, Mr. Brian." Han Shuo did not expect to meet Charlotte at this place. He only nodded indifferently in response to her apology and showed no interest to interact with her. Charlotte was a high god and was excellent in sensing others' actual strength. After she smiled at Han Shuo, she soon turned to look at Rose with astonishment. She detected the menacing power in Rose, who was a level stronger than her. She was rather shocked and couldn't understand why Han Shuo would always be seen accompanied by powerful gods. Charlotte saw that the taciturn Han Shuo was leaving, and so she stepped forward and smilingly invited, "Mr. Brian, it must be fate that has led to us meeting here. If you would, Mr. Brian, let's go somewhere else and chat over a cup of tea. I must show you that I'm sincere in my apology." Previously, Charlotte wasn't able to purchase Han Shuo's miraculous medicines because she had stepped in to keep Portlam alive. Therefore, for the lack of a better option, she decided to purchase some common medicines from God's Swamp Pharmacy instead. Now that she ran into Han Shuo, with Portlam the degenerate not around her, Charlotte thought that this was the perfect opportunity for her to make peace with Han Shuo. Therefore, she was not going to let Han Shuo leave easily. Han Shuo, however, was not at all interested in talking with Charlotte. He shook his head, raised one hand, and replied in an uninterested face, "There is no need for that. Carmelita has talked to me about it. I will not take offense at you for the matter." The coldness on Han Shuo's face cannot be more obvious, a clear indication that he still held some ill feelings towards her. His response deviated from Charlotte's expectations. She seemed a little disappointed to hear those words. As Han Shuo had shown his cold and detached attitude, if Charlotte was tactless and continued to nag him, she would risk irritating Han Shuo. Charlotte put on a bitter smile on her fair face and was ready to let Han Shuo leave. "Elder sister Charlotte, have you chosen what you want?" A sweet and fine voice suddenly sounded from a distance. A lady with a delicate and pretty face wearing a simple but clean green dress came to Charlotte's side. She was tall, had fair skin, and carried an air of glamour. She had long, shapely eyebrows and a pair of cold but appealing eyes. "No, not yet. I came across an acquaintance," Charlotte replied to the beauty smilingly and said, "Let's continue shopping and negotiate a deal with God's Swamp Pharmacy." Suddenly, the lovely-looking beauty stared at Han Chuo with a pair of astonished green eyes. She cried out in surprise, "It's you! How come you're here?" Han Chuo was stunned. He sized up the beauty, raised an eyebrow and asked puzzlingly, "Excuse me? Who are you? Have we met before?" Han Chuo thought that the lovely-looking lady felt somewhat familiar, especially her sweet-sounding and fine voice. He felt as though he had heard it before somewhere. However, no matter how hard Han Chuo racked his brain, he couldn't find the beautiful, charming face in his memory. The beauty seemed very pleasantly surprised. She walked past Charlotte and got beside Han Chuo, asking excitedly, "Since when are you here? Why didn't you look for me?" Han Chuo was confused. He stared blankly at the lovely-looking beauty who seemed somewhat excited and said, "Sorry, you must have mistaken me for someone else." The beauty pulled an amused smile and carefully looked at Han Chuo. A moment later, she said, "I'm not mistaken. It is indeed you. Humph, so it turns out that you have forgotten about me." The sense of familiarity grew stronger and stronger in Han Chuo's heart as they talked. However, Han Chuo was certain that he had never seen that sweet, charming face before. Otherwise, given his astonishing power in remembering beauties, there was absolutely no way Han Chuo would forget someone as attractive as her. However, he could feel an indescribable sense of familiarity about this beauty. This made Han Chuo more and more puzzled. He put on a bitter smile and asked, "Sorry, but I really can't remember who you are. Can you give me a hint?" "No," the beauty shook her head, shot a glare at Han Chuo, and grumbled, "So you really have forgotten about me? How outrageous!" After listening to them for half a day, Charlotte finally couldn't help it but asked puzzlingly, "Bekimos, you know Brian?" When the name Bekimos was uttered, Han Chuo was immediately lifted from the confusion. His memories in the abyss realm rushed back into his mind like water gushing from a burst dam. He gradually came to associate Bekimos, previously the most powerful demon king in the abyss realm, with this sweet and beautiful lady standing before him. Back then in the abyss realm, Bekimos had always worn a fierce-looking mask and faked her voice. It was only when she became too emotional that she would forget to speak in the rasping, male-like voice and use her original, sweet and melodious voice. Right before Bekimos left the abyss realm, she had answered Han Chuo's question with her original voice and revealed that she was indeed a female. However, Han Chuo had never seen her face. That was the reason Han Chuo felt a sense of familiarity towards her but couldn't remember where they had met. The forbidding air and taciturn behavior she displayed in the abyss realm was nowhere to be seen now that she was on Elysium. After removing her ferocious-looking mask, Bekimos was revealed to be a sweet and beautiful lady. She even seemed very approachable. Bekimos! How unexpected! Han Chuo too was pleasantly surprised after learning her identity. He laughed heartily and said, "I really did not expect to bump into you here. Haha, how are you doing? Didn't I told you how to locate me before I left? Why didn't you look for me after arriving in Elysium?" Bekimos was looking at Han Chuo smilingly but she talked to Han Chuo in a berating tone. Han Chuo recalled that she had indeed given him the methods of locating and contacting her. However, after returning to Profound Continent, he encountered a series of events, meeting Donna, Carmelita, establishing the Celestial Pearl, and etc. Han Chuo was too busy to have time to think about Bekimos or to look for her. "Sorry, I have forgotten about it," said Han Chuo in a somewhat embarrassed manner. "Judging by your clothing, you seem to be doing pretty alright on Elysium." Bekimos sized up Han Chuo judgmentally before she grumpily declared, "Then as punishment, you must treat me a meal at the most expensive restaurant in Hush Vale City. Otherwise, I'm not going to forgive you. Let me warn you that I'm very good at remembering grudges." Charlotte was very surprised that Bekimos and Han Chuo knew each other. After listening to their conversation, Charlotte gradually realized where the two had met. Beckymos had told Charlotte about her experience in the Abyss Realm in detail. She knew that Beckymos had met a magical person in the Abyss Realm and his miraculous deeds. Charlotte was laughing in her mind when she heard Beckymos said that Hanchuo was doing pretty alright. Hanchuo's House of Han had recently been founded in the City of Shadows. His Celestial Pearl Pharmacy had established presences all over the City of Shadows, while he himself had recently become a chief of Divine Guards. Even Charlotte's House of Bruckner was begging to get their hands on Hanchuo's miraculous medicines. Hanchuo only took several dozen years to accomplish all that. If that was called pretty alright, then all those who came from low-level material planes would be beggars. No problem. Hanchuo agreed to the demand straightforwardly. Let's go. Everything's on me. Charlotte was rejoiced to see that Hanchuo was so friendly towards Beckymos. She immediately gave up her plan of purchasing medicines from Godswamp Pharmacy and went with them smilingly. She was determined to improve her current relationship with Hanchuo. Chapter 761, Finish What You Started. GDK 761, Finish What You Started. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Let's go to the Divine Blessing restaurant. I've heard that their food is pretty good, said Hanchuo smilingly at the hesitant Beckymos. Beckymos was rather surprised that Hanchuo would agree to her demand so readily. Divine Blessing was not called the expensive restaurant in Hush Vale City for no reason. Every dish and bottle of wine would cost at least 100 black crystal coins. It was beyond what some members of small family clans could afford. After thinking for a moment, not knowing Hanchuo's financial capability, Beckymos suggested, let's just go to another restaurant. I don't want you to sell your house just for a meal. Don't you worry about that, Beckymos. He can afford it, said Charlotte smilingly. She knew just how prosperous Hanchuo's Celestial Pearl had become in the City of Shadows, and as a successful entrepreneur, spending at the restaurant would be mere trifles. Let's go, my treat. Hanchuo turned to Rose and beckoned at her. Rose had been silent all along. She was like an outsider beside Hanchuo. She did not show any interest in Charlotte or Beckymos. She silently followed along with her eyes looking on the ground. With Charlotte and Beckymos showing the way, the four arrived at Divine Blessing restaurant of Hush Vale City. Charlotte and Beckymos seemed to be a frequent patron of the restaurant. They got themselves a table located at an excellent spot where they could see an endless stream of people below them. Not far away were several energy towers glowing with colorful lights. A waitress, wearing very tidy and professional clothing, approached them smilingly and said most politely, "Welcome to Divine Blessing. Can I have your orders?" Having cultivated to this realm in demonic arts, Hanchuo doesn't even need to eat. He pointed at Beckymos smilingly and said, "Ask her. You really seem to be making some good money, hey?" Beckymos softly chuckled before she casually ordered a few dishes and a bottle of wine called Blueberry Fantasy. After the waitress left, Beckymos asked, "When did you arrive on Elysium? What have you been up to?" "Around 20 years ago. Elysium is pretty great. I have found things worth fighting for in this world." Hanchuo did not answer all of Beckymos' questions. He bunched his brows and asked, "Right, are you a member of the Bruckner family?" "Yes, I'm." "What's the matter?" Beckymos seemed puzzled when Hanchuo asked her about her family clan. She couldn't understand why Hanchuo was asking her about it. Suddenly, Charlotte stood up, bowed at Hanchuo, and solemnly apologized, "Mr. Brian, I'm really sorry about the incident last time. Please forgive me." Beckymos grew even more puzzled. She stared blankly at Charlotte for a moment and asked, "Charlotte, what are you doing?" She then turned to Hanchuo and gave him a puzzled look, "Since when are you called Brian?" Back then in the Abyss Realm where no one knew him, Hanchuo had introduced himself with his original name, Beckymos included. Therefore, Beckymos was puzzled when Charlotte called him Brian. New material plane, new name. Here I'm called Brian. But, of course, you can still call me Hanchuo. Both names work, explained Hanchuo as he shrugged. He then turned to Charlotte and replied, all right. For Bekaimo's sake, I will forget about what happened the last time. If you are still interested in purchasing medicines from my celestial pearl, we can discuss the terms later. After hearing those words, Charlotte knew that Hanchuo had finally forgiven her for saving Portlam's life in the City of Shadows. She was delighted. She thanked Hanchuo smilingly, got back to her seat before she informed Bekaimos, this is the Mr. Brian of the City of Shadows I told you about. He is the friend you met in the Abyss Realm. Bekaimo's pretty face was filled with overwhelming shock after hearing the explanation. She cried out in disbelief, how is that possible? Charlotte had told Bekaimos about the miraculousness of Hanchuo's medicines as well as the incident in Celestial Pearl's banquet hall. She had given great emphasis on how relentless Hanchuo was when he attempted to kill Portlam. However, back in the Abyss Realm where Bekaimos first met Hanchuo, Bekaimos only knew Hanchuo for his miraculousness, not his powerful strength. Therefore, Bekaimos had not associated the powerful expert who beat up Portlam's ass with that magical person she met. It was in fact in Charlotte's expectation that Bekaimos would be greatly astonished to hear that because she herself was in disbelief when she realized that Hanchuo was the magical person Bekaimos had met in the Abyss Realm. Based on Bekaimos' words, when they met in the Abyss Realm, Hanchuo's strength was weaker than hers. But within just a couple decades, Hanchuo had enough strength to severely injure Portlam, which meant that Hanchuo managed to transcend from low god realm to high god realm within the short span of a couple of decades. This rate of progress was simply unimaginable. Under Bekaimos' doubtful gazes, Charlotte forced a smile and said, you should know that I wouldn't make this kind of joke with you. It is true. He is the master of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy of the City of Shadows. Bekaimos grew even more astonished. She looked at Hanchuo with bewildered eyes and asked, have you started concealing your actual strength since arriving on the Abyss Realm? Hanchuo forced a smile. He did not know how to respond to Bekaimos' question. He had not concealed his actual strength back on the Abyss Realm. But if Hanchuo were to tell her the truth, she might not believe him. Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, Hanchuo reluctantly nodded. You scoundrel, always so on the guard against everyone. Bekaimos glared at Hanchuo angrily and remarked, how foolish of me to worry that you might have trouble surviving on Elysium. I was even planning to give you a referral to join my family clan. So it turns out that I had been worrying about nothing. Upon finishing those words, Bekaimos suddenly cried out for the waitress and instructed, cancel our order. Serve us the most expensive course instead. Bekaimos was angered. She was out to get Hanchuo's blood. Yes, right away, the waitress was delighted and she immediately answered Bekaimos. Soon enough, dishes after dishes that Hanchuo had never seen before were continuously served. Their table was crammed with food. Bekaimos vigorously chewed the finely cooked meat slices as she stared hatefully at Hanchuo. She seemed to be imagining herself chewing on Hanchuo's flesh. Charlotte was somewhat astonished at Bekaimos' behavior. She did not expect Bekaimos would act so unmannerly in front of a male acquaintance. Rose had been silent all along. But when the delicious food was served, she helped herself without anyone telling her. She would grab the beautiful dishes and engrossed herself in eating the food on the table. It was as though Rose and Bekaimos were having an eating competition. Hanchuo merely tasted a little bit of every dish on the table. He did not even drink much wine. Although he wasn't a foodie, he felt that the food and alcohol were excellent. He had an ominous feeling that they will be pricey. When it came time to pay, Hanchuo only took a slight shock when the waitress reported that the dishes cost 9,600 black crystal coins. Hanchuo had now become a filthy rich man and wouldn't renege on his promise because the bill was a little high. Under Bekaimos' attentive gazes, Hanchuo straightforwardly tossed out a sack containing 10,000 black crystal coins. Bekaimos, Charlotte, and Rose had all drank some alcohol which gave their cheeks a tinge of alluring red. They appeared significantly more entrancing with rosy cheeks on their pretty faces, especially Bekimos and Rose, who were incredibly attractive to begin with. Even Han Chuo felt as though his breath was taken away for a moment. Bekimos observed Han Chuo as he settled the bill calmly. She softly remarked, "You really have struck a fortune. Didn't even win CE when paying 10,000 black crystal coins. You are even more extravagant than my dad. Let's go." Han Chuo said and got up from his seat. As he left, his majestic figure visibly overshadowed many other gods in divine blessing. Given his ostentatiousness and the three charming beauties beside him, many in the establishment secretly peeked at him admiringly, thinking, "Who is this blessed lad? Since when Hush Vale City has a man with such luck around women?" Most of those who could afford spending in divine blessing was rather influential in Hush Vale City. The circle was small and they knew each other well. As Han Chuo was not a familiar face around here, they started wondering who he could be. The three ladies also stood up from their seats and followed behind Han Chuo, heading outside. When they were about to exit divine blessing, Bekimos softly cussed at a youngster sitting near the entrance, "What a disgusting piece of shit." From start to finish, the youngster had been leering at the three ladies with unconcealed depravity in his eyes. Bekimos' cuss was fair and just. However, as everyone in divine blessing was watching and admiring Han Chuo, the restaurant was very quiet. Bekimos' soft cuss was loud and clear to everyone. All those dining in the restaurant turned to the youngster, who seemed to be rather influential, with amused eyes, as though the youngster had made a joke of himself. The youngster stared blankly for a moment before he discovered that the gazes of his acquaintances had gathered on him. Not wanting to lose face, he looked at Bekimos sinisterly and sneered, "Hey bitch, who are you talking about?" Bekimos' face turned dark. She seemed even more disgusted and replied, "About a revolting and uncultured piece of shit." Thereafter, not wanting to waste any more words, Bekimos hastened Han Chuo, "Let's go," and leave hurriedly, as though trying to stay clear of a stinking pile of shit. Three drunken women following behind a man. One wonders what they could possibly be up to. "How sluttish," the youngster said in a lewd smirk. Upon hearing those words, those dining in divine blessing put on faces implying sexual innuendo. Their gazes towards Han Chuo were filled with admiration. Han Chuo stared blankly for a moment. The scene of him eating Charlotte, Bekimos, and Rose for dessert all at once involuntarily floated into his mind. A strange smile appeared on his face. Han Chuo shook his head and thought, "I'm indeed not a virtuous man to fantasize something so lewd in this situation." Slap! A loud slap resounded through divine blessing. Charlotte stared at the youngster coldly and said, "I don't care which family clan you're from, you better mind your language." "Slut, how dare you strike me!" shrieked the youngster. The few divine guards dining with him put on chilling faces, stood up from their seats and surrounded the four in an instant. It appeared that the matter won't be easily resolved. As that youngster only had mid-god strength, he couldn't avoid Charlotte's slap. When Han Chuo finally came to his senses, the youngster's divine guards had surrounded them. Han Chuo wasn't afraid of troubles. However, his objective in Hush Vale City was to assassinate Hasling and Avery. If his identity was exposed before that happens, it will severely jeopardize his mission. Seeing that the situation had escalated to this stage, Han Chuo started weighing in his mind on how to rapidly resolve the matter. The youngster only had mid-god strength. Those divine guards that came with him had similar strengths. None in his party was a high god. Most of those dining in divine blessing possessed mid-god strengths. Other than Bekimos, who had recently made a breakthrough to mid-god realm, all those in Han Chuo's party had high god strengths and could finish off the youngster and his divine guards effortlessly. However, they were in an esteemed establishment. Doing so will surely attract certain forces' attention and they would have trouble getting away. If the matter escalates, it would likely expose Han Chuo's identity. If Avery and Hasling were to know that he was in Hush Vale City, they would surely try to hunt and kill him. This might get messy, thought Han Chuo as he bunched his brows. This is Hush Vale City. "You outsiders are digging your own grave by instigating troubles here," shouted the youngster. He then instructed, "Arrest them. Bring them back to the 6th Corps for interrogation." Like the City of Shadows, Hush Vale City had Divine Guards Corps. But unlike the City of Shadows, Hush Vale City only had 6 Divine Guards Corps. It appeared that the youngster was indeed rather powerful in Hush Vale City. Those Divine Guards following him had grave and stern air. It was obvious that they were experienced and well trained. "Ladies, gentlemen, please take any disputes you may have outside." It was at this time that a plump old man with grizzled hair approached them in a professional smile. It was as though he was used to seeing situations like this. As one of the most upscale establishments in Hush Vale City, Divine Blessing was more than just a restaurant. The youngster knew the forces backing the seemingly innocent Divine Blessing. He nodded at the plump old man, beckoned at his Divine Guards, and said, "We will wait outside." The youngster gave Han Shuo and the 3 ladies a cold look before leaving Divine Blessing. Those dining in Divine Blessing showed great interest in the quarrel. Some would ask for the bill and go outside to watch while some would look down from the windows. "He is from the House of Granro, the weakest of the 4 major Hush Vale City family clans," Charlotte said to Beckymos in a faint smile. She then turned to Han Shuo and said, "It's no biggie." Han Shuo felt rather surprised by those words of Charlotte. But after thinking about it carefully, it made sense to him. The House of Bruckner had around the same strength as the House of Saint. They were both ancient family clans. Clearly, a family clan that ranked near the bottom in Hush Vale City wasn't enough to pose them any threat. Han Shuo was relieved to hear those words. He nodded smilingly and said, "I don't want people to know that I'm in Hush Vale City." Charlotte looked blankly for a moment, wondering why Han Shuo would say so. She nodded and replied, "All right. Leave it to me." Rose had been silent all these while, but she seemed irritated. Clearly, she too was angered by the youngster's offensive words. "Sister Charlotte, give that asshole a round of beating," said Beckymos in a chilling voice. "Forget about it, we are in Hush Vale City and we better avoid unnecessary trouble. In any case, I have already slapped him. If he knew our identities, I doubt he will continue to pressure us with his 6th Corps," consoled Charlotte. She also seemed disinclined to escalate the matter. "Sister Charlotte, how can we just let him off like that?" grumbled Beckymos. As they spoke, the 4 had exited Divine Blessing. Charlotte gazed at the youngster with cold eyes and was about to state her identity. But before she could speak, the youngster rushed to sneer at Han Shuo. "Hey man, going down on 3 at once must be wonderful, isn't it? Hehe, later at the 6th Corps, I will give you an even more wonderful experience." The youngster seemed greatly interested in Rose. He looked up and down Rose's body with lascivious eyes and said, "Damn, white-haired lady, you are totally my type. I'm so going to interrogate you with my baton." Of the 3 ladies, Rose had been silent and did not speak up against him. Thinking that Rose was meek, the youngster assailed her with obscenities. But little did he know, quiet and introverted people like Rose were usually the most murderous. The youngster had committed a grave mistake in offending Rose. He could not have offended Rose more by calling her a white-haired lady. Han Shuo saw the chilling radiance in Rose's eyes and knew that shit will soon hit the fan. Before he could say a thing, several strands of her silver hair violently shot out. The distance between the youngster and Rose was very short. This youngster couldn't even dodge Charlotte's slap. Against Rose, who was even more powerful than Charlotte, the youngster was even more powerless. Several strands of hair shot out like beams of lights and pierced across the youngster's chest in an instant. Rose flung with her long hair and tossed the youngster, whose chest was squirting blood, far into the distance. He was already dead by the time he landed. Han Shuo's face jolted. Seeing that Rose had attacked, he knew it was no longer possible to resolve the matter peacefully. Before Charlotte and Beckymos had come to their senses, Han Shuo instructed, "Don't do things halfway, finish what you started." Rose's long hair started to flutter wildly and she coldly sent her long hair at those frightened divine guards. Their torsos were pierced and all of them died on the spot. "What are you waiting for? Fly!" shouted Han Shuo at Beccymos and Charlotte. He then grabbed Beccymos' little hand and flew towards a rather desolate part of the city. Those bystanders and observers all shrieked in fear and panic. They did not expect that Han Shuo and his party would actually kill in open daylight, and so ruthlessly at that. Perhaps because Rose was too brutal, all of the bystanders merely watched as Han Shuo and the ladies escape after committing murder. They did not think about obstructing them because no one had the guts to be up against them. Chapter 762, Leave None Alive. GDK 762, Leave None Alive. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Divine Blessing Restaurant was located in a bustling street in the city center. Many had witnessed Rose slaughter the few. Fearing that divine guards of Hush Vale City will be there soon, Han Shuo decided to escape and hide. By using his demon generals to scout ahead of him, Han Shuo took the three ladies in traversing across numerous streets, heading towards relatively secluded regions. After traveling for some time, they stopped at what seemed to be a residential area for commoners. Divine guards usually do not pay much attention to such areas and members of large family clans rarely venture there. They would be safe there temporarily. Charlotte used her divine tablet and spent a few purple crystal coins in renting a simple and crude gymnasium. Charlotte and Beccymos still felt rather astounded and appalled at this moment. They looked at Rose with strange gazes. They did not at all expect that Rose would be so brazen to kill someone in the crowded city center in front of all the nobilities. Naturally, Charlotte and Beccymos had heard Han Shuo asking Rose to finish what she started, which also very much astonished them. They couldn't understand what the heck were they thinking. The very most that Charlotte and Beccymos would do was to give the youngster a beating and humiliate him. They would never murder the youngster and his divine guards so straightforwardly and recklessly. "Han Shuo, you and your friend are truly brazen," exclaimed Beccymos in an astonished face. She continued, "The youngster seemed to be rather influential in Hush Vale City. Now that you have killed him, his family clan surely will not let us off." Rose at this moment appeared unruffled. She did not feel that anything was wrong about her actions. She remained as silent as always. Han Shuo had seen too many outrageous acts and met countless perilous situations. Although he felt that that action of Rose's was rather impulsive, he did not feel that it was too big of an issue. He put on a reassuring smile and replied, "He's just a good-for-nothing jerk from a wealthy family. Killing him wasn't all that big of a deal." After taking a short pause, Han Shuo looked at Charlotte and Beccymos and said, "Hush Vale City will surely try to track us down. It is risky for the two of you to stay in Hush Vale City, so you should leave the city as soon as possible. Otherwise, given the gravity of the issue, the two of you might get into great trouble." "Are you not coming with us?" asked Beccymos puzzlingly. "There are still certain matters that I must finish in this city. I will leave right after completing them." Han Shuo then turned to Charlotte and said, "I don't have any medicines left. You can send men to the City of Shadows to purchase my medicines after I produced a new batch. As long as the representative can prove that he is from your house of Brucker, I will make sure that he returns home my medicines." Charlotte was delighted by Han Shuo's guarantee. She thanked Han Shuo before saying to Beccymos, "Come, we should be going home. Brian and his friend have extraordinary strengths. I believe that even if they ran into troubles in Hush Vale City, it wouldn't be too hard for them to escape. The two of us, however, if trapped, wouldn't be able to free ourselves easily." Charlotte could see the situation clearly. Han Shuo not leaving Hush Vale City under such circumstances meant that he had something extremely important to accomplish here. The strength that Rose displayed made Charlotte's heart quiver. Han Shuo, meanwhile, was mysterious and unfathomable. She felt that given the situation, it was not advisable for them to stay with the duo any longer. Beccymos bunched her brows and frowned. She rebutted, "Sister Charlotte, Can't we stay to help him? If we stay, not only that we cannot help Brian, we might even be a burden to him, replied the quick-witted Charlotte. After hearing Charlotte's words, Beccymos turned to look at Hanchuo, as though she was asking for Hanchuo's opinion with her eyes. Hanchuo nodded and said, I cannot take too many people with me in my operation. I need to be very mobile. After a short pause, Hanchuo added, also, you better not participate in what I'm going to do. Otherwise, if people learned about your involvement, it will negatively impact your family clan. Therefore, even if not for yourself, in the interest of your family clan, you must not join me. Although it was true that a member of a large family clan enjoys numerous privileges, they were bound by even more taboos and they must put the interest of their family clan in the first place in everything they do. Beccymos, as a member of the House of Bruckner, was bound by this obligation. She put on a grimace after hearing Hanchuo's advice and nodded grudgingly. Given that Hanchuo and Rose had murdered without any scruple, the thing they will try to do in Hush Vale City must be something terrible, to say the least. Beccymos did not want to invite unnecessary troubles for her family clan and therefore she agreed to Hanchuo's advice. Beccymos and Charlotte then had a brief talk with Hanchuo about potential corporations in the future. When the sky started to get dark, the two left the gymnasium to leave Hush Vale City. Soon after the two ladies left, Hanchuo turned to Rose and instructed, Come, we should get moving. As the gymnasium rented was registered using Charlotte's divine tablet, Hanchuo felt uneasy with staying there for too long. Seeing that the sky was getting dark, he considered expediting his mission and settle the matter with Godswamp Pharmacy as soon as possible. Rose murdering the youngster in broad daylight would surely attract the attention of certain forces. Hanchuo needed to kill both Hasling and Avery before his identity and whereabouts were discovered. He must act fast as the longer it was dragged on, the less favorable the situation would be for him. Rose, like usual, remained silent and followed along. The veil of night gradually fell. Hush Vale City had obviously tightened in security. Squads after squads of divine guards patrolled the dark streets. They scanned all around with vigilant eyes, looking out for any suspicious activities. Hanchuo knew that the divine guards were likely looking for him and Rose. By using the visions of his demon generals, Hanchuo managed to evade all the patrolling divine guards with ease. Late in the night, the duo was once again at the front door of Godswamp Pharmacy. Godswamp Pharmacy was dead silent at night. The gods would usually cultivate indoors during nighttime. The pharmacists, who had worked busily during the day, were mostly resting. Only a few rooms in Godswamp Pharmacy still had their lights on. Hanchuo had explored around 80% of Godswamp Pharmacy using his demon generals during the daytime and so he knew the layout of the campus pretty well. There were only a few restricted areas and secret chambers he had not probed as they were guarded by unique boundaries and seals which Hanchuo feared his demon general could set off. Hanchuo commanded demon generals refined using mid-god and low-god souls to station and monitor all around Godswamp Pharmacy while directing the demon generals made using Eugene and Jirofi's high-god souls to probe those regions protected with boundaries and seals. The demon generals refined using high-god souls were the highest grade of spirit demon. Demon general of this class possessed even more power than the average and could better conceal themselves. They were even better at going past boundaries without being noticed. As Rose was right beside Hanchuo, she could sense multiple unique life forms flying out from within Hanchuo. They were like invisible flying insects that flew in every direction. Like Andrina, Rose showed great curiosity towards Hanchuo's demon generals. In astonishment, she softly asked, "Those things that fly out from your body, what are they?" "It's something similar to those small spiders that you use for scouting," lied Hanchuo casually. He showed no interest in explaining it in detail. "It's not. My spiders were made by metabolizing my own cells using unique energy. They cannot fly or cloak." Rose then closed her eyes and took a moment to sense before she said, "Moreover, my spiders aren't nearly as powerful as your life forms. How is it that you, a human, be able to do that? You are just a slave." Don't ask so many questions. Han Shuo did not want to answer her question and gave her cold treatment. Rose's eyes turned a little sad after being reminded of her identity. She also felt rather annoyed at the same time. She pouted her lips and disdainfully said, "Big deal." Han Shuo ignored her. He proceeded with directing two of his highest-grade demon generals towards a secret chamber guarded by boundaries in the dead of the night. He could sense from a great distance away that the boundary was not particularly powerful. His two demon generals of the highest grade silently broke through the boundary effortlessly and proceeded inward. It was a secret tunnel that led underground. The walls were covered with energy crystals, brightly illuminating the tunnel. It did not seem dark at all. They headed further and further into the tunnel that went deeper and deeper into the earth. There were 7 or 8 small boundaries in their path. The two demon generals passed through them safely without causing any reaction from the boundaries. When they went around 500 or 600 meters underground, the demon generals were obstructed by a dark iron door. The dark iron door carried extremely intense boundary energy. The notches on them were filled with ultra-high purity energy crystals, which meant that the boundary energy must be extremely strong. It was no longer possible for the demon general to probe any further. Han Shuo knew that there must be some great secrets behind the dark iron door. However, Han Shuo dared not to let the demon general charge into it. Otherwise, if someone were inside and they were alerted, it would make his mission much more difficult. Han Shuo commanded his demon generals to hold still before the iron door. He waited and waited outside as he weighed in his mind whether he should take the risk. While Han Shuo was thinking, a demon general he placed outside the tunnel discovered that a person wearing God Swamp Pharmacy's pharmacist coat was entering the tunnel. Alerted, Han Shuo cast away all thoughts and quietly waited for the person to descend through the tunnel. Indeed, the person did not fail Han Shuo's expectations. He carefully traveled down the tunnel, and when he arrived at the dark iron door, he turned a knob-like crystal mechanism on the door. A soft voice sounded from behind the door, "Who is it?" "It's me, Kraft," replied the pharmacist after placing his face near the black iron door. He seemed to be a frequent visitor. The power of the boundary gradually diminished and the large door opened slowly. A man smilingly invited Kraft inside and said, "What have you brought us today?" With just one look, Han Shuo recognized that the doorkeeper was one of Avery's henchmen previously working in the 5th Corps. Han Shuo had carefully read through the profiles of Avery's subordinates and knew Avery's most loyal servants. "Is Lord Avery still cultivating?" asked Kraft smilingly. "He is." "Let me take you to him," the former 5th Corps Divine Guard replied smilingly. It was at this moment that the dark iron door closed and the boundary re-energized. Their conversation grew softer and softer. Outside the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo's face jolted. He smilingly remarked, "Very good. The information provided by Ralph of the 2nd Corps is indeed very accurate. Avery really is muddling with hassling. No wonder it took so long to find him." Han Shuo then nodded at Rose and walked out from his hiding place, instructing, "Follow me," before flying straight into God Swamp Pharmacy. With demon generals providing him vision in every area, Han Shuo easily evaded the Divine Guards patrolling God Swamp Pharmacy. He went towards the tunnel that had a boundary at the entrance. The boundary at the entrance only acted as an intruder alarm and to conceal the presence of the secret tunnel. Given Han Shuo and Rose's strengths, it wasn't that hard for them to pass through it without triggering it. The two concealed their auras and Rose disrupted the boundary using her darkness divine energy. The two sneaked past the boundary noiselessly. With his demon generals having scouted everything in the tunnel beforehand, Han Shuo and Rose descended through the tunnel smoothly. After getting rid of multiple small boundaries along the way, they finally arrived at the location of the two demon generals. When Rose arrived before the iron door, she received a shock as she sensed the auras of two very well concealed bizarre life forms. She looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and whispered, "That's miraculous. If even a high god like her needed to be in such close proximity to detect the presence of the demon generals, then an average person will never be able to figure out that there was an extra pair of eyes right beside them. No matter when it came to escaping or hunting, with this all-seeing ability, Han Chuo would have an unfair advantage, much like playing a game with cheat codes. Han Chuo could outmaneuver his opponents at every turn. Han Chuo pointed at the iron door with intense boundary energy and whispered, "Can you disable the boundary noiselessly?" Rose leaned forward and sensed for a moment before she shook her head and replied, "I cannot. The person who deployed the boundary is no weaker than I am. As soon as we touch it, those insides will be alerted." Han Chuo bunched his brows and pondered for a moment before he calmly said, "Since that is the case, we will charge into it." As soon as he finished those words, the 17 flying swords flew out from his body in an instant. With one thought, the 17 flying swords started rapidly bombarding the iron door in unique trajectories. An earth-shaking explosion sounded. The layers upon layers of boundaries were shredded by the terrifying power of the flying swords, and the iron door was cut into pieces. As stone and dust spread in every direction, Han Chuo marched forward in large, proud strides. He instructed Rose, "Kill everyone. Leave none alive." "Who is it?" someone inside shouted in panic when the dark iron door was shattered. Han Chuo did not reply. His flying swords flew towards the origin of the voice. Panic shouts quickly turned into miserable shrieks. Rose was not idling either. Her long hair started to dance wildly. Multiple figures were pierced by her long hair and raised from the ground. Their bodies spurted out streams of blood as they were flung away. They were dead before they touched the ground again. Chapter 763, She Didn't Kill Your Children, I Did. GDK 763, She Didn't Kill Your Children, I Did. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The two charge forwards Avery's location as though an unstoppable force. All those divine guards of Avery's they met along the way were butchered by the two. Miserable shrieks filled the spacious underground chamber. All those divine guards died to Han Chuo's flying swords melted into nothing but watery blood. The bodies of those divine guards killed by Rose would also rapidly melt away when they made contact with the bloody liquid. They were in Godswamp Pharmacy of Hush Vale City. Han Chuo knew that they must complete the objective and escape from this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, if they take too long, the divine guards of Hush Vale City would be at the scene and surround them in large numbers. Even with his and Rose's extraordinary strengths, they might not be able to escape from being encircled. Therefore, Han Chuo did not show the slightest mercy. The streams of gods were transformed into streams of blood. Han Chuo and Rose forced their way into the deepest part of the underground chamber. While Han Chuo was conducting his killing spree, his demon generals had gone to probe ahead. He had already figured out exactly where Avery was. Therefore, Han Chuo didn't have to waste any more time to search for him. He arrived at the tightly sealed chamber where Avery was hiding. The Godswamp pharmacist called Kraft suddenly came running out from the room screaming. Two flying swords streaked through his neck like a beam of light. His head was severed from his body and sent spinning away, all before his voice fell. The severed end on his neck was still squirting blood when his body collapsed with a thud. Divine energy of darkness suddenly gushed from the space behind Kraft and a darkness domain of divinity took shape in an instant. The already dim underground chamber abruptly turned into complete darkness. A shadowy figure started moving rapidly in the darkness. Its divine energy blew the bloody liquid on the ground and sprayed it towards Han Chuo and Rose. As Rose cultivated in the energy of darkness and Han Chuo doesn't get affected by changes in the environment in any way, nothing had escaped from their visions, including the corrosive liquids splashing towards them. Han Chuo had a calm face and uttered not a word. The 17 flying swords shot precisely at the moving shadowy figure at lightning speed with ferocious power. The flying swords made loud whistles that could pierce ears and souls, disrupting the mind of all those in the room. All flying swords arrived beside the shadowy figure in an instant and surrounded it, not giving it an opportunity in escaping. While the 17 flying swords were doing their jobs, Han Shuo moved like a shadow, evading the bloody liquid raining down at him. He shouted, "Today will be the last day of your life, Avery." Upon finishing those words, Cauldron Spirit's energy flooded into his body. A most terrifying energy emanated from Han Shuo in an instant. The whistling noises grew even louder and piercing as the 17 flying swords that trapped Avery formed ceaseless pain around him. A most ruthless, brutal, and sinister aura was emanated. Rose originally intended to assist Han Shuo in killing Avery, but the instant that Han Shuo utilized Cauldron Spirit's energy, she was dumbfounded. The ferocious and fear-inducing aura given off by the 17 flying swords caused her to be overwhelmed with shock. So it turns out that he had not even used his full strength against me. I thought I could get my revenge after he nullifies the master-slave contract. Ha, laughable, how laughable of me! Thought Rose. Even though Rose was outside the ceaseless pain, she was nonetheless intimidated by the terrifying energy field produced by the sword formation. She stood foolishly behind Han Shuo, not having the courage to get close to the sword formation to help attack Avery. It was also at this moment that Rose completely gave up on making retribution against Han Shuo. She even felt a mixed feeling of dread and reverence towards him. Rose actually knew Han Shuo better than most gods on Elysium. Back then on the profound continent, through her believer Adele, Rose had sensed Han Shuo and knew his strength. She never expected that Han Shuo would come to possess such terrifying strength in such a short amount of time. The rate at which his strength soars was unimaginable to Rose. Given that Avery's strength was below that of Rose's and Han Shuo had boosted his strength by borrowing Cauldron Spirit's energy, Avery was on the back foot and couldn't even make a counterattack. The darkness divine energy in his body was assailed by the chilling aura and corrosive power of the 17 flying swords that were trapping it in hell. Just a short few seconds after ceaseless pain was formed, his heart was swarmed with the feeling of despair. Han Shuo suddenly flew to Avery. In a callous face, he said, "By the way, Carmelita did not kill your children." "I did." The radiance of extreme hatred and rage burst from his eyes. He seemed to be unwilling to die this way. He clenched his teeth and tried to injure Han Shuo with his death. For unfortunately for Avery, Han Shuo would not give him the chance to do so. The 17 flying swords flew around his chest and took away every last bit of vitality left in him. Before the poison completely liquefied Avery, the 17 flying swords abruptly flew aside. Han Shuo quickly moved towards his body. He opened his left hand, deployed the demonic blades, and cut across Avery's neck. As Han Shuo had deployed frigid aura, not a drop of blood left Avery's neck. Han Shuo then quickly took out the glass container he had long prepared, placed Avery's head in it, and left a bit of frigid aura in the container before sealing it. Meanwhile, Cauldron Spirit flew out from Han Shuo's body to collect Avery's divine soul at the fastest speed possible. Han Shuo looked all around the bloody scene. Seeing that not a soul was left alive, he promptly instructed, "Time to leave." Rose was staring at Han Shuo foolishly. After hearing those whoos, she softly answered an "oh" and followed behind Han Shuo in silence. Amazement and fear could be seen in her bright eyes looking at Han Shuo's back. The whole duration of breaking into the secret chamber and murdering everyone inside did not exceed 2 minutes. Those who had detected abnormality under the ground of God's Swamp Pharmacy had yet to make it to the tunnel entrance. Han Shuo and Rose streaked across the tunnel and traveled on the path they came from. Soon enough, they were back at the surface. It was then that they saw the God Swamp Pharmacy divine guards who were rushing over. Han Shuo had probed all around God Swamp Pharmacy with his demon generals before the matter and he had discovered no sign of hassling. Currently, there wasn't a single person in the entire God Swamp Pharmacy that could actually cause them harm. All those divine guards who charged at the duo were simply giving away their lives. Han Shuo and Rose did not show the slightest mercy. Multiple divine guards would die horribly in an instant. After killing a few more divine guards foolish enough to block their paths, Han Shuo and Rose immediately flew away from God Swamp Pharmacy before the divine guards of Hush Vale City could arrive and surround them. The assassination was completed cleanly and smoothly. Han Shuo and Rose escaped into the darkness of the night effortlessly. 2 bloody murders happened in Hush Vale City in less than 24 hours, and the crimes were committed by the same gang. This alarmed the experts of all major family clans in Hush Vale City, especially the chief of 6th Corps, who were wildly hunting for his son's murderers. He put about threats that once he found the murderers, he would skin them alive. In the Hoffley residence. The House of Hoffley was the most powerful family clan in Hush Vale City. Hoffs, the patriarch of the family clan, was wearing a gloomy face and in a fit of rage. The Divine Guard chiefs of Hush Vale City were all standing before him, quiet, still, and in fear. "Get me the murderers in 3 days, dead or alive." Although the thin and tall Hoffs may appear cultured and refined, all those who were acquainted with him knew that he was extremely irascible in temper. This time around, Hoffs had reached the point of criticality. It had not been long since the death of one of his Divine Guard chiefs, Eugene, before such outrageous murders occurred in his city. His anger was fanned before it could subside. He was clearly at the limits of his tolerance. The chief dared not utter a word, but the chief of 6th Corps, Silo Huxai, loudly answered, "Rest assured, my lord. All Divine Guards of my 6th Corps have been activated, and all city gates have been notified not to allow any white-haired woman to leave the city. The Godswamp Pharmacy murder took place after the city lockdown, and therefore, we can be certain that the murderers are still in Hush Vale City. As long as we keep on searching, we will eventually find the 2 murderers. I don't care whatever method you use. But in 3 days, I want to see them, dead or alive," shouted Hoffs. "Where is Hassling?" "My lord, Mr. Hassling is at Fire Sand Town. A message has been delivered. Given the short distance of Fire Sand Town and the city, I believe Mr. Hassling will arrive soon," said Lord Aaron, the chief of the 1st Corps. Hoffs suddenly slammed on his table, shattered it into pieces. He shouted, "Why must they go to Godswamp Pharmacy to kill? The secret chamber was filled with dead bodies, but there wasn't one with a whole body. Who are those murdered?" Lord Aaron's face turned astringent. He answered, "We have examined the crime scene but couldn't learn anything useful. We will have to wait for Hassling to tell us that. City Lord, the master of Godswamp Pharmacy asks for permission to enter." It was at this moment that the voice of a Divine Guard sounded from outside the room. All those in the room were waiting for Hassling. Hoff's eyes turned cold and he shouted, "Let him in." Soon enough, Hassling, whose hair looked old but face looked young, walked into the room respectfully. As soon as he arrived, he gave Hoffs a bow and said in a grieving voice, "Please uphold justice for me, City Lord." Hoffs wore an irritated face. He coldly groaned, "Those died in your secret chamber, who are they?" "Avery and his Divine Guards, who were previously in the 5th Corps of the City of Shadows. Avery contacted me after he had a fallout with the House of Saint, as he knew that I have disagreements with the House of Saint. He asked me to provide them a place of shelter. As I saw how unreasonable the House of Saint have been, seeing that Avery was sincere, and having the thought of recruit talents for Hush Vale City, I agreed to help him and placed him in the secret chamber of my Godswamp Pharmacy. The House of Saint is outrageously daring. Last time, they killed Eugene. And now, they become even more unbridled to commit murder in Hush Vale City. They clearly are challenging the sovereignty of our Hush Vale City. My lord, Hush Vale City must not bow to them any longer," cried Hassling tearfully. Hassling knew that there was no way he could conceal the secret any longer, given how significant the matter was. However, in the crisis, he saw an opportunity to frame the House of Saint that he so hates. If Hush Vale City and the City of Shadows go to war, that would be wonderful. If not, at the very least, Hoffs would be enraged and he would give the House of Saint troubles. Avery. Turns out to be him. Hoffs furiously shouted, "Why am I not aware of this until now? I do not wish to disturb your lordship, as I know that your lordship is a busy man. Also, I know that the House of Saint has been trying to track down Avery aggressively. Therefore I plan on waiting a few more days before reporting to your lordship." I did not expect that such a thing would happen before that. Please forgive me, my lord. I, Hasling, have always been faithful and true to your lordship. Please know that I mean well, my lord, replied Hasling hastily. My lord, as the murdered was Avery of the City of Shadows and not a member of our Hushvale city, we are somewhat in the wrong. After all, we had made a pact with Wallace that none of us in the Darkness Dominion will shelter Avery. Now that Avery was found inside the secret chamber of Godswamp Pharmacy, and if the House of Saint knows about it, we are not entirely in the right, the Chief of Second Corps reminded softly. So what? Does that mean it's justifiable for the House of Saint to not talk about it with City Lord, for his lordship to do something about it but to intrude and commit murder in our city? Even if we don't talk about Avery, what about my son? They openly murdered him on the street just because my son had a quarrel with them. Should we just forgive them for the matter as well? It is clear from their actions that they don't think Hushvale City is a force to be reckoned with. If we compromise now, they will only become more and more unbridled in our soil, shouted Salo Huxai. Hoffs glanced at his quarreling Divine Guard chiefs and then looked at Hasling. In a gloomy face, he instructed, no matter who or what, I will not allow anyone who committed multiple murders in my city to walk free. Send all your men to search and investigate. Once you find them, arrest them. If they resist, kill them on the spot. The City of Shadows have killed Eugene and now they are pissing all around in my Hushvale city. No matter what Wallace will say, I'm not tolerating him any longer. Hoffs did not change his opinion even after learning about the identity of the victims and instructed to capture the murderers dead or alive. These chiefs of Divine Guards knew that Hoffs won't be changing his opinion. They exited the room with cold faces and started assembling all the Divine Guards in the city for a major manhunt. At this moment, Hanchuo and Rose, who had thrown Hushvale City into utter chaos, were at the most desolate part of the city. They found a new gymnasium to stay. Before looking for a gymnasium, Rose had completely covered her long hair with a dark headscarf to conceal the most eye-catching feature on her. Hanchuo used his divine tablet to rent the gymnasium. He sat down peacefully in the gymnasium and did not appear worried at all. However, Hanchuo discovered that after the murder at Godswamp Pharmacy, Rose's gazes towards him had changed somewhat. From time to time, she would look at him with bunched brows as though there was something she wanted to ask but didn't have the courage to. After seeing that again and again, Hanchuo got somewhat irritated. He turned to gaze at Rose a distance away and asked, "Speak. What is it?" Rose hesitated for a moment before she asked, "Back at Demon Mountain, why is it that you did not try to kill me right from the start? From the strength you displayed last night, if you had used your full strength against me, I would be dead without a doubt." Hanchuo had in fact attacked with his full strength. It was just that Cauldron Spirit wasn't on him and therefore he couldn't boost his strength to kill her straightforwardly. Cauldron Spirit was Hanchuo's biggest secret. There was no way that he would tell Rose about the presence of the Cauldron Spirit. Hanchuo stared blankly at the curious and inquisitive Rose. After half the day, unable to come up with a reasonable excuse, he decided to just be condescending. "Remember your identity. Don't ask so many questions that are irrelevant to you." Hanchuo then shut his eyes and mouth, not paying any more attention to Rose. Rose turned angry. The more time she spent with Hanchuo, the more punchable Hanchuo was to her. Not only that he wouldn't tell her a single truth about the mysteries on him, but he would also always command her around. This filled Rose's heart with discontent with nowhere to vent. "When are we going to leave the city?" Rose looked at Hanchuo with hateful eyes and said, "After the one day and night of killing spree, I reckon that the entire Hushvale city is in turmoil. As you have asked me to cover my hair, you should also know that Hushvale city isn't going to let us off. Under such circumstances, if we are found, all the experts in Hushvale city will gather and surround us. By then, even though our strengths are decent, I fear we will not be able to escape." Although Rose was confident in her power, she knew that there was no way she could escape from heavy encirclement. After all, just the city lord of Hush Vale City alone was enough to defeat her. If all the experts of Hush Vale City were to encircle them, she believed that even Han Shuo won't be able to escape unscathed. Hush Vale City is currently in high alert mode. There are more divine guards on the streets than there are commoners. The city gates must have all been sealed. Now is not the time to leave, as it is very likely that we will be caught. With his eyes still shut, Han Shuo lazily said, "Besides, the matter has not been completed cleanly. Aren't they all dead already? What more do you want?" asked Rose in astonishment. "No, there is one left. This person is even harder to deal with compared to Avery. He is the master of God's Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling." Han Shuo opened his eyes and turned to Rose, explaining, "Even if not for my grudges with Hasling, in order for Celestial Pearl to dominate the market in the Darkness Dominion, I must get rid of him. You still have the guts to attack even at this moment?" Rose was astounded by how outrageously bold Han Shuo was. She cried out in surprise, "You should know that every spot in the city is filled with divine guards. They are all looking for the two of us. Isn't it too reckless to strike again at this time?" Han Shuo revealed a calm smile, shrugged, and consoled, "Don't worry, I have confidence in bringing you out the city alive. Rest well, for we shall head to God's Swamp Pharmacy again tonight. I reckon that after such a major incident in God's Swamp Pharmacy, Hasling would have returned." Rose wore a cold face, but her mind was far from being at ease. She thought, "Didn't he expect that I would end up following a lunatic? Am I really going to make it out of Hush Vale City alive?" Although Rose had been alive for countless years, she had never met anyone who was as daring as Han Shuo was. Somehow, she felt a slight excitement in her heart. She was both worried and excited about their assassination later that night. She was not able to calm her heart for a long time. Chapter 764, Eliminating Competition. GDK 764, Eliminating Competition. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Night fell. The streets of Hush Vale City were filled with divine guards. They wore gloomy faces and looked grave. They would look in every direction with their eyes wide open. Many small family clans and gymnasiums were visited by the divine guards and were asked about white-haired beauty. Most of those minor family clans and average gods cultivating in gymnasiums knew nothing about the murders in Hush Vale City that happened just the night before. However, from the presence of a large number of divine guards all over the streets, they inferred that something major must have happened in Hush Vale City. Hush Vale City was in an unprecedented state of emergency. The most bustling streets were searched by the divine guards. Slowly, they moved the search area to poorer and rather remote regions. It was clear that they were not going to leave a stone in Hush Vale City unturned. But at this point in time, Han Shuo and Rose had silently left the remote gymnasium. They went back to the lively and bustling street where God's Swamp Pharmacy was located. As soon as they left the remote region, Han Shuo immediately released his demon generals to probe all around him. Han Shuo was much more reliant on the visions of his demon generals compared to the last night, as the number of patrolling divine guards had dramatically increased. They were greatly restricted and slow in movement and had to be extra careful in avoiding the endless streams of divine guards. Rose appeared rather uneasy while they were heading towards God's Swamp Pharmacy. As a mid-stage high god expert, Rose's hearing power was extraordinary. She heard white-haired beauty being uttered from the divine guards located not far from her. It infuriated and terrified her at the same time. There were multiple times that Rose wanted to persuade Han Shuo to give up on going to God's Swamp Pharmacy. She was greatly intimidated by the number of divine guards she met along the way. The further they head, the more divine guards and security checkpoints they found. Charging into the area was basically courting death. However, before Rose could persuade Han Shuo to give up, when she saw the staunch, confident expression on his face, for whatever reason, Rose would feel as though the mission was not particularly dangerous. It was as though with Han Shuo beside her, everything will be just fine. Gradually, Rose even felt a vague feeling of excitement and looked forward to the danger they will soon face. The closer they get to God's Swamp Pharmacy, the more divine guards there were on the streets. As God's Swamp Pharmacy was the most important crime scene, it was most heavily guarded. The chief of 6th Corps, as well as numerous divine guards, were patrolling around the area rigorously. The former was like a beast that had gone berserk. He would shout and swear as he worked. After having probed the God Swamp Pharmacy for at least 2 times, Han Chuo knew the campus like his very own backyard. He was able to locate objects suitable to hide as soon as he got close to the area. Both him and Rose were extraordinary in strength. As long as there were objects that could block their figures, divine guards whose strengths were below theirs won't be able to detect their presence. Rose would release faint dark mists to assist Han Chuo in camouflaging with the darkness while they traveled between concealment spots. After making tremendous efforts, the two finally arrived in the vicinity of God Swamp Pharmacy. Unlike yesterday, the hiding spot they found was some distance away from God Swamp Pharmacy. As there were too many divine guards patrolling around God Swamp Pharmacy and there weren't many objects that could conceal them located in between, the two couldn't get any closer without being discovered. They had, therefore, hid further away. After killing Avery and his party, several dozen demon generals were added to Cauldron Spirit's collection. The highest grade of demon general required a relatively long time to refine and therefore Avery's high god soul was not yet available for use. Han Chuo placed the weaker demon generals far and around God Swamp Pharmacy while using the 2 spirit demons to infiltrate the campus. Han Chuo was even more cautious this time around because he knew that Hasling was likely inside God Swamp Pharmacy. Hasling was extraordinary in strength. If the 2 demon generals made using the high god souls of Eugene and Jirofi got near Hasling, it was likely that they would be detected. Han Chuo did not want anything to go wrong with the mission. The 2 demon generals carefully avoided the chief of 6 Corps and made it past the divine guards looking all around vigilantly. They entered the campus to search for their target. The surveying mission went even better than the last. Soon after the demon generals stepped into God Swamp Pharmacy, they saw Hasling who was at the top of a building. His brows were bunched as though deep in thought. Given that such a significant incident happened in Hush Vale City and God Swamp Pharmacy was the main location of the crime scene, Hasling, as the owner of God Swamp Pharmacy and having secretly sheltered Avery, must share part of the blame, one way or the other. To show to the city lord of Hush Vale City that he was loyal to the city and would fully cooperate, Hasling removed all the boundaries and seals inside God Swamp Pharmacy. He even stayed at the most visible spot in God Swamp Pharmacy as though to show that he had nothing to hide. As there were divine guards at every corner of Hush Vale City and not being aware that Han Chuo was targeting him, Hasling was not concerned about his safety at all. Although he looked worried and bothered on the outside, in his heart, however, he could not be happier. Everything that he had been doing for all these years was to damage and harm the House of Saint. How could Hasling not be happy to learn that the city lord of Hush Vale City will likely declare war on his archenemy? The demon generals discovered Hasling standing at the highest spot in God Swamp Pharmacy. His hair was like that of an old man's but his face was like that of a child's. These features of him were very obvious and distinctive. Han Chuo was immediately sure that it was Hasling. He said to Rose who was beside him, "Found him." "Where is he?" Rose was a little stunned. She did not expect that Han Chuo would have located his target so quickly. Han Chuo pointed at the tallest structure in God Swamp Pharmacy and smilingly said, "There, at the top of the building. We are too far from there so you can't see him. Now we should think about how to get to that building without being detected. Then we can butcher Hasling. There's such a large space from here to God Swamp Pharmacy without anything that could conceal us. It is practically impossible to avoid all the divine guards." "I think we should wait and see," said Rose after looking all around and considering their options. She was sure that there was no way to get to the building without being detected. "How I wish Little Earth is here," thought Han Chuo as he gazed at the building in the distance. He started missing the times when the 5 elite zombies were around him. Given the situation, they will be detected by the divine guards if they travel through the air or land. It was only by traveling underground that they could get to the area without alerting anyone. But as Earth Elite Zombie and his brothers were away from Hanchuo to raise their strengths, Hanchuo could only wish they were there. I don't want to sit and wait. We don't have time for that, replied Hanchuo calmly as he stared fixedly at hassling with his demon generals. Then tell me, how can we get there without being detected? Rose was a little admiring of Hanchuo's persistence but thought that the mission was impossible. Hanchuo stayed silent as he racked his brain. Strange lights would flash from his eyes as he considered his options. After a long while, the corners of Hanchuo's lips curled to make a confident smile. He asked, "Everyone is looking for you. If you appeared nearby, how would they react?" Rose's face turned sad and she lowered her head in sorrow. She looked at the ground as she replied, "You mean to have me draw them away? If I suddenly show myself in this situation, without you around, I don't think I can escape from the pursuit of the entire Hush Vale city. Master, are you planning to sacrifice me?" Ever since the day Hanchuo subdued Rose, she had never called Hanchuo as master without being asked. But this time, perhaps to garner pity, or maybe out of sorrow, Rose actually called him master. Hanchuo immediately knew that Rose had misunderstood him. For some reason, Hanchuo felt slightly disconcerted in his heart when he saw the downcast look on Rose's face. He shook his head, flung the strange feeling aside, and replied, "I have never thought of sending my people to death." The disheartened look lifted from Rose's face. She raised her head pleasantly surprised and asked, "Then what is your plan?" Hanchuo started gazing at Rose with glistening eyes. He instructed, "Remove your headscarf." Rose felt uncomfortable being looked at so intensely. She avoided Hanchuo's attentive gaze while removing her headscarf. Her smooth silvery hair dropped down gently to her waist. Hanchuo stared fixedly at Rose. She had no idea what Hanchuo was up to in looking at her so intensely. Suddenly, Rose covered her sexy lips in astonishment as though trying to hold herself back from shrieking. Her other hand was pointing at a demon general. Rose was in disbelief and her mind was in jumbles. "That is not you. It is just a false image I made. What do you think? Lifelike, isn't it?" Through the manipulation of Hanchuo's consciousness, the demon general transformed into Rose's appearance. It appeared just as attractive as the real Rose. Rose nodded at Hanchuo. She was so shocked that she forgot how to speak for a moment. Those who suddenly saw a replica of themselves would usually be at a loss temporarily. "It will draw away the divine guards for you. As long as they are kept some distance away, the divine guards won't be able to tell if it is actually you. By the time they discovered that something was wrong, we would have eliminated hassling," said Hanchuo smilingly. Rose was dazed for quite some time before she finally came to her senses. She exclaimed, "So miraculous! Any issues now?" asked Hanchuo, who couldn't wait to get rid of hassling. "None at all." Rose suddenly felt somewhat embarrassed for misunderstanding Hanchuo's intention. "Very well. I will start moving the image. As soon as the divine guards have been drawn away, we will go over to slaughter," said Hanchuo. Then, the demon general who took Rose's appearance slowly moved out from their concealment spot and flew in Godswamp Pharmacy's direction. Demon generals were weightless even in material state. The demon general gently flew towards Godswamp Pharmacy. As countless divine guards were patrolling all around, the demon general taking Rose's appearance was very quickly discovered. They immediately shouted to alert their comrades. "A white-haired lady? It must be her. How daring of her! The city lord has commanded to get them alive or dead. Show no mercy. Everyone move. Do not let her get away or we won't be able to explain ourselves." The shouts of the divine guards suddenly filled the silent night. Those who did not saw Rose's false image were alerted as well. They hastily rushed to the source of the sound and pursued after the demon general. The demon general in Rose's appearance appeared as though she noticed that something wasn't right and immediately turned around to leave. It moved away from Godswamp Pharmacy at extreme speed. All the divine guards turned excited and went after her. Even the divine guards guarding at the front door of God's Swamp Pharmacy flew out while shouting. City Lord Hoffs of Hushvale City gave them a deadline of just 3 days. They all knew just how hot-tempered Hoffs was. If they couldn't find and get rid of the murderers after 3 days, there's no telling how Hoffs might punish his divine guard chiefs. If their bosses were punished, they as subordinates won't be able to escape punishment either. Their chiefs will surely scold and curse them like hell. Therefore, to avoid the nasty consequences, they went after her like crazy. The divine guards around God's Swamp Pharmacy dispersed in an instant. They all went after the demon general, taking Rose's appearance. Hassling, who was at the very top of the tallest building, had discovered abnormality. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he decided not to pursue the false image but remain where he stood. Chasing and arresting murderers were the duties of divine guards. As an ordinary citizen, although he was greatly curious, it was not appropriate for him to pursue the murderer. He thought, is that woman crazy? Why would she be so daring to return to God's Swamp Pharmacy when there will surely be a large number of divine guards around here? As soon as the divine guards at the front entrance of God's Swamp Pharmacy went away, Han Shuo softly instructed, "Move." Without as many divine guards watching in every corner, Han Shuo and Rose could now infiltrate the God's Swamp Pharmacy without being detected. Although Hassling was standing on the highest building, he was not able to observe every single detail down below. Besides, as Han Shuo and Rose went in through his blind spot, Hassling did not notice them at all. The two successfully sneaked into God's Swamp Pharmacy. Once inside, there were many more places for them to conceal themselves. With demon generals scouting out in advance, Han Shuo had selected his entry path before he had even stepped into the campus. He took Rose and traveled under the shade of the walls and stones, evaded a few divine guards inside the campus, and finally arrived underneath the building Hassling was at. The two did not fly straight up from the outside of the building but rushed to the top of the building one level at a time. He ascended the building very rapidly. It was only when Han Shuo arrived at a level below Hassling that he detected the mighty aura rushing towards him from below. He loudly shouted, "Who is it?" and launched an attack towards the comer without thinking. It was a no-brainer to Hassling that whoever that was rushing towards him out of nowhere at this moment cannot be a friend. The stone slabs on the top of the building suddenly burst outwards and the rock fragment violently shot towards Hassling. The 17 flying swords suddenly emerged and surrounded Hassling. Han Shuo immediately proceeded to close his eyes, absorb Cauldron Spirit's energy into his body at the fastest speed, and activated Ceaseless Pain, making an all-out effort to kill Hassling. The enormous disturbance on the top of the building attracted the attention of the God's Swamp Pharmacy divine guards underneath. A dozen or more divine guards shouted at their comrades and rushed to the scene. As they did not have to travel level by level, they reached the top of the building in the blink of an eye. They started launching attacks as soon as they saw Rose, who was wearing a cold, chilling face. The reason that Han Shuo brought Rose along for the assassination was to have her deal with the pesky underlings so he could focus on getting the boss. Rose knew that for Han Shuo to get rid of Hassling in the shortest time possible, he must not be distracted. Rose did not disappoint. Her long hair started wildly fluttering. The dozen or more divine guards who reached the top of the building were all caught by Rose's fluttering long hair and sent flying away with new holes on their chests. Han Shuo closed his eyes and ignored the surrounding. He placed his full and complete attention on activating Ceaseless Pain of the Avasai God's Laying Sword formation. The ear-piercing whistle of the 17 flying swords pierced the silent night and spread far and wide. Many of the divine guards closely heard the soul-piercing whistle coming from God's Swamp Pharmacy. Sensing that something wasn't quite right, they hurried back to God's Swamp Pharmacy. Hassling was a level higher in realm compared to Avery. He possessed mid-stage high god strength and could withstand ceaseless pain for a much longer duration. As he resisted the intense corrosive power and chilling aura of the 17 flying swords, he shouted, "I recognize you. You are the master of Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. I recognize you as well. You had set me up and nearly caused my Celestial Pearl to wind up. You have a great relationship with the God Hunters, and your God Swamp Pharmacy is the largest pharmacy in the Darkness Dominion. You must die! Han Shuo suddenly shouted and opened his eyes wide. The 17 flying swords that shrouded Hasling suddenly turned into streaks of blurry shadows that wrapped Hasling tightly as though a giant net. Han Shuo suddenly got up close with Hasling. He took out the Demon Slayer edge, gather all the energy in his main body and avatars, and slash at Hasling. Some sort of bizarre transformation seemed to have occurred in an instant. Hasling's head was sent flying away from his body. Cauldron Spirit suddenly flew out to quickly collect Hasling's divine soul. Han Shuo, who saw through his demon generals that divine guards nearby were approaching them, casually collected Hasling's space ring and instructed Rose, leave, and immediately flew away from the crime scene. Rose quickly followed behind. Chapter 765, Killing Spree. GDK 765, Killing Spree. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The divine guards that went away from God Swamp Pharmacy turned back around. When they saw Han Shuo and Rose's figures that were flying away from the tallest structure on God Swamp Pharmacy, they immediately chased after the two. At the same time, a furious roar sounded from behind them. The fuck, it's a false image. It was the voice of Silo Huxai, the chief of 6th Corps. He had been pursuing the demon general with a group of divine guards for a long time. But when he finally caught up to the demon general taking Rose's appearance, he sensed that something wasn't quite right with the aura on the demon general. Shortly after the discovery, the demon general vanished into nothingness. It became clear to Silo Huxai that they had been going after a false image all this time. Silo Huxai could sense where the now invisible demon general was flying. But at this time, he heard shouts coming from behind him. He knew he must have fallen for a distraction ploy. Therefore, he decided to ignore the escaping demon general and rushed back to God Swamp Pharmacy, pursuing Han Shuo and Rose with a group of divine guards. Hasling is dead! Hasling is dead! Master is dead! Master has been murdered! Loud, panicked shouts came from the divine guards and workers in God Swamp Pharmacy. The news of Hasling's death spread all around in no time. All the divine guards nearby quickly received the information. The divine guards were all shocked by the news. Under heavy fortification and defense, not only that the murderers tried to return to God Swamp Pharmacy, but they also tried to commit murder. Their bold actions were simply a great insult to every divine guard of Hush Vale City. It was as though the murderers were trying to make a point that the divine guards were all useless. And the worst and most unbearable of all, the murderers had succeeded. To the divine guards, this was the greatest humiliation and provocation. What? Silo Huxai seemed to have been hit hard and erupted like a volcano. He panted like a berserk wild beast as he roared, "Get those motherfuckers! If they do not die, all of you will!" All the divine guards in Hush Vale City seemed to have gone wild. They swarmed towards Han Shuo and Rose from every corner of the streets. Divine guards from other corps also rushed in their direction after hearing the news. The street became flooded with divine guards. There would be at least one divine guard every 10 meters. There were divine guards of Hush Vale City in every direction, staring fixedly at the two of them. Unless they could turn invisible like his Han Shuo's demon generals, there was no way they could cut off all visual contact from their pursuers. Han Shuo and Rose, who were traveling closely together, showed no intention to fight. They charged towards gaps between the divine guards. Even when they ran into a blockade formed by large groups of divine guards, they would simply go around them and keep on moving. Several hundred divine guards were converging toward the duo. If Han Shuo and Rose were to stop moving even for a moment, the divine guards would be able to quickly surround them, and an endless stream of reinforcement will be able to keep them trapped until all the experts of Hush Vale City could reach them. By then, no matter how extraordinary Han Shuo and Rose's strengths were, they would have no chance of survival. Han Shuo's figure streaked through countless buildings in the dark. Although he had tried his best to avoid the divine guards, he and Rose would still be discovered. They couldn't free themselves from their tracking. The demon generals dispersed all around him constantly moved around, relaying Han Shuo the locations and movements of the divine guards all over the streets. Han Shuo wore a calm face. His heart, mind, and consciousness were in absolute tranquility. He rapidly processed the information and scenes relayed by the demon generals and calculated their most optimal path. The Divine Guard chiefs of Hushvale City had unique means of communication through the energy towers and boundary towers that were found all over the city. The chiefs who were searching for Han Shuo and Rose in other regions soon received news about Hasling's death and that the murderers were on the run. All the Divine Guard chiefs were enraged by Han Shuo's outrageous act. Feeling insulted, the chiefs gathered their elite Divine Guards and rushed in the direction of Godswamp Pharmacy. Hushvale City was filled with ear-piercing whistles as they streaked across the air. The quiet midnight was broken by the whooshing noises of Divine Guards streaking across the air. They would yell and shout to pass on commands and relay information. They seemed to be filled with anger. It didn't take long before the small family clans and commoners realized that a major incident was taking place in Hushvale City that night. Frightened, they activated the boundaries and seals to secure their homes. The energy towers that supplied energy to the entire Hushvale City, as well as boundary towers, began bursting with radiance. In all of a sudden, the dark night turned into a bright day. It was as though the sun was up in Hushvale City. With that, Han Shuo and Rose's situation turned even worse. They could no longer utilize the darkness of the night and they became much more visible to the Divine Guards. Rose felt rather anxious. The energy towers all over Hushvale City glowing brightly meant that the two had alerted every major family clans in the city of their activity. It was an undesirable situation. Han Shuo, however, only bunched his brows. He seemed to loathe the gaudy light that glowed fiercely from the energy towers. He even let out a cold groan and revealed a feeling of disdain on his lips. As the environment became brightly illuminated and Divine Guards from other corps were approaching, Han Shuo and Rose started having difficulties moving forward. There wasn't much gap left between the Divine Guards surrounding them that they could break through. A callous thought swarmed Han Shuo's mind. He had originally planned not to commit a massacre in Hushvale City. However, from the looks of it, Hushvale City seemed determined to slice him and Rose into a million pieces. With things having developed to this stage, Han Shuo decided to abandon his original plan. The 17 flying swords, glistening gloriously, whooshed across the sky. The Divine Guards blocking in Han Shuo's path had just moved into a formation when the 17 flying swords reached them. All those Divine Guards struck by the incisive and terrifying flying swords would start melting away. They were quickly reduced into puddles of bloody liquid. Han Shuo remained silent. He continued flying forward and probing the situation around him with demon generals. The 17 flying swords flying ahead of him would destroy anything and everything in their path. He was brutal, savage, and decisive. The 17 flying swords were like a glistening juicing machine, extracting the lives of those Divine Guards blocking Han Shuo's way. Within a short few moments, around 30 Divine Guards with low god and mid-god strengths were liquefied. Naturally, Cauldron Spirit would take advantage of the opportunity to improve its strength. It flew out from Han Shuo's body to absorb the divine souls. Han Shuo wore a calm face. Strange lights flashed across his eyes where the reflection of the 17 flying swords could be seen. With the 17 flying swords paving the way, the Divine Guards in Han Shuo's way would be dead before they could reach Han Shuo. This made it impossible for the Divine Guards to encircle the two. Han Shuo and Rose easily broke through the blockades formed by the Divine Guards. They were not tarried by the Divine Guards even for a moment. Han Shuo and Rose would leave behind a trail of melting bodies wherever they passed. The Divine Guards around the duo who watched Han Shuo ruthlessly murder anyone and everyone who was in their path started to feel hesitation. A group of Divine Guards who were in Han Shuo's way, intimidated and frightened, made way for him. The 17 flying swords would not waste time on butchering those Divine Guards who gave way and streaked past them as those 17 beams of light. Right after the 17 flying swords passed, Han Shuo and Rose's figures would whoosh past them, breaking out from the group's encirclement. With the first batch of divine guards setting an example, others followed. More and more divine guards, especially those who witnessed how brutally their comrades died, moved out from Han Shuo's way and let them escape from the layers of encirclement. Cauldron Spirit turned into a murky shadow that travels right behind the 17 flying swords, fully focused on collecting the divine souls perished under the flying swords. It would also release a few demon generals from time to time to help out. As there wasn't a single high god in their path, they were able to move without impediment. They managed to leave the God Swamp Pharmacy block. But soon after, they left the block, the chief of Second Corps hurried over. As soon as he saw the murderous Han Shuo, he charged towards him and shouted in a chilling voice, "Let's see where you could run now." Seeing that a mid-stage high god with a company of divine guards were charging at him while more divine guards were converging towards him from many directions, Han Shuo abruptly changed his path and moved in another direction to avoid the chief of Second Corps. Even if Han Shuo activated ceaseless pain to the maximum, it was still not possible for Han Shuo to kill a mid-stage high god in a split second. Han Shuo was in a situation where every second mattered. If Han Shuo was to waste a few seconds on them, the chief of 6th Corps would be able to reach him and the other chiefs will be moments from catching up. In that case, Han Shuo will be surrounded by a crowd of powerful experts and escape will be tremendously difficult. Therefore, Han Shuo decided not to be tarried by the chief. He straightforwardly avoided him and charged at a weaker wing of the encirclement. Several divine guards, unable to react in time, were pierced by the loudly whistling 17 flying swords. Their bodies that will soon liquefy were flung high into the air in every direction. The divine guards in Han Shuo's path instinctively moved aside after witnessing the terrifying lethality of the flying swords. The chief of Second Corps who noticed their reaction immediately shouted, "You are not allowed to retreat. Stand in their way even in your death." Those divine guards who originally wanted to move aside, after hearing the command, decided to activate all the divine energy in their bodies. Through the divine weapons in their hands, they launched a wave of ranged attacks not at the 17 flying swords, but Han Shuo and Rose charging towards them. Ever since Han Shuo and Rose started escaping from God Swamp Pharmacy, as they had been moving at extreme speed and they had not stopped moving for even a moment, the divine guards pulled behind by the two had not launched any ranged attack at the two. Even if they did, it would be ineffective. After Han Shuo took out the 17 flying swords, those divine guards standing in Han Shuo's path would have a chance in attacking Han Shuo, but they were so intimidated by the destructive power of the flying swords that the only thought that crossed their minds was to save themselves. They forgot to attack Han Shuo who was controlling the flying swords. However, after hearing the Second Corps chiefs shout, those divine guards from the Second Corps cast away their fear of death and decided to sacrifice their lives. They released all the divine energy they had though their divine weapons. The ranged attacks went around the 17 flying swords and shot at Han Shuo and Rose. Just as expected, the 17 flying swords landed on the divine guards. They stood no chance against the flying swords and were totally shredded. But at the same time, the attacks they made before their deaths were just as unavoidable for Han Shuo and Rose. They too had no choice but to slow down for a moment to defend against the attacks. Although the few divine guards only had mid-god strengths, their all-out attacks were substantial and powerful. Although Han Shuo and Rose were able to neutralize all their attacks, the two were delayed for a few seconds. During that brief moment, several hundred divine guards surrounded Han Shuo and Rose. Once Han Shuo and Rose stopped moving, the divine guards were able to lock their ranged attacks on the two. In an instant, several hundred bursts of brilliant lights and oddly shaped divine weapons bombarded at Han Shuo and Rose. The 17 flying swords that were meant for killing had to return to Han Shuo's side to defend him from all sorts of attacks. Rose's hair danced wildly. She rapidly released her darkness divine energy to put up layers upon layers of boundaries to defend against the divine guards' attacks. This was the situation that Han Shuo feared most. No matter how powerful he and Rose were, it would be extremely difficult to face against the attacks of several hundred divine guards, especially when one of them was the chief of Second Corps. Meanwhile, the chiefs from other corps and more divine guards were on their way there. If the trend continued, it was only a matter of time before they are both dead. Han Chuo immediately realized that if they do not break from the encirclement soon, once the other divine guard chiefs arrive, their fate of meeting death would be sealed. However, even in the worst situation possible, Han Chuo remained composed and calm. He wore an undisturbed face as he maneuvered the 17 flying swords, neutralizing all the attacks coming at him using ceaseless pain. His rapidly turned over in his mind for a way to break free from the encirclement. Rose, who was beside him, seemed more and more strained. Gradually, a feeling of despair rose in her heart. Being surrounded by so many divine guards and seeing that many more were on their way, Rose thought that she will lose her life in Hush Vale City. Bang! The barrier of darkness deployed by Rose was destroyed by the chief of Second Corps. Several bursts of mid-god divine energies managed to land on Rose and caused her to sway slightly. The chief of Second Corps, upon seeing that Rose was weaker than Han Chuo, smirked and focused his attacks on Rose. Han Chuo's expression transformed. He calmly instructed Cauldron Spirit, "Release all the demon generals. I want the entire Hush Vale City to burn." Chapter 766, Havoc in Hush Vale City. GDK 766, Havoc in Hush Vale City. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Chuo and Rose were heavily surrounded and under siege. If they do not do something radical and escape from the encirclement soon, their situation will become even direr when other divine guards and their chiefs reach them. Therefore, Han Chuo knew he had no choice but to use all the aces up his sleeves. Ever since he arrived on Elysium, Han Chuo had been constantly filling the cauldron of myriad demons with divine souls. After several decades, he had accumulated around 600 souls in the cauldron. In the usual day, Han Chuo would only utilize a very small fraction of the demon generals he had to probe for information. Never before had he released all the demon generals in the cauldron to attack. Cauldron Spirit and Han Chuo had connected minds, and it also knew how critical the situation was. The instant that Han Chuo gave it the command, it started releasing the demon generals. Rose, who was fighting beside Han Chuo, suddenly sensed that countless life forms were gushing out from Han Chuo's body. The divine guards who were launching ranged attacks at the two, however, could not detect the demon generals as they were in immaterial form. In a split second, hundreds and hundreds of near-invisible immaterial life forms spread in every direction and placed themselves among the divine guards attacking Han Chuo and Rose. Then, when they are in position, Cauldron Spirit commanded the demon generals to attack. Greyish shadows appeared in an instant and pounced on the divine guards without warning. Some of the demon generals that were used for scouting also transformed into material state and joined the attack. Hundreds of malevolent and terrifying shapes violently charged at them. They hissed and wailed as they tore and scratched at the divine guards. The more than 200 divine guards that surrounded Han Chuo and Rose were all loudly shrieking in fear. Many had their bodies intruded by the demon generals and their divine energy was being rapidly drained. Their divine souls were being corroded away and their awareness was being erased bit by bit. Demon generals in material form could cause tremendous damage to divine bodies and divine souls. The divine guards could not free themselves from the attacks of the demon generals and their power was slowly dwindling. Once their divine energy and life force were vacuumed away from the demon generals, their divine souls would lose self-awareness, becoming an excellent material for nourishing the cauldron of myriad demon and for making new demon generals. Greyish shadows whizzed and streaked all around. Many of the divine guards screamed in misery as their life forces were being rapidly drained away. Many were lying still on the ground with their eyes rolled back even though there wasn't a sign of injury on their bodies. But when their comrades went closer to examine them, they would discover that these divine guards had lost their lives. The scene was chaotic. Around 600 demon generals were charging in every direction and attacking everything with a soul. There were more demon generals than there were divine guards present. The demon generals would fly in groups of tens and wildly assault a divine guard as a group. After entering a person's body, the demon generals could nibble away the person's life force within a short time. What is this? What in the world are these? Ah! Locke is dead. What the fuck are these cursed things? How can they be invulnerable to attacks from divine weapons? Ah! They are inside me. It doesn't die, it can't be killed. Is the city being invaded? We should retreat. Shit, I'm dying. These divine guards of Hush Vale City were losing their heads. They had never seen a life form as strange as the demon general. Normal physical attacks could pose no threat to demon generals. Before they find the right method of attacking the demon generals, the divine guards could not make any counterattacks and were hence vulnerable. In just a few moments, several dozen divine guards had lost their lives to the demon generals. The cauldron spirit gently hovered around in its immaterial form, collecting the divine souls of the deceased while commanding the demon generals to attack the weakest divine guards in swarms. The chief of Second Corps was loudly shouting all these while, asking his divine guards to form effective defenses. However, as everyone was in a panic and the demon generals were making loud, goosebump-inducing whistles, not many could hear him. Cauldron Spirit knew that the chief of Second Corps had excellent strength and therefore commanded the demon generals to avoid him and focus on attacking the weaker divine guards instead. The demon generals refined from high god souls were especially deadly, and even deadlier in a swarm. These demon generals of the highest grade could consume the vitality of an average divine guard in just a split second. With each passing moment, a few of the divine guards would perish. Under such circumstances, no one would have the energy to deal with Hanchuo and Rose. Hanchuo and Rose did not let go of the opportunity to strike them while they were weakened. The 17 flying swords whistled across a dense crowd of divine guards and dismembered them. Their heads and limbs were sent flying while blood splattered everywhere. While calmly maneuvering his 17 flying swords to commit a massacre, Hanchuo did not forget to station a few of his demon generals far in the perimeter to look out for any approaching enemy. He killed as many divine guards as he can with Rose so that Cauldron Spirit would have more demon generals to play within its cauldron. Rose mercilessly butchering the divine guards behind Hanchuo seemed excited for some reason. Perhaps the sudden emergence of a chance of survival when she thought all hope was lost had lifted her spirit to fight. Within a short few minutes, Hanchuo and Rose managed to kill more than 100 divine guards that previously surrounded the two. The shouts of the chief of Second Corps were completely ineffective. He watched helplessly as more and more of his divine guards lose their lives. The divine guards were shouting in fear and they were panicking. The more flustered they were, the more vulnerable they will be. The wails of their dying comrades and the sight of their dead teammates only made matters worse. The chief of Second Corps that had been shouting in vain suddenly discovered that Hanchuo and Rose were charging towards him murderously. With the 17 flying swords paving the way, all the divine guards between them were shredded. Hanchuo moved with several dozens of demon generals as though a dark, menacing cloud in his wake. It greatly intimidated the chief of Second Corps. Rose's silver hair were dancing wildly. Filled with darkness divine energy, her long hair was as cold and incisive as needles. Her long hair would pierce through the bodies of the divine guards around her, killing them in an instant. The chief of Second Corps wore a dark face as he watched Hanchuo and Rose approaching him. He racked his brain for a solution. About 10 seconds later, he gave up on the idea of fighting against the duo by himself and retreated. Physical attacks are useless. Attack using fire. They are afraid of cold and heat. They are also afraid of warped divine energy, suddenly shouted a divine guard who had stumbled upon the weaknesses of the demon generals. The spirits of all those divine guards who had been helpless against the demon generals were lifted. They followed the divine guard's instructions on attacking the demon general. Immediately, the demon generals retreated in fear. A few of demon generals that were burned by flames would even make devilish squeaks as though they had been injured. With that, the divine guards were no longer paralyzed. They readjusted their approach in attacking the demon generals. The rate of death sharply reduced when the divine guards discovered the correct method of attacking the demon generals. The divine guards learned to force the demon generals out from their bodies by setting themselves on fire. The demon generals would have fled before the fire could injure their divine bodies. When Han Shuo saw that the divine guards discovered the demon generals' weaknesses, and seeing through his demon generals far in the distance that more divine guards were converging towards the region, Han Shuo let out a cold groan and said to Rose, "Move." Han Shuo proceeded with flying away. Rose did not hesitate and immediately followed behind Han Shuo. Several hundreds of demon generals gathered together and covered the 17 flying swords like a large clump of dark cloud. They paved the way for Han Shuo and Rose. Several divine guards in their paths were crushed by the demon generals and minced by the flying swords, allowing the duo to move unimpededly. Every living thing has its weaknesses, and demon general was no exception. However, even though the demon generals were afraid of fire and extreme cold, they nonetheless could instantly crush a person as a swarm. This was similar to man-eating ants. Anyone could easily pinch a single ant to death. Alone, it poses no threat. But against a swarm made up of millions of ants, one must get out of its way or be reduced into a skeleton. None of those divine guards in Han Shuo and Rose's path stood a chance against the cloud of several hundred demon generals and the 17 flying swords concealed within. They posed as much resistance in stopping Han Shuo and Rose as dried leaves had in stopping a bullet. Utilizing the visions of several dozen invisible demon generals, Han Shuo led Rose in charging towards weaker wings of the soon-to-form encirclement and managed to massacre their way out. Immediately, they traveled in the direction of the nearest city gate. Han Shuo knew just how wild and outrageous his actions had been. He believed that if he doesn't leave the city that very night, all the well-known patriarchs of all major family clans and perhaps even the city lord of Hush Vale City himself will personally join the hunt. Han Shuo did not feel that he could go up against the entire city by himself. Thus, he concluded that he must escape Hush Vale City before they are activated. Right outside the gate of Hush Vale City was a vast mountain range. Han Shuo was confident that once they reached that terrain, even if hunted by every expert of Hush Vale City, he could exit the territories under Hush Vale City's sphere of influence with ease. After charging out from region housing the God Swamp Pharmacy, Han Shuo and Rose continued with rushing towards the city gate at the fastest speed, showing no intention of hiding their tracks. They intended to force their way out. It was at this moment that the city lord of Hush Vale City, Hofs, received news of Han Shuo and Rose wreaking havoc in his city. If one was to describe Hofs as enraged the last time, then this time, Hofs had gone totally insane. Inform the patriarchs of all family clans to activate their family clan divine guards. Whichever family clan that managed to slaughter the two will inherit Eugene's position. Hofs must have truly gone insane. His family clan had control over 3 divine guard chiefs. If any other family clan possesses 2 chiefs, they could possibly threaten the position of his family clan. Hofs had issued that command even though he was aware of this possibility. "Patriarch, you should reconsider this," an elder of the Hoffley family immediately voiced his disagreement. "Shut up and pass down my command right away," roared Hofs furiously and left the Hoffley residence. He led the most elite divine guards of the House of Hoffley in rushing towards the city gate. He had received intel from his divine guard chiefs and knew where Han Shuo and Rose were heading. Like Wallace, Hofs was a late-stage high god of darkness. For many years, Hofs had not personally been on the field. But this time, Hofs had gone supercritical and he was determined to cut Han Shuo and Rose into a million pieces. Among the 7 major cities in the Darkness Dominion, although Hush Vale City ranked in the bottom of the list, no one had ever dared pissed on his head like Han Shuo and Rose did. It seethed Hofs with rage that the two had been massacring in his territory, but none of his divine guard chiefs had managed to kill the two even till now. Hush Vale City was poor in terms of strength when compared to the other 6 major cities. And now, thanks to the rounds of massacres committed by Han Shuo and Rose, the city's strength would be reduced even further. If Hush Vale City was to let Han Shuo and Rose escape on top of all the losses it mounted, the city will never be able to turn the situation around. Worst of all, the Darkness Overgod might even deem him incompetent and execute him. The overgods of death, destruction, and darkness, were warlike and combative. They demand nothing complicated from their servants. They must be faithful and, more importantly, be powerful. Wallace, Hofs, and the others could become the masters of the 7 major cities of the Darkness Dominion because they themselves and their family clans possessed extraordinary strengths. If they could not prove themselves useful to the Darkness Overgod and maintain that image, they will likely be abandoned by the Overgod. While Hofs was leaving the Hoffley residence with his most elite divine guards, patriarchs of other family clans in Hushvale City received the message from the House of Hoffley. Their eyes burst with lights of greed and excitement when they heard that they were given an opportunity to fight for the vacant post left by Eugene. All they had to do was to kill Hanchuo and Rose. These patriarchs abandoned their original plans, whatever it may be, and summoned the most elite divine guards of their family clan. For the interest of their family clans in the next tens of thousands of years, all of them personally joined the hunt. In no time, a large number of family clans all over Hushvale City, big and small, activated their forces. The activation of the most elite troops of all major family clans exacerbated the unrest in Hushvale City. It had shocked the commoners. Some of them even thought that forces from the Life and Light Dominions have sent an army to invade the city. Hushvale City turned into havoc. Rumors were spreading like wildfire. Different stories about why the military forces were activated were told. Some of the divine guards who knew the actual event exaggerate Hanchuo and Rose's strengths in their accounts, adding a veil of mysteriousness to the two. Chapter 767, Killing a Way Out. GDK 767, Killing a Way Out. Please continue reading on. Ox. Vel. M. Hanchuo and Rose did not know that the gods in Hushvale City were panicking because of them. They had placed all their focus on leaving Hushvale City and did not pay attention to anything else. The two hastened on with their journey, heading towards the city gate that they used to enter the city. As most of the Hushvale City divine guards had gone to God's Wump Pharmacy, Hanchuo and Rose did not meet much resistance in their journey after breaking themselves free from the encirclement. The few and scattered divine guards they met along the way dared not pose them obstruction and automatically moved aside for the duo. It was after Hanchuo and Rose disappeared from their view that they hastily transmitted messages to their chiefs. Therefore, the divine guards of Hushvale City had never completely lost track of Hanchuo and Rose even till now. The patriarchs of all major family clans and city lord Hofs were informed of the two murderers heading. They were all rushing to the city gate. Rose was following closely behind Hanchuo. Over the multiple bloody massacres she committed with Hanchuo, Rose gained new confidence in Hanchuo. Hanchuo's having managed to free themselves from the layers of heavy encirclement and diffusing the dire situation so calmly had won Rose's conviction. Her trust in Hanchuo was almost as blind and absolute as those possessed by Phoebe, Fanny, and the others. Instead of feeling frightened and afraid, Rose felt a vague sense of excitement. She could not wait to continue killing and butchering, challenging the real experts of Hushvale City. Hanchuo's brows were deeply bunched as he knew that by now, all the experts of Hushvale City must have been activated. Some might already be waiting for them at the city gate. He knew that forcing a way out from the city will not be that easy. He was considering possible scenarios and what he could do as countermeasures. Before he was close to the city gate, he noticed changes to the energy towers all around him. The energy towers and boundary towers in the city, powered by energy crystals, were bursting with gaudy radiances. The enormous boundary that enveloped the entire Hushvale City had suddenly increased in power and grown much more secure and tough. Like the City of Shadows, the boundary around Hushvale City had no holes except at the city gates. As it was impossible for Hanchuo to destroy the defensive boundary made using hundreds of thousands of energy towers, his only path of escape was through the city gates. The city gates were heavily defended in usual times. And now, given the major incidents they did, it was to be expected that the city gates would be even more heavily guarded. Hanchuo knew it was very likely that there would be great dangers and bloodshed waiting for them at the city gate. It was only by charging out from Hush Vale City that his mission could be considered a complete success, because his only other alternative was to deploy demonic blood disassembly. In that scenario, not only that he would be greatly injured, he will have to leave Rose behind, where she will likely be interrogated and die a painful death. Han Shuo was quiet and wore a gloomy face after having considered every possibility. While rushing to the destination, he couldn't help but turned around to take a look at Rose. Unexpectedly, Rose, who had been cold towards Han Shuo all along, actually reacted to Han Shuo with a lovable smile. She even said energetically, "I know we can make it out the city." Han Shuo was astounded by her change in attitude and her unquestioning faith in him, vastly different from the cold treatment she would usually give. Rose's extraordinarily beautiful face appeared even more attractive when she put on a smile, so much so that it took away Han Shuo's breath for a second. For some reason, even Han Shuo started to share Rose's seemingly unfounded confidence that they will be just fine. That charming smile of Rose's had thawed the formless and invisible layer of ice between the two. Han Shuo, who might soon be encircled by every powerful expert in Hush Vale City, even started to view the dangerous mission as interesting and fun. The city lord and all the large family clans in Hush Vale City learned of Han Shuo and Rose's travel path through various channels. From that, they projected that Han Shuo wanted to force his way out through a city gate. All the patriarchs rushed to the city gate with the most elite divine guards in their family clans. The city gate in question was under the protection of the House of Simon, one of the 4 major family clans in Hush Vale City. Their forces were also located conveniently close to the city gate. Their patriarch, Weston, was the first to arrive at the city gate with the finest men of his family clan. There were 1,300 divine guards stationed at the city gate, including Weston's reinforcement of the 500 finest divine guards that the House of Simon has. Every elite divine guard possessed late-stage mid-god strengths. All 4 high god experts in the House of Simon, except for the chief of 4th Corps, were there. As soon as Weston arrived, in a solemn and steady voice, he commanded, "Don't gather in one place. Disperse the forces on 2 sides of the city gate and allow a free path in the center. Once the 2 stepped into the path, we attack from both sides and surround them." Those who could become a patriarch of a major family clan would be no simpleton. Weston had heard how powerful Han Shuo and Rose were from the chief of 4th Corps. He understood that Han Shuo and Rose at this moment were 2 high god beasts on the loose, and they must not be taken lightly. Following Weston's command, the divine guards split into 2 groups and moved into position, clearing a big, free path that leads straight to the city gate. The divine guards were dispersed on both sides of the path, gazing ahead coldly, waiting for Han Shuo and Rose to walk right into the trap. "Brother-in-law, our family clan could finally have 2 chiefs of divine guards. I shall fill that vacant post left by Eugene," said Anchor, a cultivator of the energy of death. He had ascended to early-stage high godhood less than 100 years ago. He had returned to Hush Vale City because he yearned for the vacant post left by Eugene. Originally, Hoffs had explicitly told Weston that there was no way his family clan will have more than 1 chief of divine guards, which greatly disappointed Anchor. But unexpectedly, an incident as significant as this happened in Hush Vale City, which pushed Hoffs over the edge to offer such a lucrative bounty. Anchor was excited by the offer and had some trouble containing his emotions. Weston shot a glance at Anchor and said in a deep voice, "That will only happen if we kill the 2. Don't you assume that this is in the bag. Who knows if something unexpected happens?" Anchor chuckled and disagreed. What could possibly go wrong? Even if the 2 of them possessed the strength of the city lord, there is no way that they could escape from the encirclement of more than 1,000 men. Besides, the most elite troops of our House of Simon are all here. Weston felt that there was truth to Anchor's justification. He was confident in the elite troops of his family clan and thought that with more than 1,000 men blocking the city gate, there was no way the 2 could escape. "I'm not worried that they might break the encirclement," Weston put on a faint smile and said, "I'm worried that the 2 might immediately turn around when they see our army. If that happens, another family clan will have the bounty." Anchor stared blankly for a moment before he nodded and said, you are right. We have more than 1,000 men over here. As long as they are no fools, they will surely turn around before they step into the trap. Brother-in-law, perhaps we should give them some hope. Otherwise, our bounty might run to other family clans. Weston agreed. After thinking for a moment, he instructed, Team 4, 6, and 7, go further away. Look for suitable structures to hide yourselves. Team 1 and 2 will stay in the city gate. Do not scare them away. Following Weston's command, the elite troops of the House of Simon grew even more dispersed. They would also try to hide themselves as much as possible as Weston commanded. Soon enough, the forces of the House of Weston grew far apart from each other. Many divine guards disappeared in the dark. After having done that, Weston became somewhat relieved. He beckoned, come, we will hide at the energy towers. They must not know that we are waiting for them at the city gate lest they retreat without giving a fight. Anchor and another high god named Chandler nodded and agreed to Weston's words. They went to the energy towers that were all around them to hide themselves, lest their presences alarm Hanchuo and Rose. While those from the House of Weston were moving into position, Hanchuo and Rose arrived at the city gate. Hanchuo was smirking in his mind as the demon generals he placed at the city gate long ago had clearly heard every word of the conversation between Weston and Anchor. Hanchuo knew just what these scheming foxes were up to. But little did Weston know, his reducing the forces placed at the city gate was what Hanchuo wished for. If all the divine guards of the House of Simon was blocking at the city gate, then it would be nearly impossible for Hanchuo and Rose to get through. Weston dispersing his forces far apart increased Hanchuo's chances of success. And to tilt the odds further to his side, Hanchuo decided to use a ruse that had been proved effective. Hanchuo transmitted a command to Cauldron Spirit with his thought. 2 demon generals transformed into his and Rose's appearances. The false Hanchuo and Rose rushed towards the city gate, but as soon as they arrived at the region, they suddenly stopped. They looked towards the places where the House of Simon divine guards were hiding with alarmed eyes. Hanchuo's and Rose's faces jolted. They exchanged glances and without a word, simultaneously turned around and left. Every emotion and expression on their faces were lifelike and indistinguishable from real, even from up close. They truly are powerful experts. They managed to discover the concealed divine guards as soon as they arrive. This is bad, thought Weston and Anchor, and their hearts jolted when they saw Hanchuo and Rose turned on their heels and ran. Fucking hell, chase them down. Before Weston could react, Anchor, who could not wait to take Eugene's post, rushed out from the energy tower he was hiding. Some of the divine guards followed Anchor's lead and chased after the 2 demon generals. Rose was elated. She softly exclaimed, they took the bait. Hanchuo, however, remained as calm as ever. Using the 2 most powerful demon generals of his, he saw that Weston remained in his energy tower and did not pursue the false Hanchuo and Rose. It was clear that this patriarch of the House of Simon was not a rash person. For whatever reason, not only that Weston did not follow Anchor, he even instructed from his energy tower, Team 1, 2, and 5, stay here. This gate is their only path. They will not give up so easily. If Hanchuo and Rose don't leave that night, the city gates around Hush Vale City will only become even more fortified and the city will be even tighter in security. Weston felt that Hanchuo and Rose definitely will try to escape that very night. Therefore, he did not go after the false images with Anchor. The 2 demon generals were far from where Weston was hiding. There was no way he could know that they were false images. He decided to stay based on his gut feeling. Weston had been through countless hardships and trials to be where he was. The experiences he accumulated from the numberless battles fought were perhaps more valuable than the wealth he gained. In some situations, having such rich experiences could be more useful than having extraordinary strength. Although Weston's judgment was correct, it doesn't necessarily mean the outcome would favor him. Following Weston's orders, a portion of the House of Simon's forces remained behind. Chandler, another high god under the House of Simon, also stayed behind. He was obedient to Weston. He continued to hide in his energy tower and observe. Some of them have not taken the bait. Rose could see the danger waiting for them at the city gate. She continued softly, I sense that there are more divine guards that we could see. This is not good. There are 2 high gods each hiding in those energy towers, said Han Chuo as he pointed at 2 energy towers. He continued softly, we do not have time for a battle of patience with them. Experts from other major family clans in the city must be converging here. We need to break out from the city before Anchor returns. Be careful of the 2 high gods in the energy towers, they might launch a sneak attack. Make sure you do not get caught by surprise. We are going to strike soon, said Rose excitedly. She seemed a little restless. Han Chuo nodded unfeelingly. The invisible demon generals that were one with darkness floated to the house of Simon Divine Guards. They carefully avoided Weston and Chandler. No Divine Guard had noticed them. Move, shouted Han Chuo softly. In an ice-cold face, he whooshed out from his hiding place and charged towards the city gate at the fastest speed. They indeed have come. Weston's irises constricted. He placed his full attention on Han Chuo and Rose, who had appeared without warning. He was prepared to make a surprise attack. Those divine guards hiding in the dark become excited. They grew even more admiring of their patriarch's sharp judgment. Facing Han Chuo and Rose, who were charging at them murderously, these divine guards from the house of Simon showed no fear. It was as though with the leadership of Weston, Han Chuo's and Rose's deaths were certain. Following Weston's command, the path to the city gate was deliberately left empty, waiting for Han Chuo and Rose to step inside. Although Han Chuo knew of Weston's plan, he had no choice but to cross the path Weston prepared for him, as it was the only path to the city gate. The terrifying whistling noises of the 17 flying swords pierced through the air. Han Chuo and Rose flew across the space with the 17 flying swords. Han Chuo knew that many divine guards were hiding around the path, waiting to make an ambush. The 17 flying swords started flying around and slaughter the divine guards who thought they had concealed themselves very well. Simultaneously, the demon generals that had been lying in wait transformed to material state and pounced on the divine guards. Caught off guard, many of the divine guards lost their lives to the greyish shadows almost instantly. And yet again, the scene of miserable shrieks and wails reappeared. Although the divine guards knew the weaknesses of the demon generals, the ambush was just too sudden, causing the divine guards to fail to react in time. Also, as demon generals strike in large swarms, the divine guards would lose their lives very quickly. They were given no opportunity to make counterattacks. Han Chuo's attacks struck on those elite divine guards concealed in the dark as though everything between them was transparent. The demon generals that appeared out of nowhere were even better concealed than they were. The divine guards shrieked in pain as they were struck. Weston, who was observing from the energy tower high above, wore an appalled face. He did not expect Han Chuo to be so miraculous, as though he could foresee the future. Seeing that his ambushing divine guards were ambushed, Weston immediately commanded his men, "Stop hiding and come out to the open. They are determined to charge out from this gate. Stop them." Han Chuo and Rose moved forward at extreme speed as they defended themselves from the ranged attacks of the divine guards around them. Suddenly Han Chuo deployed the Cyano Demon Blaze, Toxic Dragon Net, Banner of Hallucination, and Green Hypergolic Dust. They flew towards the divine guards all around them. Cyano Demon Blaze whooshed around. The Toxic Dragon Net covered down, emitting mists as corrosive as the 17 flying swords. The Green Hypergolic Dust burned everything it touched. The Banner of Hallucination produced countless duplicates of Han Chuo and Rose. No one could tell which were the real Han Chuo and Rose. Many of the divine guards were killed or neutralized by the vicious demonic weapons Han Chuo refined. The divine guards were thrown into havoc and confusion. Many were set on fire, some were penetrated by Cyano Demon Blaze, while some were turned into skeletons after being trapped by the Toxic Dragon Net. As the Banner of Hallucination had produced countless false images, the divine guards could not distinguish which of the attacks coming from every direction were real. The pressure on Han Chuo and Rose reduced significantly. They continued charging forward. Under the support of the numerous demonic weapons, the two crossed the path and arrived at the city gate in no time. There were even more divine guards waiting for them at the city gate. The gate itself was locked from the outside. It was the final barrier standing between Han Chuo and his freedom. Han Chuo took out a handful of the Pearls of Annihilation and hurled it at the city gate without looking. Ever since using the Pearls of Annihilation, Han Chuo's interest in high-power explosive demonic weapons increased dramatically. He had obtained a new formula from Cauldron Spirit that increased the power of the Pearls of Annihilation by several orders of magnitude. When the handful of Pearls of Annihilation detonated, a series of world-shaking explosions sounded from the city gate. It was as though the entire Hush Vale city was going to collapse. Many of the divine guards were turned into pieces. Their incomplete body parts flew in every direction. It was a scene of utter devastation. After the dust subsides, the city gate was revealed to be destroyed. Chapter 768, The stage is now ours. GDK 768, The stage is now ours. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. The intense explosion at the city gate instantly killed several dozen divine guards and sent pieces of their bodies flying all around. The rumbling noise as though a mountain was collapsing had alerted everyone in the city. The city gate of Hush Vale City failed to withstand the fierce blast and was shattered. "Hurry!" cried Han Chuo softly. He raised the power of his demonic weapons to their maximum, attacking all the House of Simon divine guards swarming at them. At this moment, Weston and Chandler, who had been hiding in energy towers all along, simultaneously descended. They jointly attacked Han Chuo and Rose. The 17 flying swords suddenly appeared before Han Chuo and weaved a screen made of light, completely shielding Han Chuo from the space in front of him. They also blocked Weston and Chandler's attacks. Rose knew that this move of Han Chuo's was mainly to buy her time. As long as Weston and Chandler were both blocked, the average divine guards who were being held up by the numerous demonic weapons cannot obstruct her from leaving. Seeing Han Chuo risking his life at such a perilous moment to buy time for her to escape, a most bizarre feeling arose in her heart. She turned to take a quick, grateful look at Han Chuo, who was obstructing Weston and Chandler in a callous and handsome face before leaving. With the two powerful high gods held up by Han Chuo and most of the divine guards being violently attacked by demon generals and demon weapons, Rose did not face much pressure when leaving. She defended herself from the attacks of normal high god and successfully crossed the hole in the city gate. She had finally escaped from Hush Vale City. Suddenly, Han Chuo's face jolted. He immediately flew towards the opening to leave Hush Vale City. Die! A violent roar filled with rage came from the distance. A dark spear streaked across the sky like a dark bolt of thunder, rapidly moving towards Han Chuo. It carried an astonishing amount of darkness divine energy. Weston and Chandler, hearing the roar, exerted even more pressure at Han Chuo. They were determined to capture Han Chuo. Weston was a mid-stage high god while Chandler was an early-stage high god. Although defending against their attacks was not easy, it wasn't too difficult. The 17 flying swords could disintegrate their attacks just by weaving streaks of light. The dark spear that came like lightning, however, was far more powerful. In addition, as many divine guards were moving to the city gate to seal the hole, if Han Chuo was to focus all his strength on defending against the spear, he might lose the chance of leaving the city. The dark spear arrived like a shadow before the 17 flying swords fighting Weston and Chandler could move to Han Chuo's back. Han Chuo promptly came to a difficult decision. With all his strength, he charged at the city gate that will soon be fully blocked by divine guards. His two hands constantly moved about, blocking off the constant streams of ranged attacks. The invincible omen body would also automatically deploy. The attacks of mid-gods could not inflict any damage even when they scored a direct hit on Han Chuo. Pow! When the spear was instants from making contact, the Demon Slayer edge pierced through the cloth on Han Chuo's back and appeared to catch the attack. A burst of ferocious and wild darkness divine energy surged into Han Shuo through the demon slayer edge. The invincible omen body instantly deployed to resist the onslaught of the darkness divine energy. This all-out attack from Hush Vale City's city lord Hafs was overwhelming. Even the invincible omen body could not neutralize all of its destructive power. An area on Han Shuo's back suddenly caved in as though a flat piece of metal deformed after being struck by a bullet. Han Shuo felt pain rising from his chest and a metallic taste in his mouth. Blood flowed out from his mouth, forming two trails of blood from the tips of his lips. Immediately, Han Shuo realized that he had suffered injuries after taking the all-out attack of this late-stage high god. Han Shuo was fortunate that the invincible omen body had dissolved most of the power in the attack. Otherwise, the powerful strike would surely pierce a hole through Han Shuo's chest and severely reduce his fighting power. Han Shuo did a quick inspection of his body's condition and immediately understood that the injuries sustained were not critical. Using the momentum of Haf's dark spear, Han Shuo boosted his speed and traveled towards the city gate at an even faster rate. Simultaneously, the 17 flying swords flew away from Weston and Chandler to help Han Shuo defend against the attacks of the divine guards all around him. Han Shuo's figure streaked through the hole in the city gate as though a lightning bolt. He went through in a flash. Outside the gate was Rose, waiting for him anxiously. "Hush Vale City Lord is here. Fly!" shouted Han Shuo as he grabbed Rose's hand. He then activated the art of demonic ninth heaven, boosted his airspeed using cauldron spirit's energy, and turned into a trail of hardly visible shadow that rapidly vanished into the distance. Hafs, the city lord of Hush Vale City, possessed late-stage high god strength. Han Shuo believed that in a one-to-one battle, with access to the 17 flying swords and cauldron spirit's energy, he will not lose to Hafs. But currently, other than Hafs, Weston and Chandler were also present. Also, more high gods of Hush Vale City were quickly rushing to their aid. It was clear to Han Shuo that having a duel with Hafs at the city gate was anything but sensible. If Han Shuo was surrounded by that large number of high gods, it will be impossible for Han Shuo to escape without using demonic blood disassemble, which would cause tremendous damages to his body. Han Shuo would try to avoid using the harmful demonic technique, especially now when his progress in the cultivation of demonic arts was slow. Rose possessed mid-stage high god strength and could fly faster than most people. However, compared to Hafs behind her, who also cultivated in the energy of darkness but possessed late-stage high god strength, Han Shuo believed that Hafs would be able to catch up to Rose. As he could fly even faster by borrowing cauldron spirit's strength, Han Shuo decided to pull Rose with him. In an instant, the two ghostly shadows outside Hush Vale City vanished among the dense growth of ancient trees and shrubs. Hafs, Weston, and a few experts of their family clans hastily went after Han Shuo and Rose. Hafs wore a malevolent face. As he shot through the air, he angrily commanded, "Find them! I've hit that youngster with my spear. They won't be able to run far. Whoever managed to kill them will take Eugene's seat." The patriarch's two other family clans finally arrived at the city gate and heard Hafs scream by coincidence. It woke them up from staring foolishly at the scene of devastation at the city wall. As soon as they came to their senses, they led their divine guards and joined the hunt. Hafs was at the front of the party. Weston, Chandler, and a few other high gods were shooting in the direction Han Shuo and Rose escaped at extreme speed. Countless divine guards were lost during the havoc in Hush Vale City. The attackers had not only managed to eliminate their targets, they even managed to escape from the city. If the news of this were to spread, Hafs would lose all his face and prestige in the Darkness Dominion. The status of his House of Hoffley in Hush Vale City would also be jeopardized. It would be a most undesirable situation for Hafs. Weston, the patriarch of the House of Simon, was also enraged. His family clan was responsible for securing the city gate. Han Shuo and Rose broke through. The fact that the duo had managed to break free from the heavy fortification and encirclement was simply a great insult to his family clan. He also knew that after the event, given Hafs' temperament, Hafs will surely punish his family clan for failing to secure the city gate. But none of those things could compare to the pain in losing the elite divine guards that his House of Simon spent tens of thousands of years to recruit, nurture, and assemble. The enormous explosion at the city gate alone had taken more than 100 lives of his divine guards. With more than 200 of their extremely valuable elite divine guards losing their lives, the strength of his House of Simon significantly reduced. How could Weston not feel angry about it? Numerous experts of Hush Vale City left the city and entered the mountain range right beside it. Without energy towers and boundary towers covering every inch of the land, with the presence of countless ancient, towering trees, hills, and mountains where Han Chuo and Rose could hide, finding the two became 100 times more difficult for those experts of Hush Vale City. Rose was being pulled away by Han Chuo, who was flying like a missile. At first, she felt very nervous as she saw that Hoffs and other high gods of Hush Vale City were chasing after them. But gradually, she noticed that the high gods of Hush Vale City were dragged further and further behind. She also noticed that not only Han Chuo did not slow down, but he was still picking up speed. It seemed as though Han Chuo knew the mountain range well. He would constantly change his travel direction and cause their pursuers to lag further and further behind. Rose was finally at ease. With that, Rose could finally start thinking about other things. She soon noticed the tight grip of Han Chuo's big and rough hand. It was strong and warm. She could feel every pulse of his that was filled with power. She suddenly noticed the sweat on her palm and realized that she had been too nervous. Rose turned to look at Han Chuo, who was just inches away. She noticed the unswerving determination on Han Chuo's steady face. She saw the calmness and confidence on Han Chuo's lips stained with his own blood, the well-defined shapes on his handsome face, and the kick-ass, callous demeanor of a real man. At this moment, even the trails of blood on the corners of Han Chuo's lips seemed so charming. Although Rose wanted to help him wipe off the blood, she did not. She merely stared foolishly at Han Chuo as imagination ran wild in her mind. Perhaps only a man like him could stand tall above the world. After having gone through so many deadly situations with Han Chuo, not only that Rose no longer feel any prejudice against him, she even felt very admiring of his tenacious and unyielding attitude. He was firm, decisive, always steady, unscrupulous in achieving his goals, and had many other excellent qualities. To add to the boundless potential and terrifying strength he displayed, how could a person like him not be successful? Han Chuo did not notice Rose's gaze at all. He was focused on flying, escaping, and thinking about his next course of action. He knew that given how astonishing their deeds had been, they would become enemies with Hush Vale City. Even if they changed their appearances and gone into hiding, Hoffs will eventually discover their identities. Having suffered such humiliation, there was no way that Hush Vale City would be willing to let him and Rose off. Han Chuo knew they were bound to be his enemy. Therefore, he started considering how to weaken Hush Vale City as much as possible, cutting the strength of Hoffs and his family clans so that they would have no time or energy to seek vengeance. Suddenly, Han Chuo turned around to look at Rose and said, "In the mountain range, we are the hunters. Those chasing after us have dispersed. The stage is now ours." Chapter 769, Fusion. GDK 769, Fusion. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The two were no longer in danger the moment they stepped outside Hush Vale City, as there were countless natural concealment spots in the vast mountain range with no boundary covering the entire sky. Han Chuo was as though a fish in a bowl that was released into the sea. Falling into heavy encirclement was no longer a concern. Han Chuo and Rose stopped running. They descended into a thick forest and looked for a temporary hiding place with the help of Han Chuo's demon generals. A cliff wall shrouded by fog became their temporary hiding place. Han Chuo and Rose landed on the cliff wall. He gently exhaled and smilingly said, "This region is filled with thick fog. An average expert won't be able to find us. It will take an expert of Hoff's class to detect our presence. Take a rest for now. We will wait for our pursuers to catch up." Han Chuo had managed to cast their pursuers from Hush Vale City far behind, and they will need some time to reach this place. Han Chuo and Rose could use this opportunity to recharge. You can let go of my hand now, said Rose softly with her head lowered. Han Chuo stared blankly for a moment. It was only then that he realized he was still holding Rose's hand. He gave an embarrassed laugh and immediately let go. He then sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to recover some strength. How are your injuries? Is it critical? Asked Rose in a soft voice after a moment of hesitation. Han Chuo opened his eyes, turned to Rose and smiled. He replied, I'm fine. No worries. Thanks for holding them back and letting me escape first, said Rose. Han Chuo could sense that Rose's attitude had changed. Han Chuo was accustomed to Rose being quiet, cold, and even mean in words. He couldn't get used to Rose being so kind to him all so suddenly. After being startled for a moment, Han Chuo calmly replied, It is not my practice to let people who work for me die. Besides, I knew I could escape from them. It's no big deal. Upon finishing those words, Han Chuo again closed his eyes and put on a focused and occupied face. Rose, who was about to say more things, seeing that Han Chuo has started recovering his energy, decided not to disrupt him. She merely looked at Han Chuo quietly from beside him. For whatever reason, Rose felt at ease to be alone with Han Chuo at this fog-filled cliff wall. She even felt a strange sense of joy. A faint smile appeared on Rose's lips. With a calm and contented heart, she quietly sat down beside Han Chuo and started recovering the divine energy she used up in Hush Vale City. Find them. I don't care if you have to dig 3 feet underground, do whatever it takes and find them, shouted Hoffs, who was wearing a dark face, in a voice filled with pure rage and wrath. Hoffs and his party had been searching for ages but found not a single trace of Han Chuo and Rose. The experts from the 3 major family clans in the search party started to doubt if Hoffs had actually struck the attacker. Hoffs claimed that he had managed to strike one of the attackers. Given that Hoffs was a late-stage high god and he had used his full strength in the attack, as long as the attacker was not an overgod, there was no way that this attacker would show no sign of being affected, as even a late-stage high god like Hoffs would suffer serious injuries. An injured high god would surely show signs of exhaustion after being pursued by the party for such a long time. By now, the pursuing party should have caught up to the injured attacker and slain him. However, the reality was entirely different from their expectations. Not only that they couldn't close the distance to the attackers, but they were also left far behind in the lengthy pursuit, so much so that they lost track of the 2 attackers. This was in contradiction to Hoff's account. If Hoffs wasn't the city lord of Hush Vale City and the patriarch of the House of Hoffley, these people would have long called out Hoffs, accuse him of giving misleading information without having full knowledge of the situation, and perhaps even call him a liar. City Lord, this mountain range is vast and we have lost track of our targets. Instead of searching in one large group, I suggest that we split up by family clans to cover more area. Although the 2 are extraordinary in strengths, I'm certain that one whole family clan can defeat them. If they can't, they could always signal for help. What do you think, my lord? Proposed the House of Granro Patriarch. Rage must have consumed Hoff's rationality, for he felt that the suggestion was proper for the situation. Hoffs, in a dark face, nodded and instructed, Okay. We split up by family clans and continue the search. Signal and call for help as you discover their tracks. Weston, who had lost more than 200 elite divine guards to Han Chuo and Rose, had been waiting for those words. Immediately and without a word, Weston signaled at the divine guards under his family clan with his eyes and left the search party. Shortly after, 2 other family clans also separated from the party and continued searching in different directions. With that, the 4 major family clans of Hush Vale City, Hoffs included, split up into 4 search parties. The forces of each party would slowly grow more dispersed the further out they searched. The situation was somewhat similar to the time when the god hunters tried to hunt Han Chuo down. Gradually, night was replaced by day. By the time the scorching sun was hanging at the tallest point in the sky, the four family clan search parties had become very far apart. The gaudy sunlight pierced through layers of dense fog and sprinkled on Han Shuo, who was sitting on a cliff wall. Suddenly, Han Shuo opened his eyes wide. He softly cried, "Someone's approaching." Rose was resting and cultivating. Her long eyelashes trembled a few times before she opened her beautiful eyes. She looked at Han Shuo for a moment, for she said, "I'll follow your plan." After having fought alongside Han Shuo in Hush Vale City, Rose had become admiring and fully convinced of Han Shuo's decision-making. Members of the House of Simon. "Hehe, this family clan is really unlucky to run into us time and time again," said Han Shuo in a mischievous grin. He then stood up and continued, "This time we will kill this high god called Anchor." "Okay," exclaimed Rose excitedly and stood up. She asked, "How do we proceed?" "Follow me." Han Shuo flew into the dense fog and slowly descended into the thick forest below. He led Rose in sneaking to Anchor while avoiding the detection of several divine guards nearby. Han Shuo had chosen to attack Anchor because he cultivated in the energy of death. His death divine energy would be useful for Han Shuo's avatar of death. A few of Han Shuo's demon generals had been following Anchor, watching his every move. Anchor had shown too much desire and greed to be a divine guard chief in Hush Vale City. Han Shuo saw his desperation before he escaped from Hush Vale City. It was the reason why Anchor took Han Shuo's bait and pursued his false images. After entering the mountain range, Anchor seemed even more impatient and desperate. He kept on asking his subordinates to spread further and further apart as to cover a bigger area. These divine guards were mediocre in strength. Even a dozen of them weren't enough to resist Han Shuo and Rose for a moment. Anchor had clearly shown no thoughts for the lives of his divine guards. Perhaps he was wishing that Han Shuo and Rose would slaughter his men so that he could learn of their whereabouts. Anchor had repeatedly missed out on witnessing Han Shuo and Rose committing massacres and did not yet understand the true depth of their terrifying might. At this moment, he could not wish more for Han Shuo and Rose to show themselves so that he would have a shot at becoming a divine guard chief. Perhaps the Creator was touched by his sincerity. The figures Han Shuo and Rose gradually appeared in the distance. They were even marching towards him step by step. Anchor was overjoyed. He praised the Creator in his mind before immediately shouted, "Kill them!" These divine guards around Anchor had also taken Han Shuo's bait back at the Hush Vale City gate. They too had no idea just how deadly Han Shuo and Rose really were. Following Anchor's command, the divine guards charged at Han Shuo and Rose without the slightest fear. Their hearts were filled with excitement. Han Shuo nodded at Rose and he immediately flew towards Anchor. Before the excited smile vanished from Anchor's face, the 17 flying swords had flown out from Han Shuo's body and completely enveloped Anchor. Han Shuo wanted to finish things before other House of Simon divine guards reaches the area. Before he could even launch an attack, Anchor abruptly discovered that he seemed to have fallen into another dimension made of pure evil. Sinister energy that he had never seen or heard before violently gushed towards him from all directions. He was like a small boat out at sea caught in a heavy thunderstorm being beaten by violent, choppy waves. He could feel death calling for him. It was only at this moment that Anchor knew that he made a mistake, a terribly grave mistake. But unfortunately for Anchor, his regret came a little too late. Anchor, who had become a high god only recently, quickly fell apart against the wild corrosion of the Han Shuo's 17 flying swords. His life force grew weaker as the divine energy in his body were being rapidly exhausted. Han Shuo's avatar of death suddenly flew out from his body towards Anchor, who was in the center of the 17 flying swords. Simultaneously, his avatar of destruction flew towards a mid-god of destruction heavily injured by Rose. The avatar restrained the person from behind. A moment later, the two avatars started sucking away divine energies from their victims. At the same time, Han Shuo put his mind to a tranquil and calm state. He deployed the demonic blades using his main body to help Rose in butchering the divine guards. As Han Shuo had started devouring divine energy, then not a single divine guard who witnessed his act must be allowed to live. Otherwise, if others were to learn of it, Han Shuo could land in a terrible situation. The instant that Han Shuo's mind and consciousness entered a state of tranquility, it seemed to somehow affect his avatars that were devouring divine energies. In an instant, the divine souls of his avatars and the consciousness of his main body formed a most harmonious connection. The three souls seemed to have fused together. The domains of divinity of death and destruction suddenly formed around Han Shuo's avatars. They overlapped with each other and started fusing together in a miraculous manner that no one could understand. Suddenly, a whole new type of domain of divinity bizarrely emerged. The edict of destruction was raging in the domain of divinity while the element of death was gushing into the domain at 10 times the normal rate. All elements, except for the element of death, abruptly disappeared from around Han Shuo. The bizarre transformations did not end there. Chapter 770, Come out and fight me, you coward. GDK 770, Come out and fight me, you coward. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Tiny and fine strings suddenly appeared in the amalgamated domain of divinity. Although not visible through the naked eye, Han Shuo could clearly perceive the fine strings through his soul. After taking a moment to carefully sense them, Han Shuo discovered that these fine strings seemed to be the power of faith originating from the profound continent and the abyss realm. The power of faith could increase the power of a god's domain of divinity as well as providing a minute but constant stream of divine energy. Divine energy from the power of faith may be minute, but if accumulated over many years, it would become a considerable amount of divine energy. For all these while, Han Shuo could sense the constant stream of minuscule divine energy that came from the power of faith his believers offered. He had never observed the power of faith causing any effects on his domain of divinity. But now, for the first time, Han Shuo clearly sensed it. The string-like power of faith emerged within the amalgamated domains of divinity and traveled in trajectories conforming to the edict of destruction. The fine strings constantly twisted, vibrated, and revolved around Han Shuo. The strings would interact and twist together to form thicker strings. This was perceivable only through Han Shuo's divine soul and cannot be observed visually. The element of death converged towards the domain of divinity even more wildly. Suddenly, the boundaries of aging, fear, and weakness spontaneously formed in the domain of divinity even though Han Shuo made no effort of doing so. The boundaries were filled with fine strings. It appeared as though the fine strings could absorb the constant stream of the element of death gushing to the domain and use them to alter the structure of the three boundaries. Suddenly, the power of the three boundaries began rising exponentially. The area of effect rapidly expanded and overlapped with the entire domain of divinity in no time. The power of faith strings bound with the element of death gushing into the domain while twisting and warping around Han Shuo in a manner conforming to the edict of destruction. They constantly modified and altered the boundaries and caused their power to grow stronger and stronger. "Hey!" exclaimed Rose. She suddenly discovered an abnormal flux of energy from Han Shuo's location and softly cried, "What's going on?" Han Shuo was suddenly awoken from the trance. He immediately realized that now was not the time to slowly savor his new domain of divinity. By now, Anchor and the mid-god of destruction were dead and their divine energies had been completely devoured. Han Shuo maneuvered his flying swords to stab at their bodies, causing them to melt away. Rose's long silvery hair was stained with blood. As she stood coldly on the land covered with bodies, she stared at Han Shuo with her bright eyes that were filled with astonishment and puzzlement. The group of several dozen divine guards led by Anchor was all butchered by Rose and Han Shuo. There were no survivors. Through his demon generals, Han Shuo sensed that numerous House of Simon experts were rapidly converging towards the area. He instructed, "Move," and retreated with Rose. Shortly after the duo left, Weston and Chandler, along with a few hundred elite divine guards of their family clan, arrived at the scene. It was a devastating and dreadful scene with incomplete bodies covering every inch of the ground. Anchor's partially melted body was quickly liquefying. It was plain and obvious from Anker's melting body to tell who was responsible for the horrendous crime. Weston had never felt so enraged. The strength of his House of Simon had steeply declined. And now, as though it could not get worse, his family clan lost another high god. On top of all that, Anker was a sibling of his wife. Weston started wondering how to justify the losses to his wife and his family clan. "Patriarch, what should we do?" asked Chandler. "The two not only possess terrifying strength, but they are also very stealthy. What can we do to find and kill them?" Unlike Anker, Chandler had personally witnessed how deadly Han Shuo and Rose were. As a member of the House of Simon, Chandler hated Han Shuo and Rose to the bones. However, other than hatred, Chandler also felt fear. He knew that in a one-on-one battle, even he was no match against that callous-looking and handsome youngster. He had been very careful and kept his divine guards close to him as he was afraid of losing his life. It was precisely because of his cautiousness that Han Shuo did not look for him but went for the naive Anker instead. Anker's death was greatly disturbing for Chandler. He was worried that he would become Han Shuo's next target. Weston suddenly shouted after keeping silent in a dark face, "Release signals and tell them that the murderers are near this area." Then, after taking a short pause, he continued, "We must all stick close together, no one will split from the group." Our understanding of the attacker was wrong, he was not severely injured. Otherwise, they surely will not take such risk in making an assault. Chandler was stunned. He quickly scanned around before asking in a low voice, "Patriarch, are you implying that the city lord lied?" Weston shook his head, let out a soft sigh, and explained, "The city lord wouldn't make that kind of joke during moments like this. Besides, from my understanding of his character, he wasn't one who would tell lies." Weston turned to Chandler, looked at him with his deep eyes, and continued, "The city lord's account is not false. The fact that the injured murderer did not try to escape but is preying on us could only mean one thing: he is stronger than the city lord." Chandler's face jolted. After taking a moment to carefully consider Weston's words, his expression turned even more appalled. Somehow, Chandler started thinking about overgods without the quintessence. The fear in his heart grew even stronger. In a slightly flustered manner, he asked, "Then what should we do?" "We have to give up on trying to kill them. Our family clan has taken too many casualties. What we must do now is to take our men safely out from the mountain range," said Weston in a helpless and humiliated face. He paused for a moment before he continued, "If other family clans want to try to get them, let them try. It is time they suffer some losses as well. Otherwise, after the ordeal is over, our House of Simon's place in Hushvale City would likely be threatened." As the patriarch of the House of Simon, Weston sometimes had to make unpopular and difficult decisions for the benefit of his family clan. The great insight and wisdom Weston gained from his countless years spent in battle allowed him to correctly judge that Han Shuo will reappear at the city gate. And now, it allowed him to make the right decision to give up. Thanks to the Omen invincible body, Weston had overestimated Han Shuo's strength. Although Weston and his forces had given up on hunting him, Han Shuo now had a new problem. During the assault on Anker and his forces, although Rose did not see Han Shuo devoured Anker's divine energy as they were covered inside the 17 flying swords, Rose saw him devour the divine energy of a mid-god of destruction. She could not be more astonished by Han Shuo's actions. On Elysium, the god hunters were universally hated characters. Her heart was filled with horror when she saw Han Shuo devour the divine energy of the mid-god who cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo being an abominable god hunter was the last thing that Rose had expected. Ever since they successfully escaped from the crime scene, Rose gazed at him with questioning and judgmental eyes non-stop, which made Han Shuo uncomfortable. Han Shuo finally stopped moving after arriving on a tree and hiding among its lush leaves. He summoned his courage and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Are you a god hunter?" asked Rose as she looked deeply at Han Shuo. "I'm not," denied Han Shuo resolutely. He then explained to Rose in a poker face, God hunters are those who could not control the cravings in their hearts. Their minds have been corroded by greed. Their only wish and desire are to devour other people's divine energy to improve their own strength. They have an alliance made of people of their kind. As long as they are alive, they will always attempt to hunt and kill others for divine energy. I don't need you to tell me this. I have been living on Elysium longer than you have, and I know plenty of things about the God hunters. After a short pause, Rose calmly continued, don't tell me that you are different from them. Of course I'm different. Han Chuo put on a faint smile and explained, I have overcome that greed. My mind is free from the insatiable desire to devour divine energy. Even if you put a helpless man before me, I can choose not to devour his divine energy. The God hunters cannot act against their insatiable greed. I'm different in that I'm in full control of my mind and rationality. My mind is not corrupted. I don't believe that. I have never known or heard of anyone who could overcome that addiction. Once you started, you will never stop. Rose's slender brows bunched tightly. She let out a soft sigh and said, why are you that kind of people? Han Chuo put on a faint smile and answered, I'm not. You should know that best. If I'm a God hunter, all that I do would be to consume other people's divine energy. For all this time you are with me, is my only goal and purpose to devour others' divine energy. Rose stared blankly for a moment after hearing Han Chuo's answer. She carefully thought about it for a moment and realized that his words did make sense. Rose had been following Han Chuo around for quite some time. She knew that a God hunter would feel uneasy if they had not devoured divine energy for a while and will always seek for a chance to strike. It's been a while since Rose became Han Chuo's servant and she was always around Han Chuo. During the time she spent with Han Chuo, she did not observe any signs of divine energy addiction from Han Chuo. Not only that he seemed perfectly normal, he even appeared to possess an extremely tenacious mind and strong willpower, a man who has full control of his mind and body. It was clear from his performance and behavior that he was different from God hunters. After spending a long time thinking, Rose asked skeptically, no one had ever overcome that addiction, but you can. I'm sure that there are others who also managed to overcome the addiction, it's just that most people do not know them. Han Chuo then smiled and said, you will see the truth in time, for we will be spending a lot more time together. I will trust your words for now, replied Rose. Suddenly, as though having recalled something, she exclaimed, right, I remember that when you were devouring the mid-god's divine energy, you were also fighting divine guards somewhere else. Did you use that strange life form to devour divine energy for you? If that's the case, you won't be affected by addiction. Han Chuo knew that as they will spend at least the next 100 years together, Rose will learn about the existence of his avatar sooner or later. But Han Chuo did not want to explain too much now as it was rather complicated. After a moment of hesitation, Han Chuo answered, something like that. Rose could tell that Han Chuo had no interest in explaining it in detail. Although she was very curious about Han Chuo, she did not question him any further. After escaping from the crime scene, Han Chuo spent time surveilling his prey using his demon generals. He saw that the House of Simon divine guards were all gathered in one group. He knew that Weston was now on guard and it would not be easy to strike his forces again. Other family clans of Hush Vale City, having received Weston's signal, were hurrying towards the area. Seeing that more and more divine guards will be there, Han Chuo and Rose quickly evacuated from the area. By the time Hoffs the city lord and others reached there, Han Chuo and Rose were long gone. They again searched around thoroughly. Naturally, the search yielded no result. Soon enough, the search party again split up by family clans to continue searching the mountain range. The Divine Guard chiefs from Hush Vale City also joined the manhunt. Some would be in a team with their family clan members while some went searching with their men. For the next half a month, whenever Han Chuo had a chance, he would strike at the forces of Hush Vale City and quickly withdraw before reinforcement could arrive. Nearly 100 divine guards and 2 high gods from the Hoffley family and Granro family lost their lives during that time. No matter how cautious Hafs and the others were, inevitably, some of their men would perish to Han Shuo and Rose. As soon as the search party had dispersed to a certain degree, horrific deaths will befall to some of them. And no matter how fast they rushed to the scene and how much they searched, they would always fail to locate Han Shuo and Rose. In this vast mountain range, Han Shuo and Rose were as though two invisible predators, butchering the helpless Hush Vale City divine guards left and right. All the average divine guards were shrouded by fear. Even some of the high gods felt frightened. The search party no longer dared to spread out and would always be in close proximity to each other. They dared not belittle the dangers of the two stealthy assassins. Stop hiding and running like a coward. Come out and fight me alone if you have the guts. I will not bring a single divine guard with me. Come at me, roared Hafs. His voice travelled far and wide. Hafs was out of character and seemed to have been driven mad. His behavior at this moment was unbefitting of a city lord. All his calmness and composure had been exhausted during the draining and frustrating half a month. As he loudly shouted, he would fly away from his party by himself. When any divine guards tried following Hafs, he would immediately glower and yell at them, "Back the fuck off! Stay away from me!" He was serious about dueling with Han Shuo. The divine guards were very afraid of Hafs at this moment. They were more than willing to comply with his orders and stay far away from him. The experts from the House of Hoffley originally wanted to go with Hafs. But after thinking for a bit, recalling the strength that Hafs possessed, they felt that there was no need to be concerned for his safety. Hafs in this extremely irascible state was a torment to everyone around him. The divine guards of the House of Hoffley even secretly rejoiced in his departure. "Show yourself, fucker! Come at me," screamed Hafs as he moved further and further from the search party. Hafs' scream in fury was extremely loud. Han Shuo and Rose, who were several hundred miles from him, could clearly hear his words. Rose giggled lovably before she softly said to Han Shuo, "Listen to that guy, you have almost driven him insane." During the half-a-month time, Han Shuo had amply demonstrated to Rose that he had full control over his own mind, untainted by an uncontrolled desire for divine energy. If Rose said no, Han Shuo could always cease devouring the divine energy of those divine guards. After having repeatedly shown that he had no trouble controlling his actions, Rose was finally convinced that Han Shuo was different from the god hunters. Rose was astonished by the fact. She no longer stopped Han Shuo from devouring divine energy. Rose understood that although Han Shuo was doing the same thing as the god hunters, he was not a god hunter, but rather something above their caste. "He has gone insane." Han Shuo nodded and agreed. After half a month of devouring divine energies, both his avatars had accumulated a critical amount of them and must spend time digesting the energies. After completing the digestion, breakthroughs would all be up to the avatar's own ability to comprehend the energies they cultivated in. "I think it's about time we leave. The divine guards are all sticking together and wouldn't give us an opportunity to strike," suggested Rose. Han Shuo put on a smile and shook his head. He replied, "That's not entirely true." When Rose put on a puzzled expression, Han Shuo continued, "The divine guards are definitely all sticking close together. But didn't a guy just left the group all by himself?" Rose stared blankly for a moment before she exclaimed, "You want to fight the city lord of Hush Vale City? He is a late-stage high god. He has lost his mind. Don't tell me that you have lost your mind too." Han Shuo nodded and smilingly replied, "He has amply demonstrated his sincerity. How could I disappoint him?" Chapter 771, Illusions. GDK 771, Illusions. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Han Shuo knew that reconciliation was impossible. Even if Han Shuo and Rose escape from Hush Vale City, Hafs will not be leaving the matter at that and will continue to hunt for them. But if Han Shuo could kill Hafs, the power structure in Hush Vale City would likely reshuffle and the House of Hoffley might lose their dominance over the city. To eliminate the threat that Hush Vale City might pose him, Han Chuo intended to kill Hoffs here in this mountain range. Besides, Han Chuo wanted to test the full might of his Avasai god's laying sword formation against a late-stage high god. Therefore, this was not an opportunity and challenge that Han Chuo was willing to miss out on. Rose was clearly shocked by Han Chuo's decision. From her point of view, fighting Hoffs was anything but wise. Even if Han Chuo could defeat Hoffs, the noise produced from their battle will surely draw the experts of Hush Vale City to him. If Han Chuo was too occupied to fight Hoffs when the forces of Hush Vale City arrives, Han Chuo would be in a very terrible situation. But Rose knew that she cannot change Han Chuo's mind. She could only sigh helplessly while grumbling about Han Chuo's daring behavior in her mind. "All right then, I will help you hold back the others." Rose, as a mid-stage high god cultivating in the energy of darkness, was aware that she was no match against Hoffs. The only thing she could help with was to eliminate as many lesser threats around Han Chuo as possible. "You just need to wait for me nearby. I would know about approaching enemies better than you do. You have nothing to worry about. Hoffs won't be able to stop me," Han Chuo was very confident. Hoff's mind at this moment had been consumed by rage. Han Chuo, in contrast, was incredibly calm and collected. It was this clear advantage he had against Hoffs that gave him this confidence. Rose forced a smile after hearing those words. She suddenly felt as though there wasn't much that she could do for Han Chuo during critical moments. As a high god, Rose had rarely been in a situation where she could not be of help. This filled her heart with a strange, indescribable feeling. Han Chuo did not explain himself any further and started traveling towards Hoffs. The several dozens of demon generals around him had gone ahead in advance and placed themselves around Hoffs, studying the area down to the finest detail. Every rock, tree, and leaves in the region entered Han Chuo's mind. Before he was even close to the region, he had mastered the terrain there like it was his own backyard. Han Chuo could utilize this information to masterfully evade attacks or launch an assault. Unlike all those high gods who had died to Han Chuo's Avasai god's laying sword formation, Hoffs was a late-stage high god. On top of that, he had rich experiences in battle. From the ferocious darkness divine energy contained in that dark spear, Han Chuo recognized that Hoffs was a formidable opponent. He knew that he must take and utilize every advantage he could get over Hoffs in order to defeat him. Gradually, Han Chuo arrived at the region Hoffs was at. Hoffs at this moment was still wildly screaming in rage. His voice carried ferocious energy of darkness and it caused the atmosphere to undulate as though water ripples. The shrubs located near him shattered as though sharp blades had cut through them. "Stay here and go no further," Han Chuo said to Rose after he suddenly stopped moving forward. He gently inhaled and adjusted his mind to the most optimal state. Rose, who was following closely behind him, nodded. She knew that her strength was below Hoffs and if she got too close, her presence would be detected. If that happens, Han Chuo's arrival would also be known to Hoffs and Han Chuo wouldn't be able to make a surprise entry. Rose appeared worried. After stammering for a bit, she softly said, "Be careful." "Don't worry, everything will be just fine," replied Han Chuo in a calm smile. Then, his eyes gradually turned harsh and cold while his face turned callous and apathetic as though he cannot feel any emotions. His mind had entered a state of absolute calmness that was most suitable for combat. In the next instance, Han Chuo's figure turned blurry. Rose watched as Han Chuo went further and further into the distance until his figure completely disappeared. His aura completely vanished. It was as though he was not there. She couldn't detect a trace of Han Chuo's aura with her divine soul. Rose was yet again flabbergasted. She put on a grimace and shook her head, mumbling to herself, "Just how many secrets do you have?" Hoffs wandered further and further from his search party. He had not ceased yelling for a moment. But suddenly, Hoffs turned completely silent. His eyes that were filled with insanity gazed all around while his brows pursed slightly. He had a feeling that something was amiss. He felt as though a savage beast was stalking him from somewhere he could not see. This feeling came very abruptly and Hoffs automatically grew cautious. Could it be that the two have come? Thought Hafs, his mind becoming even more alert. He, in fact, felt that Han Shuo and Rose would likely had ignored him instead of answering his crazed scream. However, that sensation of being stalked felt also real. Hafs knew from his countless years of past experiences that it was no misperception. Before he went screaming about like a lunatic, he had ordered all his men and experts under his family clan to stay away from him. Therefore, whoever that was secretly observing him cannot be from Hush Vale City. It was this uncomfortable feeling that made Hafs suddenly so quiet. His eyes were still filled with madness as he scanned all around. He also tried to sense for abnormality in his surroundings using his divine soul. Strands of thin dark smoke flew out from his body and wandered through the bushes and ancient tall trees around him. A few moments later, Hafs turned rather puzzled. The darkness divine energy that he sent out to probe his surroundings had detected no signs of any living being. However, that uncomfortable feeling had never left him. This made Hafs more and more restless and uneasy. Hafs yet again released his darkness divine energy. He leaped high into the air and started surveying the land from above. Although he had tried as hard as he could, he still could not locate the stalker. "Stop being such a weenie, show yourself," shouted Hafs. He seemed rather impatient. A figure suddenly appeared beside an ancient tree. He raised his head to look at Hafs smilingly and said, "You injured me. Hee, I have come to return the favor. It sure enough is you." Hafs laughed maniacally before he suddenly plunged from the air. Darkness domain of divinity instantly formed around him. The element of darkness and darkness divine energy filled his dark spear in an instant as he shot at Han Shuo from above Han Shuo's head. Strange buzzing noises sounded from the spear that appeared as though a dark lightning bolt. The spear was accelerated to such an extreme speed that its shape could not be clearly seen. Boundless darkness came covering down at Han Shuo from the sky. The region abruptly sank into absolute darkness as though everything was consumed by the void. Immense darkness divine energy wrapped on the spear and caused it to melt into the absolute darkness. Rumbles. A world-shaking explosion sounded. Following that, an enormous and deep crater was revealed. All the trees, vegetations, and rocks were swept away. Han Shuo's figure, however, was nowhere to be seen. Inside the absolute darkness, Hafs descended. He landed in the enormous crater and stood proudly in a ferocious face. The dark spear returned to his hand. His eyes glistened brightly as he looked all around for the figure that had vanished into thin air. Needless to say, Hafs' vision wasn't affected by this absolute darkness he created. He realized that his last strike was ineffective. He grew even more cautious and truly took Han Shuo as an evenly matched opponent. "My turn," a sneer suddenly reverberated throughout the absolute darkness. 7 fuzzy figures appeared out of nowhere and shot towards Hafs from every direction. The figures all took Han Shuo's appearance and they all gave off extraordinary auras. Hafs suspected that they were merely illusions and so he used his divine soul to carefully probe the figures. However, to his surprise, each and every figure seemed real and alive, with every one of them possessing high god aura. This immediately threw Hafs into confusion. Hafs, not understanding the situation, did not gamble in attacking any of the figures. Instead, he took defensive measures. With one wave of the spear in his hand, layers upon layers of defensive barriers rapidly formed. Intense aura of darkness gushed towards Hafs and shrouded him. Every figure Hafs saw was made using the highest grade demon generals. These demon generals refined from high god souls were extraordinary in strength. His senses were correct, the figures were alive and could pose him threat. Hafs' decision of taking defensive measures was also correct. However, Hafs taking defensive measures played right into Han Shuo's hand. Only when Hafs was in defensive position that Han Shuo could fully focus on maneuvering the 17 flying swords and envelop Hafs in Avasai God's laying sword formation. Once that happens, Han Shuo could fully focus on boldly attacking. He need not to worry about anything else. The 17 flying swords whooshed out, but Han Shuo's figures transformed from demon generals vanished. Only the real Han Shuo remained, standing proudly before Hafs. They are illusions. Hafs was stunned. After seeing the Han Shuos transformed from demon generals disappear, Hafs started doubting his senses as he was misled into thinking that the demon generals were nothing but illusions. The 17 flying swords maneuvered by Han Shuo went whooshing at Hafs, shrouded by intense aura of darkness. The flying swords seemed to had struck on the toughest cotton ball. The 17 flying swords failed to pierce through Hafs' defenses made using darkness divine energy. A late-stage high god is indeed formidable, exclaimed Han Shuo in his mind. Then, in his consciousness, Han Shuo said to Cauldron Spirit, "Assemble your energy. It seems that I must borrow your energy in order to defeat him." Cauldron Spirit wasted no words and immediately injected demon general energies into Han Shuo's body. Chapter 772, Clash of Domains. GDK 772, Clash of Domains. Please continue reading on. Ox. Val. M. Immense pain instantly swarmed Han Shuo's entire body. Every time Han Shuo borrows Cauldron Spirit's energy, he would have to endure immense pain. But this time, the pain was so much more unbearable. Han Shuo felt as though he was in a meat-grinding machine with every nerve cell dipped in acid. Han Shuo couldn't help but cry, "Ouch! Why is this hurting much more than usual?" As Han Shuo cried out in pain, he could feel the energy contained in his body was soaring, giving him an urge to wildly release the energy from his body. "Master, I have collected a lot of divine souls in recent times, with a few of them being high god souls. My power has therefore increased. I have filled your body with more energy than usual, that's why the pain has increased. But the good news is, you will have more strength," transmitted Cauldron Spirit in Han Shuo's consciousness. Han Shuo was startled. He used his senses to carefully feel. Immediately, he found out that just as Cauldron Spirit explained, his body was filled with more power than usual. With one though, he diverted the energy in his body to the 17 flying swords. The whistling sounds of the flying swords turned extremely ear-piercing. The 17 flying swords that were suddenly supplied with even more energy tore through the dark lump of cotton ball in no time. They broke through multiple layers of defensive barriers in one shot and removed everything between the flying swords and Hafs. Hafs was surprised by the terrific power Han Shuo displayed after the layers of darkness boundaries he wrapped himself in were destructed. Aura of boundless darkness gushed out from his body while all the element of darkness within the darkness domain of divinity abruptly converged into the dark spear in his hand. Hafs hurled the dark spear. The aura of darkness coiled around the spear as it made its way towards Han Shuo rapidly. It looked like an enormous dark pillar. The 17 flying swords violently shot towards the dark spear and intercepted it in a flash. Crackle and rattle sounded from the spear as the aura of darkness coiled around it rapidly dispersed in the violent collisions. The intense divine energy of darkness on the spear was cleansed off by the 17 flying swords in no time, revealing the true appearance of the dark spear. Hafs let out a cold groan. He had somehow made his way around the 17 flying swords at an unknown time and emerged beside Han Shuo. The element of darkness found in his domain of divinity gathered to form a black hole. Fierce suction power came from the black hole, forcibly pulling every object into it. Han Shuo, who was fully focused on maneuvering the 17 flying swords, suddenly felt as though hundreds and thousands of strings tied to his body and pulling him towards the black hole. The black hole was filled with chaotic energy that seemed to be able to warp and twist all things. This greatly shocked Han Shuo. The black hole was made using darkness divine energy that rapidly revolved in unique trajectories. Han Shuo knew that he would be in great trouble if he fell into it. The piercing pain all over his body caused by Cauldron Spirit's energy straining his body grew even more painful. Han Shuo deployed the invincible Omen body under the support of Cauldron Spirit's energy. Once the demonic skill was deployed, Han Shuo's demonic body became as still and unmoving as a mountain. Even though the black hole had astonishing suction power, Han Shuo managed to overcome it and held his ground. He continued with maneuvering the 17 flying swords and sent them back to his side. As soon as Hafs realized that the black hole he deployed could not grip onto Han Shuo, he concealed himself inside the black hole. Then, using his divine body, he propelled the black hole and maneuvered it towards Han Shuo. The black hole began covering down at Han Shuo from above his head. The trees, rocks, shrubs, and even the river streams in the area were affected by the pull of the black hole and fell towards it. Even a few demon generals nearby in immaterial forms could feel its terrifying gravity. But luckily, the force acting on the immaterial demon generals was not much and they could easily resist being drawn into the black hole with the slightest effort. After the darkness divine energy on the dark spear was completely exhausted by the 17 flying swords, the dark spear fell into a black hole like a beam of light. It likely had returned to Haf's grasp. The flying swords shot towards Hafs. The speed of the already fast-moving flying swords was boosted by the immense pull from the black hole. The 17 flying swords, carrying ferocious power, arrived in front of the black hole in an instant. The Avasai god's laying sword formation immediately formed and trapped the black hole with Hafs in it. The demonic yuan in Han Shuo's body gushed into the 17 flying swords as he activated ceaseless pain. Chilling wind flew and killing intent raged. The 17 flying swords whistled as though banshees wailing, striking fear to all who hear their cries. The instant that ceaseless pain was formed, the 17 flying swords became immune to the pull of the black hole. The chilling sword radiances weaved a web made of light that launches at the black hole. The corrosive power and frigid aura of the flying swords were rapidly exhausting the thick and dark gaseous mass that shrouded the black hole. The darkness divine energy that constructed the black hole was being defeated bit by bit. Hafs had an ominous feeling when he discovered that he was the one being contained instead of the other way round. With the corrosive power and frigid energy from the 17 flying swords acting together, Hafs could feel the aura of darkness was diminishing bit by bit while the black hole was gradually shrinking. Han Shuo at this moment was fully focused on maneuvering the flying swords to assault Hafs. Hafs possessed tremendous strength and a ridiculous amount of divine energy. As powerful as the 17 flying swords were, at the current trend, Han Shuo would need at least a few hours to completely exhaust the darkness divine energy in Hafs's body. Under the effect of Haf's domain of divinity, the element of darkness within several hundred miles radius were rapidly converging towards him. He used the element of darkness collected to help resist the corrosive power of the flying swords. This made Han Shuo's goal of completely exhausting Haf's darkness divine energy significantly more difficult to accomplish. Inside the black hole, Hafs had nothing to be afraid of. As he defended himself, he used the terrifying suction power of the black hole to drain the demonic yuan energy on the 17 flying swords. It was Han Shuo's supply of demonic yuan that kept the 17 flying swords immune to the immense gravity of the black hole. Suddenly, the fight evolved into an attrition battle. If it was any other situation, Han Shuo would happily continue to the endurance fight against Hafs. With Cauldron Spirit, this ultimate demonic treasure providing him with a seemingly endless supply of energy, Han Shuo believed that no more than a few people in the universe could defeat him in a battle of endurance. Hafs was not one of them. Han Shuo was very confident that if they were to continue fighting in the same manner and with every other factor remaining the same, he would eventually emerge as the victor. But unfortunately for Han Shuo, he currently does not have the luxury of time. Although they had escaped from Hush Vale City, they were still in a territory under the influence of the city. More importantly, there were divine guards from Hush Vale City all around the mountain range where the forces of all three major family clans were all hunting for them. Given how fierce the battle was, some of them had noticed the loud noise and intense disturbance and were rushing to the area. Once the experts of Hush Vale City reached the area, Han Shuo and Rose, who had exhausted a lot of their divine energy, would be at a disadvantage. And when that happens, if Hafs were to stake it all to hold back Han Shuo as the experts of Hush Vale City surrounds him, both he and Rose would be in a perilous situation. Han Shuo rapidly considered his options. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He recalled the miraculousness and power of the domain of divinity formed by amalgamating those of his two avatars. With one thought, the two avatars slowly flew out from the cauldron of myriad demon in Han Shuo's body. The domains of divinity of death and destruction were simultaneously deployed. However, they were not fusing. Han Shuo was confused by it, and it caused him to lose focus on the 17 flying swords for a fraction of a second, nearly allowing Hafs to make a comeback. Han Shuo immediately gathered all his focus back on maneuvering the 17 flying swords while letting the divine souls of his avatars figure out the method of fusing their domains of divinity. They failed even after making multiple attempts. Not giving up, Han Shuo then carefully recalled the situation when the two domains of divinity first started fusing. He suddenly felt as though he realized something and started adjusting the divine souls of his avatars. The divine souls of his avatars became as calm as the consciousness of his main body. Then, abruptly, a bizarre link between the three souls took shape. Han Shuo managed to reproduce the strange phenomenon. The two domains of divinity yet again started to amalgamate. Strings not visible to the naked eye filled the new domain densely, while the element of death all around the environment flowed towards the domain. As the domain of divinity expands, it unavoidably made contact with Haf's domain. The novel domain of divinity showed great combativeness. The instant that Han Shuo's domain of divinity made contact with Haf's, the former started aggressively repelling and displacing the latter. It tried to cut off Haf's domain of divinity from the element of darkness in the environment and stopped the element of darkness from approaching the area. At the same time, the amalgamated domains of divinity continued expanding into Haf's domain of divinity. The unseeable strings rapidly flew in trajectories conforming to the edict of destruction while wildly soaking up the element of death coming from every direction. Han Shuo's domain grew bigger and bigger as though an enormous balloon being rapidly inflated. Haf's domain of divinity started warping and distorting under the stress of external forces. The aura of darkness taking the form of dark clouds started moving away and dispersing. Hafs tried to counteract Han Shuo's domain by sending the darkness aura forward and deploying darkness boundaries. Han Shuo and Hafs deliberately controlled their domains of divinity to clash and repel against each other, not backing up an inch for the other. Logically speaking, the domain of divinity formed by the avatars of mid-god strengths should stand no chance against Haf's high-god domain of divinity, as their strengths were of different classes. But unexpectedly, the amalgamated domain of divinity produced by Han Shuo's mid-god avatars could go head-to-head against Haf's domain of divinity instead of crumbling down as a usual mid-god domain would. With that, Hafs was forced to divert some of his focus on manipulating his domain of divinity. His energy was being exhausted at a faster rate. Under the corrosive assault of the 17 flying swords, Hafs started showing signs of fatigue. Chapter 773, Deicide / GDK 773, Deicide / Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. Unlike Han Shuo, Hafs doesn't have two avatars. He also had no access to Cauldron Spirit's energy. He could not simultaneously put his attention on maintaining both his black hole and his domain of divinity. Gradually, Haf's domain of divinity was forced to shrink to a small size. The element of darkness found in the environment no longer gushes into his domain. The feeling of regret suddenly rose in Haf's heart. He started to feel that separating from his party and challenging Han Shuo all by himself was a big mistake. Unfortunately for Hafs, no amount of regret could help him turn the situation around. All he could do was to persevere and resist Han Shuo's attack for as long as he can. Gradually, Hafs felt more and more exhausted. After the element of darkness in the environment stopped flowing into his domain of divinity, he could no longer replenish his darkness divine energy on the fly. With Han Shuo's miraculous domain of divinity and 17 flying swords exerting greater and greater pressure, Hafs was forced to burn through his darkness divine energy reserves faster and faster. How I wish those fellas would ignore my orders and come to my aid, thought Hafs. Perhaps luck was on Hafs' side that day. At the moment, the experts of Hush Vale City were actually rushing to the region as though they have heard the cry coming from Hafs' mind. Hoffs, who was completely occupied on handling Han Chuo's terrifying attacks, naturally had no idea about the situation in his surroundings. Han Chuo, however, through the uninterrupted vision of his demon generals, was fully aware of every activity around him. Those approaching were experts from several major family clans of Hush Vale City. They likely had heard the noises produced from Han Chuo and Hoff's ferocious battle. Knowing how formidable Han Chuo was, these experts came with large groups of divine guards from their family clans. They were approaching the region in a U-shaped formation. It was clear that they intend to surround and trap Han Chuo. Rose was oblivious to the situation in the distance. She was still waiting for Han Chuo nearby as Han Chuo had instructed. Although Rose would have no trouble holding back and killing some of the mid-god divine guards, she would stand no chance when the high gods arrive. Han Chuo knew that he must end the battle with Hoffs as soon as possible, or else Rose could be the first to perish. Although it was clear that Hoffs was on the back foot, as Hoffs possessed late-stage high god strength and their gap in strength wasn't too big, Han Chuo wasn't able to take Hoffs' life within a short time. Han Chuo rapidly turned over in his mind for a method to butcher Hoffs right away. Suddenly, in his consciousness, Han Chuo instructed Cauldron Spirit, "Lend me more energy. I want to deploy the second form of the Avasai God's laying sword formation, the deicide slash." "No." Cauldron Spirit seemed rather appalled. It hastily explained to Han Chuo, "Deicide slash requires more energy to activate. Although I could supply you that amount of energy, your body definitely cannot bear that amount of energy. You will very likely injure your demonic infant if you deploy deicide slash. I am well aware of it. Just give me more energy. I will immediately cease deicide slash when the demonic infant reaches its limit. Hurry up." "There's no time," said Han Chuo hastily. As Han Chuo was Cauldron Spirit's master, Cauldron Spirit had to obey his command. Although Cauldron Spirit disagreed with the decision, he had no choice but to fill Han Chuo's body with even more energy. In an instant, Han Chuo's eyes turned blood red. The veins on his face and neck popped up. His skin and flesh swelled and started to crack. It was as though Han Chuo would burst apart at any moment. An energy 5 times the amount that was already in Han Chuo's body gushed from the cauldron. The pain assailing every cell from his head to toe grew by 5 folds. It was near the limits of Han Chuo's tolerance of pain. Han Chuo, grinding his teeth as blood slowly flowed from his mouth, suddenly raised his head and let out a thunderous roar as though a savage beast. The deafening bellow spread far and wide. Demonic Yuan energy and demon general energy wildly gushed into the 17 flying swords. The flying swords that formed the ceaseless pain by rapidly revolving in unique trajectories suddenly burst out dark radiances. It was as though 17 enormous and enraged dragons grew out from the flying swords. The dark radiances connected to the flying swords shot towards Hoffs from 17 different directions. One after another, the unholy dark radiances struck at the center point of the 17 flying swords. The dark radiances would fuse and merge. Each time they merged, the killing intent overflowing from the 17 flying swords would grow more intense. When the 17 dark radiances that grew out from the flying swords merged into one giant column, the 17 flying swords finally shot towards the black hole from every direction. A frightening amount of killing intent spread from the region. Following that, an aura of utter power and destruction burst forth. The 17 flying swords seemed to have fused into one. The thick column made of dark radiances rammed into the black hole. An earth-shaking explosion sounded. Following the explosion, a miserable shriek sounded from Hoffs. The aura of darkness on the black hole was completely destroyed by the deicide slash. This had neutralized just a small fraction of the power of the 17 flying swords. The 17 flying swords, carrying unstoppable power, continued crashing forward. It shoved Hoffs along with the dark spear in his hand deep into the ground. The dark spear, along with Hoffs' right arm that wielded the weapon, shattered. Hoffs' right arm had burst apart and he was buried deep underground. The dark spear, made using some kind of wonderful material, unexpectedly deployed a powerful boundary of darkness after it exploded into dark metallic pieces. The boundary managed to stop the remainder of the energy on Deicide / that would have ended Hoff's life otherwise. The demon general energy left Han Shuo's body and rapidly returned to the cauldron. Han Shuo spurted out a mouthful of blood. He immediately realized that he had just injured his demonic infant by deploying the Deicide / Cauldron Spirit took the initiative to withdraw demon general energy from Han Shuo instead of waiting for Han Shuo to do so because it knew that Han Shuo's demonic infant was injured. The boundary of darkness shattered after blocking the Deicide / Hoff's injuries were much more severe than Han Shuo's. Han Shuo had no doubt that if he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy once more, he could end Hoff's life right there. However, his body had just endured an excessive amount of energy. His meridians and cells were strained beyond their limits and could bear no more of Cauldron Spirit's energy before they fully recover. More importantly, the experts of Hush Vale City were arriving in the region. Han Shuo knew that if he doesn't leave at once, not only that he won't be able to kill Hoffs, he might lose his life. Han Shuo's demonic body suffered severe injuries after he forcibly deployed the Deicide / Even his demonic infant, the essence of his demonic art cultivation, received slight injuries. If Han Shuo were to deploy demonic blood disassembly at this time, his condition will surely get much worse. He might need at least 100 years to heal from that kind of injury. Therefore, for the lack of a better option, Han Shuo decisively gave up on attacking Hoffs, turned on his heels and flew towards Rose. The enormous disturbance created from their duel had shocked everyone nearby. When the terrifying aura of the Deicide / spread out from the area, Rose could not help herself but traveled closer to the fight. She was curious and wanted to see what was actually happening. But Han Shuo had returned to her before she reaches the area. As Han Shuo cannot boost his strength using Cauldron Spirit's energy, he could only fly at the same speed as Rose. He, therefore, did not pull Rose along. Rose felt worried when she again saw blood flowing out from Han Shuo's mouth. However, at this moment, she did not say a word but focused on escaping with Han Shuo. Soon after the two left, numerous experts of Hush Vale City arrived from every direction. The earth-shaking explosion and Han Shuo's wild beast-like roar attracted their attention. Other than feeling alarmed, they were extremely curious. When they finally reached the area, they discovered a scene of desolation. The forest was in ruin. At the center of it was an enormous crater still filled with dust and flying rocks. The intense killing intent had yet to fully dissipate and was still raging at the center of the crater. A shout sounded. Rocks and dirt were sent flying. Hoff bore his way out to the surface, revealing his dirt-stained face. He was panting as he glared all around. "Patriarch, your right arm," an expert of the House of Hoffley couldn't help but cry out in shock. Hoffley's right arm was wrecked along with his dark spear. As Hoffley did not have the insane rejuvenation ability of Han Shuo's, he was destined to lose his right arm forever. Without his right arm, Hoffley's strength would be greatly affected. He would end up worse the next time he came across Han Shuo. The experts from the House of Hoffley were astonished and frightened to see that Hoffs had lost his right arm. The patriarch of the other major family clans of Hush Vale City bunched their brows tightly. In their minds, they had considered the youngster who had disappeared as a most terrifying character. They inwardly came to decide that they must avoid this deadly murderer at all costs, even if it meant disobeying Hoff's command. Hoffs was the city lord of Hush Vale City and possessed late-stage high god strength. He was the strongest expert in Hush Vale City. If he lost his right arm to the youngster, then who else could defeat the person in a duel? While feeling afraid of Han Shuo, the three patriarchs were also secretly delighted. They knew that the House of Hoffley could firmly hold the position as the top family clan in Hush Vale City was largely because of Hoff's valiant strength. But now that Hoffs had lost an arm, his strength would be greatly reduced. With that, the influence his Hoffley family had over Hush Vale City would also diminish. The House of Hoffley's loss was theirs to gain. "City Lord, what should we do?" Although delighted, Weston wore a solemn and grieved face as he said, "City Lord, treating your arm is the most urgent matter. Your lordship should return to rest and treat your injuries. Leave the rest to us 3 family clans. We will do everything we can and we will find the murderers." These experts had been searching everywhere for ages, but they couldn't even find a trail of Han Shuo. In addition, he had lost more than 100 divine guards of his family clan. It was obvious that Weston was only giving empty promises. Even he himself doubted that he could capture Han Shuo. "I will return to the city. I'll leave the rest to you bunch," said Hoffs in a ferocious face. He looked as though a wolf that had not eaten for ages. He turned his eyes to gaze at the faces of the 3 patriarchs one after another before instructing, "You 3 family clans will remain in the mountain range and do everything you can to find that guy." Upon finishing those words, Hoffs assembled the divine guards of his Hoffley family and began the journey back to Hushvale City. Hoffs had lost an arm and suffered serious injuries to his body. Returning to Hushvale City immediately was a must for Hoffs. On one hand, he must recover from his injuries as quickly as possible, while on the other hand, he must make certain arrangements to secure the position of his family clan in the city. "Let's go. We will return to the City of Shadows," Han Chuo said to Rose. Chapter 774, Infamous. GDK 774, Infamous. Please continue reading on, Ox. Val. M. The news of Hoffs losing his right arm spread to the entire Darkness Dominion in no time. Every family clan of every city would discuss the incident that took place in Hushvale City. Han Chuo and Rose had suddenly become the center of attention of the Darkness Dominion. Although it's been some time since Han Chuo and Rose thrown Hushvale City into chaos, as none of the populace of Hushvale City had met them before, Hushvale City had no clue about the identity of the murderers even till now. However, most people suspected that the murderers originated from the House of Saint. Wallace and Andre, who knew that their House of Saint had no participation in the matter, were forced to answer and respond to the widespread rumors and accusations, distancing themselves from the Hushvale City incident. With that, the identity of the mysterious assassins became more mysterious. After losing an arm, Hoffs turned unusually low profile. He paid no heeds to things happening in Hushvale City but went into seclusion to focus on healing his injuries. Without Hoffs being available to explain what actually happened, the rumors became more and more distorted from the truth. Unknowingly, the public's depiction of Han Chuo and Rose became more and more malevolent and monstrous. The City of Shadows, the Saint residence. Wallace and Andre had just handled yet another wave of questions from city lords of other cities in the Dominion. They wanted to learn from Wallace if those 2 attackers who had made an enormous mess in Hushvale City originated from the House of Saint. "Who could it be?" mumbled Wallace in a thoughtful face. He continued, "Although Hoffs is the weakest of the 7 city lords, he is nonetheless a late-stage high god expert. But unexpectedly, he would lose an arm to an attacker in the territory of his Hushvale City. How unimaginable! Why? Why Avery and Hassling? What grudges would the attackers have with the 2? Asked Andre. He too was puzzled and confused. Well, in any case, we have everything to gain and nothing to lose in Avery and Hassling being dead. Haha, no wonder everyone would suspect that the attackers came from our family clan." Wallace laughed and exclaimed, "Although I can easily defeat Hoffs in a duel, I doubt I could easily escape from the encirclement of so many Hushvale City experts and even kill so many of their divine guards. That fella is truly miraculous. Brother, could it be Brian?" A strong suspicion rose from Andre's heart. With his brows bunched, he said, "In the City of Shadows, other than our family clan, only Brian held grudges with both Avery and Hassling. In addition, Brian is an expert in concealing himself and his skills in escaping are extraordinary. On top of all that, Brian has recently disappeared without any explanation. I doubt it is just a coincidence." "That's impossible," Wallace shook his head smilingly. He turned to look and explained, "Although that chap possessed decent strength, he is not that strong, is he?" I know Hoff's strength. There's no way Brian can cut off his arm. It's impossible. Definitely impossible. Don't be so sure. Andre put on a solemn face and refuted, we do not know of Brian's actual strength for sure. We could detect Andrina, the daughter of the goddess of destiny, was concealing her actual strength from the start. But as to Brian, if he had not struck Portlam back at the banquet hall, how would we have known that he actually possesses such great strength? Andre took a deep breath before asking Wallace in a deep voice, brother, if it's actually Brian who did it, what should we do? Wallace kept silent for a moment before he replied, if it really is Brian, that'd be even more wonderful. But what about Hushvale City? Asked Andre. Hoffs have been injured. Hushvale City has greatly diminished in strength. I have no fear of him. Wallace coldly groaned and continued, his Hushvale City had secretly sheltered Avery. I have yet to settle scores with him on that matter. He is in no position to pressure us on anything. Then after a short pause, Wallace laughed and said, if it really was Brian, it wouldn't be too big of an issue. The last time that I met the Overgod of Darkness, I have mentioned about Brian. The Lord instructed that our family clan must give Brian the best treatment, hearing that the Goddess of Destiny has expressed her goodwill to Brian. Tell me, would that chap be in any sort of trouble? The Goddess of Destiny is truly influential. After thinking for a moment, Andre softly exclaimed in admiration, this chap is really a lucky one. He is. Wallace said in a faint smile, but we must be overthinking. That chap likely does not have that much strength yet. The rumors had naturally also found their way to the ears of the House of Han. Sanguis, Bollins, Gilbert and others knew that Han Shuo and Rose were the mysterious attackers without needing to think. Before Han Shuo traveled to Hushvale City, he had met with the three and introduced them to Rose. He had also revealed that he was up to something big. The three offered to help Han Shuo in his mission, but Han Shuo rejected them with the excuse that they might be a burden to him. After listening to the details about the incident at Hushvale City, they became absolutely certain that the two daring perpetrators who committed outrageous crimes in Hushvale City must be Han Shuo and Rose. Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert were surprised by the realization. They could not be more admiring of Han Shuo's strength. Soon enough, other core members of the Han family such as Emily, Phoebe, Stratholme, and Mike learned about the truth from the three. Knowing that they must keep the insider information to themselves, the core members of the Han family agreed to keep it a secret and to only discuss it in private. The Divine Guards from the 5th Corps had also previously met Rose. However, as there was plenty of white-haired lady in the Darkness Dominion and as most people did not know Han Shuo well, other than those of the Han family, no one suspected that Han Shuo and Rose were the perpetrators. 1 month later, Han Shuo and Rose returned to the City of Shadows. Along the journey home, Han Shuo collected all sorts of precious and rare medicinal ingredients found on Elysium. He used the ingredients to produce many pelleted medicines that nourish his demonic infant. After 1 month of nursing, his demonic infant was slowly starting to recover. However, complete recovery would take a longer time. Unlike the demonic body, the demonic infant doesn't heal from injuries easily. This was why Cauldron's spirit spontaneously withdrew its energy from Han Shuo's body as soon as it detected that Han Shuo's demonic infant was injured. While using natural herbs and ingredients to nourish his demonic infant, Han Shuo assiduously practiced fusing his domains of divinity. He had discovered the knack of forming the miraculous domain and understood that the domains would amalgamate once the divine souls of his avatars become in synchrony with his consciousness.